After Zhang Lingsu spoke, she headed straight into her room. Senior brother, wait until I call you in. Okay. Zhang Lingsu entered her room alone, still feeling a bit dazed. Is senior brother serious about this? Or could it be that senior brother has some ulterior motives? But then she thought, who would really lose out in that situation? Since there was no reason for senior brother to deceive her about something like this, Zhang Lingsu decided to give it a try. After all, the cold poison she suffered from wasn't something just anyone could endure. About the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense later, Zhang Lingsu finished tidying up her messy room. Normally, senior brother wouldn't enter her room, so she rarely cleaned it thoroughly. After all, it was normal for girls to have a lot of things, right? Now that everything was in order, at least on the surface, the room looked presentable. A large bathtub had been added to the room, and Zhang Lingsu, dressed in a tube top, sat down in the bath. The water in the tub was a blue-green color, constantly boiling, with Qingyu flowers, immortal dragon rock leaves, and su petals floating in it. These spiritual herbs were essential for treating Zhang Lingsu's physical condition. At this moment, her fair arms and slender shoulders were exposed above the water. Her collarbones were well defined, with a few strands of wet black hair clinging to them as she looked toward the door. Senior brother, you can come in now. After speaking, she instinctively covered her chest with her hands, her cheeks turning slightly pink, perhaps due to the water's heat. I'm coming, I'm coming. Light footsteps approached and stopped about 2 breaths later. Zhang Lingsu took a deep breath, feeling that the water was a bit too hot, causing red marks to appear on her fair skin. Are you taking a bath? Qi Yuan's voice came from outside. I'm fully dressed. Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but raise her voice. Are we filming a drama? Qi Yuan sounded intrigued. Taking a bath while fully dressed, wasn't that just for TV? Despite his curiosity, Qi Yuan didn't step forward, instead standing behind the screen. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries. Your senior brother is a married man and must avoid suspicion. I'll help you from here. Qi Yuan spoke from behind the screen, his tone calm and collected. He felt quite pleased with himself, thinking that his emotional intelligence was quite high. Back on Blue Star, there were often sayings like, men and women should maintain proper boundaries, daughters should avoid fathers, or even that, fathers should hang themselves immediately after their daughters are born to avoid impropriety. Though Qi Yuan wasn't extreme, he was very conscious of maintaining appropriate boundaries. Avoid suspicion. Zhang Lingsu fell silent for a moment in the bathtub. Thank you, senior brother. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I'm avoiding you because of your body or looks, it's just about maintaining proper boundaries. Qi Yuan explained warmly, thinking he was being very considerate. In this situation, he was worried that Zhang Lingsu, as a patient, might overthink, so he decided to lay everything out clearly. He was being truthful too. His junior sister was naturally beautiful, one of the top beauties in the Shengguang sect. As for her figure, it was exceptional, hard to conceal even under ordinary clothing. So, he truly wasn't avoiding her because of that. Zhang Lingsu froze, biting her lip, wanting to jump out of the bathtub and give her senior brother a good punch. Senior brother, you'd be better off as a mute. Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but say. Why did such a handsome, talented senior brother have to ruin her fantasies every time he opened his mouth? I understand. Qi Yuan realized his words were too considerate, and his junior sister was a bit overwhelmed. Are you ready? Senior brother's nascent soul is about to enter. I'm ready, Zhang Lingsu replied, her face full of curiosity. She was eager to see how exactly her senior brother planned to treat her. After all, only a purple mansion cultivator with a water attribute heavenly spirit root was supposed to be able to cure her. What kind of thing was senior brother's nascent soul? At that moment, the room suddenly became eerily silent. Zhang Lingsu focused all her attention on her surroundings. She glanced through the screen at the figure standing still behind it. Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the mortal heart realm, for cultivators, the most precious things were, first, the original ancestral land, second, Qi Yuan's divine visualization technique, third, the accidental treasures of the foodless Holy Mother, and finally, the mortal heart realm itself, an innate world. The original ancestral land was closely tied to Qi Yuan's divine visualization technique. Qi Yuan was able to create such a powerful divine visualization technique because he had consumed the resources of the original ancestral land's special towers. In addition to the special nature of Qi Yuan's divine visualization technique, the completion of his mission granted him the innate true spirit. The innate true spirit was essentially a seed for an innate world. In terms of value, it even surpassed the mortal heart realm itself. All of the resources of the ancestral land, the divine visualization techniques, and the innate true spirit. All of these things combined formed a nascent soul, not just any nascent souls, but innate gods with extremely high potential. After all, even after slaying 2 young gods, when Qi Yuan entered the original ancestral land, he still felt a sense of dread. The puppet gods sleeping inside were still beyond his ability to deal with. Just how precious must be the treasures guarded by so many sleeping puppet gods? After all, these treasures were capable of supporting the birth of the 3 Pure Ones visualization technique. However, Qi Yuan didn't care, he still gave these opportunities to his fallen people. This led to the creation of his current nascent soul. Brilliantly bright, the soul emerges from the divine vault, heeding my command, sweeping away all evil. Qi Yuan softly chanted. As he spoke, an aura as if from ancient times filled the room, and an innate aura permeated the space. It was as if the space itself rippled like water. The nascent soul appeared, and a shadow formed. A graceful goddess-like figure emerged from the shadow, her eyes seemingly devoid of much emotion, as if half awake and half asleep. The nascent soul was still dormant, not fully awakened, and was now acting on instinct. Obeying the command of the heavenly Venerable. The goddess-like figure's voice was serene. Even in death, she retained her instinctive reverence before Qi Yuan. In the bathtub, Zhang Lingsu's pupils dilated as she sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloping her. It felt as though the figure behind the screen was not a person, but a vast ocean. As the goddess-like figure appeared, Zhang Lingsu's heart pounded loudly, her heartbeat clearly audible even through the thick barriers. An yin god. With just one look at the goddess-like figure, Zhang Lingsu immediately understood that this was not a Purple Mansion cultivator but an yin god. Zhang Lingsu had encountered Purple Mansion cultivators before, but compared to the figure before her, even Purple Mansion cultivators seemed as fragile as ants. Greetings, senior. Facing the goddess-like figure, Zhang Lingsu didn't dare remain seated in the bathtub. She stood up like a lotus emerging from water. She was dressed in a blue tube top that tightly wrapped around her chest, and without the cover of loose robes, the contrast between her full chest and smooth, flat abdomen made her figure appear even more striking. She had a wasp waist and a full chest, a figure of perfect curves. The goddess-like figure showed no emotion. Behind the screen, Qi Yuan closed his eyes, but the scene witnessed by the goddess remained imprinted in his mind. Red and blue are classic complementary colors, so why isn't she wearing red down below? This was Qi Yuan's first thought. His junior sister's upper body was clad in a blue tube top, while her lower body was wrapped in something like a white bath towel, serving as a skirt. Despite his curiosity, Qi Yuan restrained himself, displaying his emotional intelligence. The biggest difference between adults and children is that adults can control their curiosity. Qi Yuan was already an adult and naturally couldn't act like a child. If he asked about it, wouldn't that reveal that what the nascent soul saw, he also saw? Though his junior sister's outfit was much more conservative than what one might see on a beach or on some Buddhist statues, it was important to respect her privacy. What is not appropriate to see, should not be seen. Junior sister, you should sit down and let me treat your condition. Qi Yuan urged. Even with his eyes closed, he could still see everything, a rather peculiar experience. Zhang Lingsu didn't overthink it and sat back down in the blue-green water. She looked at the yin god in front of her, many thoughts running through her mind. The yin god before her remained silent, like a lifeless being, giving Zhang Lingsu a heavy sense of pressure. She wondered how her senior brother had found such an yin god. Could it be? Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but think of the blood-robed sword god who had wreaked havoc in the continent. At that moment, the goddess-like figure stepped forward and placed her hand on Zhang Lingsu's shoulder. The immense divine power flowed into her, causing Zhang Lingsu's spiritual power to surge. Her fair skin turned a rosy hue, making her look as tempting as a cooked lobster. Junior sister, will we discover you have some special constitution? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. Based on his years of watching TV shows and anime, he had noticed a pattern. The 7 disciples with top talents who had joined the Shengguang sect all had unique destinies. For example, Dong Xian, who had been rejected from marriage, was originally a prince with his own fortuitous encounter, having a remnant soul of a Purple Mansion cultivator residing within him. Eventually, he became the emperor of the Great Shang. Another example was Zhang Ran, a girl targeted by the black chicken old demon, who possessed a special constitution that made dual cultivation extremely beneficial for cultivators. Zhang Lingsu was also one of the 7. Now that Dong Xian had become emperor and Zhang Ran's mortal enemy, the black chicken old demon, had perished, these people had begun their own storylines. Now that Zhang Lingsu's ailment was being cured, was her own storyline about to begin? Would a young god appear to take her as a disciple? That's why Qi Yuan asked if Zhang Lingsu had a special constitution. Zhang Lingsu felt warm all over. Facing the yin god, she was full of respect. Normally, it wouldn't be appropriate to speak during treatment, as it would be disrespectful to the yin god. But since her senior brother had asked, she had no choice but to reply, "What constitution? My talent is just average." Zhang Lingsu was being modest. She had a pure water attribute spirit root. This kind of spirit root was considered a rare talent even in the eastern lands. In the Shengguang sect, it was unparalleled. Your talent is indeed quite average. Just a pure water attribute spirit root. Mid-stage foundation establishment, spiritual power is just average, nothing special. Your constitution is slightly better than the average female cultivators, with more flexibility. The severity of your condition has affected your yin qi, making it somewhat abnormal. Junior sister, apart from having a slightly larger chest and being good-looking, you're really quite ordinary, not even as good as a village girl. Qi Yuan's words were blunt. Based on the feedback from the nascent soul, Qi Yuan had essentially given his junior sister a health checkup. The results were disappointing. Her talent was utterly ordinary. Forget about attracting a young god to take her as a disciple, even an yin god might not be interested. Even a purple mansion cultivator might not be bothered to take her in. Sitting in the bathtub, Zhang Lingsu could barely hold back the urge to kick Qi Yuan. She naturally assumed that the information had been provided by the yin god treating her condition. Senior brother, what kind of village girl has a pure spirit root? Zhang Lingsu retorted, annoyed. The one right in front of you is a village girl. I searched for a long time in the game and finally found her in a small village. Qi Yuan said lazily. This woman had first visualized the water kid from Hulu Brothers, and later the water god who held dominion over water, eventually becoming a grand venerable. Zhang Lingsu was left speechless. How could she argue with that? After all, should she ask the yin god directly, "Are you a village girl?" Her senior brother might be familiar with the yin god, but she wasn't, so she couldn't afford to be disrespectful just because of her close relationship with her senior brother. Sigh, junior sister, you're really too ordinary, not even qualified to become my nascent soul. Qi Yuan lamented. Zhang Lingsu was at a loss for words. Nascent soul. Her senior brother had just said this yin god was his nascent soul. Her senior brother really dared to think big. She couldn't say such things in front of the yin god for fear of the yin god blaming her senior brother. Yin gods were capricious and represented the highest level of power in the Kanglan realm, not to be offended lightly. In that case, Qi Yuan thought of something. If I'm not mistaken, when a major sect disciple breaks through to the nascent soul realm, they can hold a nascent soul ceremony. Junior sister, I've decided to hold a nascent soul ceremony, and you can be the doorkeeper, welcoming guests and collecting gifts for me. Though Qi Yuan was low-key, he still liked to make a bit of a show. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, he had to hold a ceremony to show off. Returning wealthy to one's hometown is like wearing a rich brocade in the night. What's the point if no one sees it? If he didn't display his nascent soul cultivation, what would he do if some small fry tried to bully him? Senior brother, if you can convince the sect master to let you hold a nascent soul ceremony, I'll be your doorkeeper. Zhang Lingsu replied. Fine, convincing the sect master is no big deal. Qi Yuan shrugged. It would only take him 3 sentences to empty the sect master's storage bag. As for junior sister Zhang Lingsu, it seemed that this wealthy woman would give him money even without him asking. With this in mind, Qi Yuan's gaze towards Zhang Lingsu became even more gentle. This wealthy junior sister was indeed very kind. Half an hour passed, during which Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu chatted endlessly, separated by the screen. They discussed every detail of the nascent soul ceremony, from what gifts to give to where people should sit. Junior sister, your ailment is cured, Qi Yuan said. As he spoke, the goddess-like figure faded away. The pressure Zhang Lingsu felt instantly vanished. She carefully examined her body. The coldness she had been suffering from was completely gone. A joyful expression appeared on her face as she realized her ailment had been fully cured. If a purple mansion cultivator had treated her, it might have required several sessions. But with a yin god, one session was enough for a full recovery. Zhang Lingsu was overjoyed. She thought of something and stepped out of the bathtub, her gaze landing on something far away. With a wave of her delicate hand, she draped a thin veil over her graceful figure. Zhang Lingsu stepped around the screen, her expression sincere as she gracefully bowed. Thank you, senior brother. To be able to find an yin god to heal her, the gratitude she felt was immense. Qi Yuan was slightly surprised as he looked at the lightly dressed Zhang Lingsu. His junior sister, who was usually very conservative, was now dressed quite revealingly, a first in front of him. The thin veil was almost transparent, barely concealing her exquisite figure, instead enhancing it with a teasing hint of mystery. Junior sister, aren't you going to put on more clothes? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Lingsu responded confidently, everything that needs to be covered is covered, so what's the problem? If that yin god senior could see me, why can't you, senior brother? Qi Yuan was left speechless. Indeed, he was being old-fashioned. The Qing dynasty was long gone, yet he still had a pigtail on his head. Even if you were a bad guy, who knows who would really lose out? Zhang Lingsu continued. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Junior sister, you're a bit dirty-minded. No wonder you have a water attribute spirit root, turns out it's sewage. Qi Yuan looked at Zhang Lingsu with an appreciative gaze. This side of Zhang Lingsu was something he had never seen before, and it had its own unique charm. Zhang Lingsu didn't shy away and didn't try to cover herself, which made her feel a surge of joy. After all, every person, regardless of gender, feels pride when admired by someone as exceptional as her senior brother. Not bad. Your looks and figure far surpass those of your sister Zhang Ya, so you'll be more than adequate as a doorkeeper. Qi Yuan couldn't help but give his evaluation. The smile on Zhang Lingsu's face froze. There it was, senior brother was just being senior brother, she shouldn't have had any expectations. Senior brother, thank you so much for this, Zhang Lingsu said, expressing her gratitude. It's nothing, just a small matter. As senior brother and sister, they should love each other like family. Unfortunately, their master Ruan Yishi wasn't around, possibly up in the higher realms. Qi Yuan's partner Jin Li was also in the higher realms. At this moment, Qi Yuan couldn't ascend to the higher realms until he reached the yin god stage. Senior brother, you've helped me so much that I have no way to repay you. If you have a request that's not too excessive, I'll do my best to fulfill it, Zhang Lingsu said seriously. Her words made Qi Yuan pause. Zhang Lingsu added confidently, even if it's a bit excessive, that's fine too. Zhang Lingsu knew Qi Yuan's character, which is why she made such an offer. With anyone else, she would have simply offered all her spirit stones or some other treasures. I'm curious, Qi Yuan said, as Zhang Lingsu's words reminded him of something. He continued, if I offered you two options as a way to repay me, which would you choose? What options? Zhang Lingsu asked. First option. This humble girl has no way to repay such kindness and vows to repay the benefactor in the next life as a horse or an ox. Second option. This humble girl is willing to offer herself in marriage. Qi Yuan was testing his charm. From what Qi Yuan remembered, if the benefactor was ugly, the lady would say she'd repay him in the next life as a horse or an ox. But if the benefactor was handsome, she'd offer herself in marriage on the spot. This happened quite often. For instance, in ancient times when a matchmaker introduced a couple, if the woman was satisfied, she'd say, I leave the decision to my parents. But if she wasn't satisfied, she'd have a different set of phrases. In any case, you had to be tactful when speaking. Qi Yuan was also trying to be tactful. Zhang Lingsu furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she looked Qi Yuan in the eyes and said, compared to repaying you as a horse or an ox, I'd rather offer myself in marriage. Qi Yuan's eyebrows shot up with joy. It seemed he was indeed handsome. Being certified as handsome by others was different from thinking it oneself. Qi Yuan felt quite smug until Zhang Lingsu hesitantly added, Senior brother, is this excessive request the one you had in mind? If so, Qi Yuan quickly waved his hand, not at all. I'm not the kind of person who would exploit someone's gratitude. He wasn't about to play the role of a blackmailing benefactor. Zhang Lingsu felt a bit disoriented by this response. Though she had outwardly appeared calm when she made her decision, internally, she had struggled. Now that she had her answer, she felt a mix of emotions, partly relieved, partly disappointed. But then again, this was so typical of her senior brother. His style was always unpredictable, making it difficult to understand him. So when interacting with him, Zhang Lingsu had learned to just go with the flow and not overthink things she couldn't comprehend. I'll keep that request in mind for now. Oh, and don't forget to invite the demonic desire sect to the nascent soul ceremony. Qi Yuan gave special instructions. Several disciples and elders from the demonic desire sect had offended him. At that time, Qi Yuan was busy wiping out his main enemy, the Bright Palace, so he only casually killed a few elders from the demonic desire sect. When the Bright Palace was destroyed and he returned to the Great Shang, he discovered that the demonic desire sect had undergone changes. The sect had always been controlled by two factions, one with the surname Shen, who were very low-key, and the other with the surname Ji, who were extremely arrogant. For years, the Ji faction had dominated the Shen faction. But after Qi Yuan returned, he learned that the Shen faction had suppressed and eliminated the Ji faction. Now the demonic desire sect was once again under the control of the Shen faction. Qi Yuan was curious about what had happened within the demonic desire sect and wanted to learn more. So he decided to extend an invitation and see for himself. After parting with Zhang Lingsu, Qi Yuan returned to his room. His daughter, Qi Jianjun, was nowhere to be found, likely off somewhere fishing. Qi Yuan's consciousness then dove into the game Jade Slip. The game had ended, and Qi Yuan was now waiting for a new one. This time, as usual, a new game icon was slowly forming within the Jade Slip. Qi Yuan's divine sense approached the icon, but it was repelled. What kind of world will it be this time? Qi Yuan wondered with anticipation. The game had helped him tremendously. In less than a day, he had broken through from Golden Core to Nascent Soul. Although he was still far from the civilization of the original ancestral land. In the Kanglin realm, he was now like a senior in high school. At that moment, Qi Yuan thought of something. He summoned the innate seed, which had been one of his rewards for completing the mission in the mortal heart realm. The innate seed could be planted in any world, allowing Qi Yuan to grow and develop within it. Moreover, the power feedback from the seed's growth would be much greater than what he had received from previous games. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan split off a trace of his consciousness and infused it into the innate seed, shaping it into his likeness. Under his control, the innate seed entered the Jade Slip. It went in without resistance. This surprised Qi Yuan. Damn thing, I can't get in, but the innate seed can. Qi Yuan was irritated. He couldn't enter, but the innate seed could. This left him feeling rather helpless. Just then, he had a faint feeling that a being was being nurtured. This feeling came from within the game icon. This gave Qi Yuan a clearer understanding of the innate seed's function. Yes, someone had completed the act of love or some other process, creating the identity he would assume in the game. Could it be that when I enter, I'll be just an embryo? The thought made Qi Yuan cringe. He didn't want to wear diapers and be spoon-fed, just imagining it was terrifying. Qi Yuan listened in on the game Jade Slip for a few minutes but heard nothing. So, he withdrew. I'll check back when the game finishes loading. With that thought, Qi Yuan went to find the sect master, Elder Kumu. When Qi Yuan mentioned holding a nascent soul ceremony, sect leader Kumu was stunned. But only for a moment. If Qi Yuan had made the request, he would have agreed even if it were for an immortal ascension ceremony. There's one more thing. Now that I've reached the nascent soul stage, living in a brick house doesn't suit my status. I want to build a big bungalow, made of concrete. Qi Yuan felt that with his wealth, he could easily afford a standalone villa. But he didn't forget his roots and adhered to the principles of frugality and simplicity. What is concrete? Sect leader Kumu asked, puzzled. He knew what water and mud were, but combining the two to build a house seemed odd. You're uncultured. On Blue Star, there's a community full of talented people who know how to make concrete even before graduating from middle school. That community, of course, was the comment section. I'll teach you, Qi Yuan said, explaining the method for making concrete to the sect leader. Given that the sect leader was a nascent soul cultivator, he quickly grasped the principles. An interesting little thing. Of course, it was just interesting, nothing more. This was understandable. After all, the Kanglin realm had powerful cultivators. A nascent soul cultivator could withstand the strongest nuclear weapon on Blue Star without harm. Some technological creations weren't necessary in the Kanglin realm. For example, fertilizer, who needs that in the cultivation world? They could just use the all things growth spell or any number of other techniques. Thinking about these things made Qi Yuan nostalgic for life on Blue Star. After all, the comment section was full of talent. People could argue over whether tofu should be sweet or savory for thousands of comments. But Qi Yuan preferred it spicy. In just a day, your new cave abode will be built, sect leader Kumu said. Great, Qi Yuan replied, and make sure the nascent soul ceremony is prepared quickly. Sect leader Kumu was taken aback. In the Great Shang, when a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, they would indeed hold a nascent soul ceremony. But Qi Yuan's urgency was unheard of. Understood, the sect leader nodded. Because Qi Yuan wanted the ceremony to be held the very next day. That was incredibly fast. After speaking, Qi Yuan vanished. Sect leader Kumu looked at the spot where Qi Yuan had stood, his gaze deep and contemplative. Is he playing games with the world? Whatever the case, this was the greatest opportunity of his life, and he needed to do his best to ensure everything went smoothly. With a wave of his hand, 2 paper spirit cranes flew off. Not long after, Kong Fuluo hurried in. Sect Master, what's the matter? Kong Fuluo, now with a head full of white hair, was filled with confusion. He had just returned from the Kenyan continent, having recently made it onto the Eastern Lands list of top talents, a joyous achievement, yet the sect master had shown little reaction. In the meantime, Kong Fuluo had been investigating what had happened while he was away from the sect. He discovered that during his absence, there had been some trouble caused by Purple Mansion cultivators, who were then killed by members of the Blood Robe Alliance. The Blood Robe Alliance was closely connected to the 7-color peak as well. This made him even more suspicious. Could it be that Qi Yuan, who was always a bit odd, had been blessed by fortune and taken in as a disciple by the Blood Robe Sword God? Given his thought process, this was the only conclusion he could draw. Sect leader Kumu looked at Kong Fuluo and said casually, tomorrow, our Shengguang sect will hold a nascent soul ceremony. Go prepare the arrangements and send out the invitations. Which elder has reached the nascent soul stage? Kong Fuluo asked, delighted. With another nascent soul cultivator, the Shengguang sect's strength would significantly increase. The demonic desire sect had already gone through changes, and the Shengguang sect would become the #1 sect in the Great Shang. 7-color peak, Qi Yuan. Junior brother Qi Yuan. Kong Fuluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yuan, a nascent soul. How could this be? Wasn't he just at the foundation establishment stage? As the head disciple of a peak, your mental state is far inferior to Qi Yuan's, sect leader Kumu said proudly. When Qi Yuan had mentioned his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, the sect leader hadn't been surprised, just curious. Why would an yin god pretend to have just broken through to the nascent soul stage? Kong Fuluo remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Sect Master, are you sure you're not joking with me? It was like being told that a classmate who was struggling to keep up suddenly won a Nobel Prize and was elected to the Academy of Sciences. How was he supposed to process that? Do I have any reason to lie to you about this? The invitations are ready, so go send them out, sect leader Kumu said. The invitations even included a special title for Qi Yuan, as requested, the Great Shang's first nascent soul. Kong Fuluo didn't object. After all, if the boss wanted to play, he'd play along. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan logged into the Divine Flower 4 Emperors chat group. Great news, everyone, I've reached the nascent soul stage. Reaching the nascent soul stage naturally called for some showing off. Qi Yuan even considered contacting the president of the Divine Flower Association to have a post pinned in the association's forum. Congratulations to Qi Yuan of the Divine Light Sect's 7-color peak for reaching the nascent soul stage and becoming the Great Shang's first nascent soul. But then he decided that it was better to stay low-key with such special treatment. He didn't dwell on it. Nascent soul, the rogue Immortal Venerable was stunned. Origin Heavenly Venerable, you're incredible. No matter what, the best response to Qi Yuan was praise. The Great Sun Flame Emperor also chimed in with flattery. Even the Ice Mountain Queen offered a few compliments before lamenting, sigh, while your cultivation levels are soaring, I've been stuck for hundreds of years. The Ice Mountain Queen had been stuck at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage for centuries. To break through to the Yin God stage, she needed to traverse the boundless sea of lightning. But with the looming catastrophe, the lightning sea had become even more dangerous. Even ordinary Yin gods acting as guardians would face immense difficulties. Breaking through to the Yin God stage was exceedingly challenging for her. Her grandfather was very old and seemed to have some injuries, so venturing into the boundless lightning sea would be extremely risky for him. Without a suitable guardian, she had no choice but to delay her breakthrough. She had considered asking the blood-robed sword god, also known as Origin Heavenly Venerable, but ultimately decided against it. After all, Origin Heavenly Venerable was just a venerable figure, and even venerables faced the risk of falling in the boundless lightning sea. Moreover, with the catastrophe on the horizon, even yin gods were conserving their strength for the coming challenges. She didn't want to trouble Qi Yuan, nor could she afford the price. It's all because of that damn catastrophe. The Ice Mountain Queen couldn't help but curse. Without the catastrophe, she might have had a chance to break through to the yin god stage. The catastrophe, mentioning the catastrophe made Qi Yuan's expression grow serious. Even though he had surpassed many myths in the mortal heart realm and had even slain 2 young gods, he still felt a deep sense of unease regarding the impending catastrophe. Even though he could call for reinforcements, what if the catastrophe summoned a young god? The difference between young gods was even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. He didn't know which young god was behind the catastrophe. Ice Mountain Queen, don't worry. After I play through one more game, I'll wipe out the catastrophe, Qi Yuan announced in the group. In fact, if the young god behind the catastrophe couldn't intervene directly, or if their strength was average, Qi Yuan might be able to solo the catastrophe once his cultivation stabilized. Origin Heavenly Venerable, please don't call me sister anymore, the Ice Mountain Queen replied. Having a yin god powerhouse call her sister just made her seem older. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Once a sister, always a sister. Qi Yuan was very particular about ethics and morals. For example, when he saw Ruan Yishi, his master, he immediately recognized her as his wife, so he always addressed her as wife. Since Ice Queen was older than him, he naturally had to call her sister. I'm youthful and beautiful, but you all keep calling me old. Ice Queen gritted her teeth as she sent this message. Back when she was at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage, she didn't act superior in the group, and she never showed inferiority when facing Qi Yuan. Ice Queen, you're stunning and in the prime of your youth. Rogue Immortal perfectly timed his flattery. Rogue Immortal had already resigned himself to his fate. His talent was lacking, and the Origin Heavenly Sovereign, who used to be on the same level as him, had now become a super powerhouse. In the group, he was the only true newbie left. So, his role was simple: flatter the powerful and cling to their coattails. Although breaking through to nascent soul true monarch feels amazing, I still have my own worries. My progress has been too fast, Qi Yuan said with a worried expression. He really had progressed too quickly. After returning to 7 Colors Peak, he hadn't even had time to settle in before advancing from the early gold core stage to the nascent soul stage. This speed was unprecedented and unparalleled. Rogue Immortal was at a loss. Someone was actually complaining about progressing too fast. By Qi Yuan's description, this was the epitome of flaunting. If I break through to the Yin God stage, I'll definitely show off in front of my sisters, just like the Origin Heavenly Sovereign, said Ice Queen. I'll say, sigh, breaking through to Yin God was too easy, no challenge at all, no sense of accomplishment. Of everyone in this group, the Origin Heavenly Sovereign has truly mastered the art of bragging. I'm not showing off. I genuinely have concerns. I went to find the old man Wu Tian and moved all the cultivation techniques from the Ascension Pavilion. But, unfortunately, I've exhausted all those techniques, and they've only gotten me to the point of breaking through to nascent soul. Qi Yuan was genuinely troubled. The cultivation techniques related to his gold core path had 2 branches, one was to continue along the path of the star core, and the other was to break through to nascent soul. Now that he had exhausted all the techniques, the Star Core Dao's techniques remained unfinished, and he had no clear path forward for the nascent soul Dao. So, even though Qi Yuan was technically a nascent soul true monarch, he could still be considered a gold core cultivator. His words once again left the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower group speechless. You finished all the techniques in the Ascension Pavilion. Even though the Ascension Pavilion's master was only at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage, he was highly respected by even Yin gods. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you're truly formidable. Sigh, don't mention it. I'm broke now and severely lacking in cultivation techniques. Where can I find another place as resource-rich as the Ascension Pavilion? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask for advice. His Star Core Dao was a bottomless pit. His nascent soul Dao also needed various techniques. He had completely drained Zhang Ya, the wealthy woman of the Ascension Pavilion, so Qi Yuan needed to look elsewhere for resources. Along the way, he might also check out the impending Great Calamity. Of the 13 provinces in the Eastern Land, the Ascension Pavilion has the most techniques. If you want more, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you may need to leave the Eastern Land. The Great Sun Flame Emperor suggested. Oh, leave the region. Qi Yuan pondered. Not long ago, Qi Yuan had returned from the Moonwatch continent, where he had eliminated those who defamed him, following the tip-off from Little Li of the Fox Cave. However, his actions had been confined to the Eastern Land. He hadn't ventured beyond the Eastern Land yet. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, why not come to Fengtianyu? Fengtianyu borders the Eastern Land, and the Tao-seeking Palace has a branch in Fengtianyu. You might find plenty of cultivation techniques there, the Great Sun Flame Emperor explained. In the Kanglan realm, there were 36 regions in total. Among them, the Eastern Land, Central Celestial Domain, and Northern Ice Plains each constituted one region. Fengtianyu was adjacent to the Eastern Land and was where the Great Sun Flame Emperor resided. Fengtianyu was more powerful than the Eastern Land, and more importantly, Fengtianyu had yin gods. The Tao-seeking Palace was an organization established by Purple Mansion cultivators, comprising members from various regions, all in pursuit of the yin god Tao. The major strongholds of the Tao-seeking Palace in the Eastern Land, Fengtianyu, and the Demon Yao region were located in Fengtianyu. Does the Tao-seeking Palace have many techniques? The Fengtianyu branch of the Tao-seeking Palace has slightly fewer techniques than the Ascension Pavilion. However, its members possess many techniques that they haven't turned over, Ice Queen explained. What Tao-seeking Palace? This is clearly my perfect target. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. According to his criteria, the members of the Tao-seeking Palace were all old but vigorous, perfectly matching his standards for his white moonlights. Of course, whether they were suitable still depended on a closer look and whether they were destined. I'll go. As soon as I finish the Nascent Soul ceremony, I'll head to Fengtianyu to meet you, Qi Yuan said to the Great Sun Flame Emperor. At this point, Ice Queen suggested, the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower group have never met in person. Why don't we take this opportunity, while the Origin Heavenly Sovereign is in Fengtianyu, to meet up? No problem. If everyone comes, I'll make the arrangements. The Great Sun Flame Emperor was a bit excited. Rogue Immortal hesitated for a moment and said, I have some time as well. It looks like the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower will finally meet. Qi Yuan also felt a surge of excitement. He was quite eager to meet his online friends. Perhaps this was some form of compensatory behavior after his unusual failure when he met Jin Li. Since that's the plan, let's meet in Qinghong City, Bolo Prefecture, Fengtianyu. The Great Sun Flame Emperor suggested. The Tao-seeking Palace's stronghold was in Qinghong City, which was also a famous city in Fengtianyu. What about the timing? The Great Sun Flame Emperor asked. I'll probably arrive in about half a month, Qi Yuan responded. He was currently in the 100 Kingdoms and still needed some time to travel there. Half a month is fine with me. That works for me too. The group members discussed excitedly. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, what do you look like? Are you really as impressive as they say? My friends are eager to see the legendary blood-robed sword god. Unfortunately, no images of you have surfaced in the Eastern Land. I think I'm quite handsome. Qi Yuan recalled how his junior sister Zhang Lingsu had chosen to offer herself, instead of repaying him in another way, which boosted his confidence. If he wasn't handsome, his junior sister might have chosen to repay him in another life. I've seen the Origin Heavenly Sovereign, and he's one of the most charismatic and handsome cultivators I've ever met. Rogue Immortal said in the group. In terms of cultivation and power, I may not rank at the top in the Kanglan realm, but, in terms of looks and charm, if there were a most handsome man ranking in the Kanglan realm, I would undoubtedly be number 1. Qi Yuan boasted. Compared to his looks, the 2 star cores in the sky seemed utterly dim. So confident, the Great Sun Flame Emperor was surprised. Are you exaggerating? I don't need to exaggerate. My presence alone can suppress all enemies. Qi Yuan declared confidently. Leaving the Divine Flower Society's communication, Qi Yuan noticed the cultivators who had arrived to build his new concrete house. Naturally, he couldn't stay in his current abode, so he grabbed his pet, the kitchen knife, and strolled down the mountain. He stopped under a large tree, where the sect leader once had a secret meeting with the Empress of the Great Shang Kingdom, who was now the Empress Dowager. He looked at the grass on the ground. Open black lens bracket. This is a somewhat unusual blade of grass. It sensed Qi Yuan's presence and underwent some changes. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's eyes widened in curiosity. It really can sense my presence. The last time he saw this grass, the message indicated that the grass had sensed the presence of the moon. At the time, Qi Yuan had wondered if the grass might sense his presence the next day. Now, it had happened. Xiaojia, look at this grass, it's strange. Qi Yuan held Xiaojia's red sleeve as they both stared at the seemingly ordinary grass. Qi Yuan remembered that the last time someone trespassed on Seven Colors Peak, this grass had killed them. Hey, can you talk? Qi Yuan asked the grass. Unfortunately, the grass remained silent, just like an ordinary blade of grass. Even though you're ordinary and unremarkable, I still noticed you. Qi Yuan continued to talk to the grass, but it remained silent, just like any other blade of grass. Zhang Ran, passing by, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The senior brother of Seven Colors Peak was indeed unique. Greetings, senior brother, Zhang Ran said as she respectfully bowed, her eyes filled with both reverence and confusion. Not long ago, Zhang Lingsu had approached her, saying she needed a companion to be a gatekeeper. Zhang Ran agreed to be her companion. Being a companion would have been fine. But this time, she was going to be the gatekeeper for the first nascent soul of Great Shang. She had specifically asked the disciples and elders of the Shengguang sect, and it was confirmed that there would indeed be a nascent soul ceremony tomorrow, and it was being held for Qi Yuan of Seven Colors Peak. How could Zhang Ran not be shocked? At this moment, the entire Shengguang sect's disciples were probably all stunned by the news. Who in the Shengguang sect didn't know the name Qi Yuan? And now, he had become a nascent soul cultivator. If the sect leader hadn't ordered that no one should disturb Seven Colors Peak, the place would surely be bustling with activity. Countless disciples and even deacons and elders would likely have flocked to Seven Colors Peak to see for themselves. Are you here to find junior sister? Go ahead. Qi Yuan didn't say much to Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran looked at Qi Yuan, her thoughts swirling. Back then, senior brother Qi Yuan had stood up for her when she had a conflict with Chu Tianshang of the Black Mountain sect. That night, Chu Tianshang and several disciples of the Black Mountain sect died, and soon after, the entire notorious Black Mountain sect was annihilated. This incident had remained an unsolved mystery in the Great Shang Kingdom. No one knew who the killer was, only that they used a special knife. Now, as Zhang Ran glanced at the kitchen knife following Qi Yuan, countless thoughts crossed her mind. Could it be that Qi Yuan had been hiding his strength all along? Could he be the one who destroyed the Black Mountain sect? Filled with gratitude, Zhang Ran couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Qi Yuan, was it you who annihilated the Black Mountain sect? If it was, Senior brother Qi Yuan was indeed her great benefactor. Qi Yuan glanced around, as if acting very secretive. I'll tell you, yes, it was me. But don't tell anyone, otherwise, if the hidden experts of the Black Mountain sect come to Blue Star and kill my fellow villagers, it would be bad. Zhang Ran's eyes lit up. It really was Senior brother Qi Yuan. Back when Senior brother Qi Yuan had stood up to the Black Mountain sect, Zhang Ran had been worried about his strength. She had no idea that he would secretly destroy the entire sect overnight. The second part of Qi Yuan's words also shocked Zhang Ran. The Black Mountain sect had hidden experts. Stronger than Senior brother Qi Yuan. She felt immense guilt. After all, Senior brother Qi Yuan had faced the Black Mountain sect's wrath because of her. Thank you, Senior brother Qi Yuan, for eliminating evil and helping me out of a dangerous situation. Zhang Ran sincerely expressed her gratitude. Right now, she was only at the Qi refining stage, with no spirit stones or treasures to offer in thanks. No problem, Qi Yuan waved his hand. The Black Mountain sect was too overbearing. They were always plotting against me in secret, so I had no choice but to wipe them out in one go. After all, even an ordinary person can unleash their anger and spill blood when pushed to the limit. Zhang Ran hadn't expected there to be such a backstory. It turned out the Black Mountain sect had long been secretly bullying Senior brother Qi Yuan. Senior brother Qi Yuan's actions were just payback. After expressing her gratitude several times, Zhang Ran continued up Seven Colors Peak to find Zhang Lingsu. Now, only Qi Yuan and the grass remained. It seems you're lacking sunlight, Qi Yuan casually remarked. He glanced at the star core in the sky. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, his Dantian spiritual power was far more abundant than when he was in the gold core stage. In the past, summoning the star core once required a long time to accumulate spiritual power. Now, that wasn't necessary, he could summon it multiple times in one go. As for Ningtao's projection, he could even summon her down to stay with him. However, right now, the star core was in a critical stage of devouring the third sun, so Ningtao couldn't leave. So, Qi Yuan planned to summon Ningtao to play together once the third star core was successfully absorbed. Maybe next time I play a game, I can call Ningtao down to play with me too. If the new game is set in a modern society, it would be great. I could get a marriage certificate with Xiaojia and Ningtao. Qi Yuan, having grown up on Blue Star, found it easier to accept a marriage certificate over ancient marriage contracts. Besides, I'm broke, so I don't have to worry about dividing assets in a divorce. As Qi Yuan thought about this, he furrowed his brows. Damn heavens, why am I so poor? Qi Yuan was indeed quite poor. The Blood-Robed Alliance had been steadily collecting cultivation techniques, but it was just a drop in the bucket. He wanted to go to the Dao-seeking palace to obtain more techniques, but he didn't have the money to buy them. If only I could hold a nascent soul ceremony for each of my nascent souls, I could empty the pockets of all the nascent soul old monsters in the Great Shang Kingdom. Qi Yuan mused. Holding a nascent soul ceremony typically involved receiving gifts from other nascent soul true monarchs. If he could hold one ceremony for each nascent soul, Qi Yuan would undoubtedly make a fortune. But then he realized that even if he emptied the Great Shang Kingdom, he wouldn't make that much money, so he abandoned the idea. If I could hold a nascent soul ceremony in the Kanglin realm that everyone could attend, and do it over 4,000 times, I'd definitely become the richest person in the Kanglin realm. Qi Yuan fantasized wildly. It was like wishing everyone in the world would give him a dime. But this time, the fantasy was even more ambitious. Not only did he want a dime from everyone, but he also wanted it over 4,000 times, which was like asking everyone on Blue Star to give him over $400. Even then, it would barely match the debt of certain companies. Qi Yuan stopped indulging in such meaningless fantasies. On Seven Colors Peak, many cultivators were busy constructing his new concrete house. Qi Yuan looked into the distance. When Qi Jianjun, that little brat, comes back and sees the place completely changed, she'll definitely be surprised. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a little girl was holding a fishing rod, fishing in a large lake. Occasionally, a shiny spirit fish would be caught, and the girl's face would light up with a bright smile. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. It's a crimson flame fish. That fish is worth 10 spirit stones. Whose disciple is this little girl? The fishermen around the lake started breathing heavily. A single fish worth 10 spirit stones was enough to excite all the chi refining cultivators present. Most of these chi refining cultivators were rogue cultivators who couldn't even earn 10 spirit stones in a year. Moreover, the bucket next to the little girl wasn't just filled with the crimson flame fish but also other spirit fish. Altogether, the contents of her bucket were worth several hundred spirit stones, enough to tempt even Foundation establishment cultivators. Qi Jianjun seemed oblivious to the chatter around her as she continued casting her fishing rod, calmly waiting for the next bite. At that moment, an old chi refining cultivator sitting nearby couldn't stay silent any longer. He spoke earnestly, "Little girl, there's an old saying that wealth shouldn't be flaunted. You're in danger here with so many eyes on you. Who are your elders? You should call them to take you back home." Qi Jianjun continued to focus on the calm lake, her voice tinged with a bit of sadness as she replied, "My mother has gone to the heavens, and my father is so obsessed with his games that he's lost track of time, not even knowing if he's dead or alive." The old man sighed, understanding what she meant. The girl's mother had probably passed away, and her father was drowning his sorrows in games. "Poor child," the old man said, subtly prying, "to have such a lovely and talented child like you, your parents must have come from a distinguished background. Which sect do you belong to?" "We're from out of town. We just arrived in the Great Shang not too long ago," Qi Jianjun replied nonchalantly. Just then, her fishing rod twitched, and a smile of delight spread across her face. "She's caught another one." The nearby fisherman couldn't help but cheer. A young man standing a bit further away watched the scene with a helpless expression. "That girl is in trouble. She's been targeted." He recognized the old man sitting next to Qi Jianjun. The old man appeared kind-hearted and harmless, but in reality, he was a scout for bandits, gathering information on potential targets. If the old man could extract some useful information from Qi Jianjun, the bandits would assess whether to make a move on her. The world of cultivation was never as peaceful as it seemed. Perhaps the disciples of major sects were well protected, but for rogue cultivators and even some minor sect disciples, the ugly side of this world was ever present. The young man wearing a bamboo hat glanced at the girl with a look of pity. But knowing the bandits the old man was connected to, he sighed, understanding that he didn't dare intervene. At that moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator and two chi refining cultivators began walking toward the lakeside, discussing something as they approached. If they're from out of town, they're probably fat sheep fleeing from disaster. The Foundation establishment bandit had a greedy look on his face. With a haul worth several hundred spirit stones and no apparent risk, this was a business opportunity too good to pass up. I've already investigated. None of the nearby sects claim this girl. She seems to come from a lowly background, reported a chi refining bandit at the 7th level. As long as she wasn't a sect disciple, they had nothing to fear. They were only wary of the top 3 major sects, but any other sect. They weren't afraid at all. She must have some good fortune to catch so many fish. How about we burn her face, mute her, and make her fish for us here forever? Suggested another chi refining bandit. These bandits often did such things. Even in mortal countries, beggar gangs would disfigure people to make them more pitiable while begging. Let's go, the Foundation establishment bandit said, his face twisted with greed. The 3 bandits emerged, their faces covered with masks. The fishermen around the lake began trembling, with some grabbing their buckets and sneaking away. The young man from earlier sighed deeply, unwilling to look in the direction of the little girl. Many of the fishermen were also casting sympathetic glances at the girl, knowing that she was about to meet a cruel fate. Her father was truly irresponsible. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 figures stood under a tree, observing the unfolding situation at the lakeside. A woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These bandits are despicable, even attacking a little girl. And those men, they're all cowards, not one of them is willing to help. My lord, should I step in? The woman looked at the man beside her, dressed in coarse clothing, with deep reverence in her eyes. The woman's name was Shen Zifeng, and she was the only nascent soul cultivator of the Shen family in the Demon Desire sect, and the leading figure of the Shen family. Even though she was a nascent soul true lord, she acted like a servant in the presence of the coarse-clothed man next to her. This man was none other than Shen Wuxian. It was Shen Wuxian who had helped the Shen family regain control of the Demon Desire sect. He single-handedly killed all the other nascent soul cultivators in the sect, as easily as slaughtering chickens. Though Shen Zifeng was a nascent soul cultivator, she knew she couldn't last a single round against Shen Wuxian. Shen Wuxian observed the girl by the lake, his eyes deep and thoughtful. She isn't ordinary. Shen Zifeng was surprised. Was this girl hiding her cultivation? But no matter how hard she tried to see through her, she couldn't. This meant the girl's cultivation was either far superior or she had mastered techniques to conceal her aura, or possessed a treasure that did so. There's no need to look. You won't be able to discern her cultivation. I didn't expect to encounter such a senior in a remote place like the Great Shang, Shen Wuxian said, a hint of respect in his eyes. Shen Zifeng was even more shocked. If Shen Wuxian addressed her as senior, just how powerful was she? Could she be a purple mansion cultivator? Shen Zifeng's breathing quickened, and she looked at the bandits with pity. The Kanglin realm is more fascinating than I imagined. I hope I can find an opponent worthy of my skills. Shen Wuxian's eyes gleamed with battle intent. He was from the upper realm, from a major sect. His master was a mythical figure, one who illuminated the heavens. Now, Shen Wuxian was traveling through the realms to hone his skills, using a treasure from his sect to descend to various worlds. The Kanglin Realm's Demon Desire sect was a world his Shen family had discovered, and they had left coordinates for future generations to explore. However, the Shen family had declined and couldn't send anyone to the lower realm until Shen Wuxian joined a major sect and obtained the sect's treasure, allowing him to descend and train. He was a battle fanatic, constantly honing his skills through combat. Shen Wuxian had been at the nascent soul stage for over 1,000 years, focusing on solidifying his foundation. For disciples from major sects like him, the time spent in cultivation before reaching the Yin God stage wasn't as important as having a solid foundation. After all, they could descend to worlds with different time flows. What might be a single day in the upper realm could be 1,000 years in another world. For major sect disciples, the foundation was paramount. However, once they reached the Yin God stage, things changed. Yin gods needed time to hone their skills, but even then, training in the lower realms wasn't as beneficial as training in the upper realm, where the rules were more complete, making it easier to condense the divine apertures. You are unparalleled, even among the disciples of major sects in the upper realm. How could any nascent soul in the Kanglin realm be your match? Shen Zifeng said earnestly. She even believed that if all the nascent souls of the Great Shang and the 100 Kingdoms combined their efforts, they still might not be able to defeat her lord. Never underestimate anyone, Shen Wuxian replied, his battle intent surging. I know of a major sect's true disciple who was at the Purple Mansion stage. He descended to the myriad demon realm and was toyed with by a demoness, leading to his soul's annihilation. Shen Zifeng inhaled sharply. A true disciple of a major sect in the upper realm, at the Purple Mansion stage, and yet killed by a demoness in a lower realm. It was almost unimaginable. I'll go to the nascent soul ceremony tomorrow. I want to see if there's anyone in the Great Shang Kingdom worth fighting. If not, I'll have to look elsewhere, Shen Wuxian muttered. As for the Kanglin realm, he didn't dare delve too deeply. After all, the Kanglin realm had hidden depths, including a powerful young god. That young god was far more powerful than even the sect Shen Wuxian came from. If Shen Wuxian were to die in the Kanglin realm, his sect wouldn't risk offending that young god for his sake. Thinking of this, he looked at the cultivators by the lake with pity. What a shame, to be born in this land is to be doomed. In this world, even yin gods were doomed from the start, their fates sealed with no hope for a better outcome. At that moment, a series of gasps echoed from the lakeside. Qi Jianjun waved her small hand, and in an instant, the 3 bandits were dead. All the cultivators were stunned. This little girl had cultivation. A Foundation establishment cultivator killed just like that. Could she be a disguised Foundation establishment? These bandits picked the wrong target. A Foundation establishment master disguised as a little girl. The fishermen whispered among themselves. The young man from earlier was also surprised, then regretful. If he had known she was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have spoken up, hoping to make a connection with her. At that moment, Qi Jianjun looked at the old man beside her, her eyes carrying a mysterious glint. You old man, picking on an orphan with an absent father, how despicable. With her words, the old man who had been communicating with the bandits died instantly. The remaining fishermen exchanged glances, with some choosing to leave. Many of the bandits had larger organizations behind them. Killing the small fry would bring the big ones. The girl's fate didn't look promising. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Shen Wuxian of the Demon Desire sect greets the senior. Shen Wuxian and Shen Zifeng appeared, both wearing expressions of humility. The nearby rogue cultivators were stunned. The Demon Desire sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Great Shang Kingdom, a true giant. Yet, members of the Demon Desire sect were addressing this little girl as senior. Could she be a golden core cultivator? Moreover, one from a major sect. Qi Jianjun glanced at Shen Wuxian, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Are you from the upper realm? Shen Wuxian's heart trembled. Even ordinary yin gods couldn't discern his origins. This senior, Shen Zifeng, was also taken aback. The rogue cultivators exchanged puzzled glances. Senior, I am indeed a disciple of Futuo Mountain, Shen Wuxian replied. Never heard of it, Qi Jianjun shook her head. My mother is also in the upper realm. I haven't seen her in a long time. If you return to the upper realm, could you pass on a message for me? Qi Jianjun's words made Shen Wuxian's scalp tingle. This senior's mother is in the upper realm. Wasn't it said that in this world, no yin god could ascend to the upper realm? What was going on? Please, tell me more, Shen Wuxian said, bowing. Qi Jianjun smiled with delight. You're a good guy. My mother is from the Moon God Palace, a moon lady named Jin Li. Tell her that her daughter, Jianjun, misses her dearly, and that Jianjun has found her father. Qi Jianjun rattled off a long message. You've done me a great favor. If you encounter any trouble in the Kanglin realm, this young lady has your back. Despite looking like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, Qi Jianjun spoke with the tone of an elder. Thank you, senior, Shen Wuxian hurriedly replied, still reeling from the shock. The Moon God Palace was much stronger than Futuo Mountain. The moon ladies of the palace were candidates for the next moon god, and even though Shen Wuxian's master was a mythological figure, some moon ladies had higher statuses despite possibly having lower cultivation levels. To think that this senior was the daughter of a moon lady, Shen Wuxian was stunned. A moon lady had married and had such a large child. All right, I'm off. Qi Jianjun waved her hand, grabbed her bucket, and disappeared in an instant. Shen Zifeng's eyes widened. A yin god, she's a yin god. The aura that Qi Jianjun had inadvertently leaked was unmistakably that of a yin god. In the Great Shang Kingdom, she hadn't even seen a Purple Mansion cultivator, let alone a yin god. The other fishermen, hearing Shen Zifeng's exclamation, also widened their eyes in disbelief. A yin god, a true god, blessed by the heavens, to have witnessed a true immortal. The fishermen fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly. That was a yin god. Some recognized Shen Zifeng as the newly appointed sect master of the Demon Desire sect, a nascent soul true lord. If she said the girl was a yin god, there was no doubt about it. The fishermen were overwhelmed with excitement, unable to believe they had witnessed such a legendary event. The young man from earlier was filled with regret, his face a picture of sorrow. If only he had known that the girl was a legendary immortal, he would have said something to earn her favor. She was a true immortal. In the 100 Kingdoms, nascent souls could already wield immense power. If he had aligned himself with a yin god, he could have even dared to disrespect nascent soul true lords. But there was no turning back time. Meanwhile, Shen Zifeng's face grew cold, causing all the rogue cultivators present to tremble with fear. What happened today, never happened. If even a single word leaks, you will face unimaginable consequences. The rogue cultivators turned pale, none daring to protest. Shen Wuxian murmured, "These bandits need to be cleaned up. I will immediately send orders to wipe out these bandits completely." Shen Zifeng responded quickly. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Today, the Shen Guang sect was exceptionally lively. Nascent soul cultivators from all over the Great Shang Kingdom, known for their reputation, had gathered. After all, the invitation sent out by the Shen Guang sect was simply too shocking. A nascent soul cultivator at just around 20 years old was unheard of, not just in the Great Shang Kingdom, but across the entire 100 Kingdoms. Even in the Eastern lands, there had never been a nascent soul cultivator so young. As a result, many of these nascent soul true lords were filled with doubt about Qi Yuan's breakthrough on the seven-colored peak. At the moment, a group of nascent soul true lords had gathered, discussing the matter. Sitting on a golden chair, Wu Dian, the monk, rested his arm on a golden lotus and stretched out his feet carelessly. In a rough voice, he asked, "What do you all think? Is it true that Qi Yuan from the seven-colored peak has broken through to the nascent soul stage? Even if it is true, I don't believe he achieved it at 20 years old. Perhaps some old monster has taken over his body," said Titok True Lord, narrowing her eyes. She was at the mid-nascent soul stage and, as a rogue cultivator, was the most powerful among the rogue cultivators in the Great Shang Kingdom, aside from the deceased black chicken old monster. It's hard to believe that anyone could reach the nascent soul stage at 20, but with some great fortune or a supreme treasure, it's not impossible, said Kuang Jian, the true lord of the Suspended Mountain sect. As the leader of one of the three major sects, his words carried weight, and the other nascent soul cultivators nodded in agreement. I've heard that a Purple Mansion cultivator died in the Shenguang sect. Perhaps Qi Yuan's breakthrough is related to that, Wu Dian suggested. The faces of the nascent soul true lords present changed slightly at this. The Red Sword sect had long been plotting in the Great Shang, even supporting the old emperor of the Great Shang. They had tried to trap disciples from various sects in the Heavenly Dragon Immortal realm. However, some time ago, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Red Sword sect caused trouble in the Shenguang sect and was directly slain by a mysterious expert in the sect. When this news spread, the nascent soul true lords were shocked. They all entered the Ling Tian Pavilion to investigate and eventually learned that the incident in the Shenguang sect was related to the Blood Robe Alliance. Initially, they didn't know what the Blood Robe Alliance was. But soon they discovered that its leader, the Blood Robe Sword God, had risen from the 100 Kingdoms. His daughter had been humiliated by the Bright Palace, forced to live in a dog kennel, and in his rage, he destroyed the Bright Palace, which had over 50 Purple Mansion cultivators. There were even rumors that he had killed many yin gods. This was a matter that shook the heavens. The Blood Robe Alliance was established by the Blood Robe Sword God. It was said that Qi Yuan from the Seven-Colored Peak had a deep connection with the Blood Robe Sword God. When they thought about it this way, everything made sense. Perhaps Qi Yuan had been taken under the Blood Robe Sword God's wing, or maybe he was even his offspring. After all, the background of the Seven-Colored Peak's chief disciple, Qi Yuan, was indeed mysterious. Ruan Yishi had dominated the Great Shang for many years, rarely leaving her sect, and the one time she did, she brought back a disciple. It was enough to make them suspicious. If that's the case, everything makes sense. The Shenguang sect has incredible luck. Sigh. These nascent soul true lords began to let their imaginations run wild. Even if they cracked open their skulls and dried out every last drop of brainpower, they could never guess that Qi Yuan was actually the Blood Robe Sword God himself. It simply defied all logic. No wonder there's always been a rumor that Qi Yuan calls his master, Ruan Yishi, his wife. Maybe, hee. The blood-robed sword god must be in seclusion, breaking through to the yin god stage, and had no time to take care of his son, so he found him a child bride. In any case, the nascent soul true lords were now indulging in wild gossip, making up stories in their minds. Who would have thought that the famous seven-colored peak chief would turn out to be a child bride? You shouldn't say such things carelessly. At that moment, Zhang Lingsu, dressed in an elegant dark blue flowing gown with a deep black belt around her waist, and layered pleats at the hem, giving her an ethereal appearance, entered the scene. She looked frustrated, with her hands on her waist. These nascent soul true lords are so stingy. Is this all they're offering? Although she was unhappy about having to act as a doorman for her senior brother, she took her role seriously. Standing across from her was Zhang Ran, dressed simply, who couldn't help but laugh. Senior sister, you weren't like this when you were on the seven-colored peak earlier. On the seven-colored peak, Zhang Lingsu had been furiously complaining about Qi Yuan. Mostly about how he was tactless and humiliating by making her act as a doorman. But now that you're actually acting as a doorman, senior sister, you seem to be enjoying yourself. You're even worrying about whether the gifts are too little, acting very much like a housekeeper. Zhang Ran said with a grin, seemingly amused by Zhang Lingsu's behavior. Sure enough, a slight blush appeared at the tips of Zhang Lingsu's ears hidden under her hair. She puffed out her chest and said, if my senior brother receives more gifts, I, as his junior sister, might get a share. Why shouldn't I care? She spoke with confidence. Zhang Ran looked at Zhang Lingsu, a hint of envy in her eyes. Back when they had all received top-tier evaluations, Qi Yuan had the option to choose a disciple to join the seven-colored peak. At that time, Zhang Ran had also hoped to be chosen. For one, the seven-colored peak's leader, Ruan Yishi, was particularly mysterious. For another, there were only 2 disciples on the peak, meaning more resources for each. However, Qi Yuan had rejected everyone, including her and Zhang Lingsu. But Zhang Lingsu had the courage to stand up and ask Qi Yuan, which led to her joining the seven-colored peak. Now, Qi Yuan had become a nascent soul true lord. As his junior sister, Zhang Lingsu could practically walk sideways in the Great Shang Kingdom. One's fate could change entirely from the moment they joined a sect. Facing these nascent soul true lords, Zhang Lingsu had the confidence to complain about their meager gifts, something Zhang Ran would never dare do. Naturally, she felt a tinge of jealousy. Just then, a voice announced, Shen Wuxian and Shen Zifeng from the Demon Desire sect have arrived. At the nascent soul ceremony, all the nascent soul cultivators present looked up. The sudden upheaval in the Demon Desire sect had shocked everyone. The Shen family had suddenly risen to power, suppressing the Ji family. There were many rumors about the origins of Shen Wuxian. All eyes turned to Shen Wuxian. Dressed in a black robe, his expression was emotionless. But just by standing there, he exuded an aura of invincibility that made everyone feel they could not possibly defeat him. He's no ordinary nascent soul, said Kuang Jian, the true lord of the suspended mountain sect, his eyes flickering with emotion. He sensed a threat. Wu Dian's face also grew serious. All the nascent soul true lords present could feel an impending storm. Shen Wuxian scanned the dozens of nascent soul cultivators in the hall, his gaze calm but filled with intense battle intent. Shen Wuxian was a battle maniac, always pursuing the pinnacle of the Tao. He traveled through different worlds seeking defeat, believing that through combat, he could elevate himself, build the strongest foundation, and hone the most powerful divine abilities. After all, it was too easy to lose in the upper realm. But losing in a world with scarce resources meant he could gain much from his opponent. Of course, the most important thing was to carve out his own path and develop a unique divine ability rooted in his origins. Shen Wuxian spoke up, I come from the other side of the world, with sincerity and anticipation, seeking only a battle. As soon as he spoke, his aura as a battle maniac was fully exposed. He directly challenged the group. The nascent soul true lords were stunned, exchanging glances. Some old men chuckled quietly, thinking Shen Wuxian was overestimating himself. Others frowned, considering him arrogant. But Shen Wuxian's next words made the nascent soul cultivators realize he wasn't just arrogant, he was downright brazen. You can all come at me together. If any of you can injure me, I'll give you this pill as a reward. Shen Wuxian extended his hand, revealing a crystal-clear jade porcelain bottle. Inside the bottle were 7 pills. When the nascent soul true lords saw those pills, their expressions changed drastically. The 7 Harmony Nourishing God Pill. It's the legendary 7 Harmony Nourishing God Pill. It's really that pill. The aura of the pill is genuine. The 7 Harmony Nourishing God Pill could nourish the soul of a nascent soul cultivator. For those in the late nascent soul stage, taking this pill could strengthen their soul to the point of reaching nascent soul perfection, enabling them to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. This pill could enhance a nascent soul cultivator's soul and increase their chances of breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage by 30%. So, which of the nascent soul cultivators present wouldn't be tempted? Shen Wuxian, are you serious? Wu Dian asked first. Of course, I am. I look forward to someone defeating me. Shen Wuxian's eyes blazed with battle intent under his black robe. The other nascent soul cultivators didn't hesitate any longer. Old me stepping up would be bullying a junior, but for the sake of this pill, I'll thicken my skin and join forces with my fellow Taoists. What do you say? T-Tok True Lord said, eager to join the fight. The suspended mountain sect's leader laughed heartily. I'll join in too. Under normal circumstances, they would care about their reputation. But when someone was offering such a precious pill, they wouldn't hesitate. They were confident in their strength. Even if this was a nascent soul cultivator from another major region, they weren't afraid to fight. Let alone the fact that Shen Wuxian was brazenly challenging over 30 nascent soul cultivators at once. All the nascent soul cultivators were ready, including those from the Shen Guang sect. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. You haven't given your gift yet. It was the doorman, Zhang Lingsu, who interrupted the nascent soul cultivators' discussion. The nascent soul true lords looked at Zhang Lingsu, slightly stunned. How could a mere doorman be so bold? Shen Zifeng's eyes flashed with anger, and she was about to scold her when Shen Wuxian spoke up. That was an oversight on my part. With a wave of his hand, one of the 7 Harmony Nourishing God Pills flew out of the porcelain bottle, landing in front of Zhang Lingsu amid a chorus of gasps. Consider this my gift, Shen Wuxian said. Zhang Lingsu was momentarily stunned, then quickly collected the pill, grinning from ear to ear. This pill would be extremely valuable to her senior brother, so she kept it carefully. After all, even the Zhang family would struggle to produce such a precious pill. She was overjoyed, feeling as if she had received the pill herself. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators, led by Elder Withered Wood of the Shen Guang sect, headed to the nearby dueling platform. The platform was incredibly sturdy, and even nascent soul true lords would struggle to damage it. Shen Wuxian, standing before the 33 nascent soul cultivators, was filled with battle intent, his gaze intense and focused. To him, as long as someone was an opponent, they deserved his full attention, even if they were just a golden core cultivator. This was Shen Wuxian's way of cultivating. Fight, Shen Wuxian shouted. With that cry, the previously calm Shen Wuxian seemed to awaken a dormant power within him. His aura suddenly grew 10 times stronger. The nascent soul true lords on the platform all paled. It felt as if they were not facing a nascent soul cultivator but a war god. Summon your nascent souls quickly. Don't hold back on your divine abilities. The 33 nascent soul true lords didn't hesitate. At that moment, no one held back. Otherwise, the 7 Harmony Nourishing God Pill would slip through their fingers. Whirlwind cleaves autumn waters. Kuang Jian, the true lord of the suspended mountain sect, shouted. A giant sword appeared out of nowhere. The suspended mountain sect's leader had unleashed his strongest divine ability. Weak, too weak, Shen Wuxian moved at lightning speed, so fast that even the other nascent soul cultivators couldn't see him clearly. He reached out, caught the giant sword formed by the divine ability between his fingers, and with a flick, the terrifying divine ability disintegrated. Before Kuang Jian could react, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying off the platform, defeated. The other nascent soul cultivators were shocked. He's too strong. We're no match for him. How can there be such a monster? At that moment, Shen Wuxian moved like a ghost, weaving through the 30-plus nascent soul cultivators as if they were nothing. Anyone who encountered him was effortlessly knocked off the platform. Their prized divine abilities were useless against Shen Wuxian. He moved like a specter among them, and every few seconds, another nascent soul true lord was defeated. The duel was nothing short of breathtaking. To the disciples and elders watching, it was as if they were witnessing a divine display of magic, followed by the defeat of the nascent soul true lords. Every cultivator who saw this scene was in awe. He's too powerful. Is he really a nascent soul? Even a Purple Mansion cultivator might not be this strong. The cultivators watched Shen Wuxian as if he were a deity descended to earth. After all, he was overwhelmingly powerful. 1 against 30, and it was a complete rout. Not far away, Zhang Lingsu bit her lower lip, frowning. This guy has no tact. Today was supposed to be senior brother's nascent soul ceremony, and he's stolen all the attention. Her muttered complaint snapped. Zhang ran out of her shock. She looked at Zhang Lingsu, feeling baffled. Is this really the time to worry about stealing the spotlight? Shouldn't we be more concerned about the danger posed by the Demon Desire sect? After all, the Demon Desire sect had always been at odds with the Shenguang sect. Now that the Demon Desire sect had produced such an unparalleled nascent soul cultivator, every disciple of the Shenguang sect felt a sense of looming threat. You're too weak, too weak. 100 breaths passed, and on the dueling platform, only Shen Wuxian stood tall. All 33 nascent soul true lords had been forced off the platform. In just 100 breaths, he had taken on 33 and won decisively. Shen Wuxian's eyes flashed with disappointment. This battle was simply a mere warm-up. The 33 defeated nascent soul cultivators looked grim. Faced with the arrogant Shen Wuxian, they had been utterly crushed and didn't dare say another word. Shen Zifeng, recalling something, couldn't help but say proudly, "My lord is the true, #1 nascent soul in the Kanglin realm. If my lord were to participate in the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list, he would undoubtedly be the top." If she had said this before, the nascent soul cultivators would have scoffed. But now, seeing Shen Wuxian's overwhelming power, even rivaling that of a Purple Mansion cultivator, they couldn't disagree. If he competed in the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list, he would surely take first place. Kong Fulu, you're on the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list. If this Shen Taoist participated, would he take first place? Wu Dian asked. It was easier to accept their defeat if it was to the #1 nascent soul in the Eastern Lands. Kong Fulu hesitated for a moment, surprised to be called upon. Recalling the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents battle, he replied, those talents are far beneath Shen Wuxian. Indeed, not even Daji True Lord, who was among the top 10 on the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list, had this level of dominance. Hearing this, Shen Zifeng's smile grew even more triumphant. My lord is undoubtedly the #1 nascent soul in the Kanglin realm. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Hearing these words, everyone else nodded in agreement with Shen Zifeng. This way, they wouldn't lose face. At that moment, a lazy voice drifted in. His strength is barely acceptable, but if you're talking about taking first place on the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list, he still wouldn't get it. Qi Yuan appeared, dressed in a bright red blood robe, his face strikingly handsome, his aura like that of a transcendent being. Anyone who laid eyes on him couldn't help but show a hint of reverence or other complex emotions. Even Zhang Lingsu took a few extra glances at Qi Yuan. Today, it seemed that he had gone to extra lengths to dress up, making him particularly eye-catching, with a charm and appearance that made her heart flutter and her face flush. The only flaw in this picture was that he was holding a rope in his hand, with a pet cleaver tied to the other end. Greetings, senior brother Qi Yuan. It's been a few days, and senior brother Qi Yuan is as impressive as ever, said Zhuge Miao of the Divine Medicine Peak, his expression complicated. The last time Zhuge Miao had seen Qi Yuan, he had asked him for advice on improving a pill formula. At that time, he had called Qi Yuan, junior brother. Afterward, he ventured into a secret realm, gained substantial benefits, and returned triumphantly, having advanced to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. And now, Qi Yuan had already reached the nascent soul stage. When Zhuge Miao heard this news, he was dumbfounded. At that moment, the other nascent soul cultivators also turned their gazes toward Qi Yuan, their expressions varied. Greetings, true Lord Qi Yuan. Who would have thought that today our great Sheng would gather such talents? It won't be long before Qi Yuan becomes the second Shen Wuxian. True Lord Qi Yuan is a young genius, he's sure to achieve great things in the future. The nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but flatter him. Qi Yuan, however, couldn't help but respond, no need to talk about the future, I've already achieved great things. Saying that he would achieve great things in the future felt like an insult to him. Wu Dian, the monk who had spoken earlier, was taken aback and gave an awkward laugh. At this moment, Shen Zifeng looked at Qi Yuan and asked, True Lord Qi Yuan, why do you say that Lord Shen cannot take first place on the Eastern Lands Heavenly Talents list? In Shen Zifeng's eyes, Shen Wuxian, who had descended from the upper realm, was like a celestial being. How could any nascent soul cultivator from the lower realms compare to her lord? Even yin god level cultivators had to show her lord respect. The others also looked at Qi Yuan, curious about why he would say such a thing. Was he not afraid of offending Shen Wuxian? Shen Wuxian's background was clearly extraordinary, and he might even have the support of a yin god. His status was no less than Qi Yuan's. Because I also participated in the Eastern Land's Heavenly Talents list, Qi Yuan said with a proud smile, clearing his throat as if preparing to make a grand speech. I, not being very talented, used a backdoor method to secure first place on the Eastern Land's Heavenly Talents list. As soon as he said this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then shocked, or perhaps bewildered. First place on the Eastern Land's Heavenly Talents list. Using a backdoor. It was certain now, this Blood Robe Alliance leader, the Blood Robe Sword God, was definitely Qi Yuan's biological father. Otherwise, how could he have used a backdoor to secure first place on the Eastern Land's Heavenly Talents list? Shen Zifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. If that's the case, then indeed, Lord Shen might not take first place on the Eastern Land's Heavenly Talents list. But, could he claim the title of the #1 nascent soul in the Great Shang? Shen Zifeng looked at Qi Yuan, her expression unreadable. She seemed like a die-hard fan of Shen Wuxian, eager for her, Gerger, to be #1 in the world. Sorry, but the title of the #1 nascent soul in the Great Shang has already been taken, by me. Qi Yuan said humbly. When it's time to be modest, he's modest, when it's time to be bold, he's bold. His nascent soul might be ordinary at the moment, unable to even kill a young god, but its growth potential was immense. Especially with the divine vision technique in the high tower from the ancestral land, once his nascent soul fully awakened, it could pave the way to the young god level. Right now, it might be ordinary, but the future was bright, and even now, it was enough to be called the #1 nascent soul in the Great Shang. Naturally, Qi Yuan didn't want anyone else to take this title. When he said this, the nascent soul cultivators were stunned. Kong Fulu quickly sent a sound transmission. Senior, brother, this Shen Wuxian is a tough opponent. He just defeated all 33 nascent souls here. He feared Qi Yuan might not know what had happened due to being absorbed in gaming. Oh, he's got some skill, but not much, Qi Yuan replied via sound transmission. Since obtaining the divine visualization technique, all his followers had been true peerless talents. Even Zhu Zhuangxi could challenge opponents across realms, exceeding the yin god level. If Shen Wuxian reached the yin god level, he certainly wouldn't match up to Zhu Zhuangxi. If he couldn't even compare to one of Qi Yuan's nascent souls, how could he be called the #1 nascent soul in the Great Shang? As Qi Yuan spoke, Shen Wuxian's gaze locked onto him, filled with intense battle intent. He was, at heart, a battle maniac. You're strong, Shen Wuxian asked excitedly, looking at Qi Yuan. Just average, third in the world, Qi Yuan said lazily. He was being modest. If you injure me, this bottle of pills is yours. Shen Wuxian offered, holding out the 7 harmony nourishing god pills again. The nascent soul cultivators on the scene all held their breath, their eyes filled with greed. They, too, wanted that bottle of pills, but they had been utterly defeated by Shen Wuxian. Qi Yuan glanced at the pills, then yawned. I'm not interested in those pills, nor am I interested in defeating you. Shen Wuxian was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a nascent soul cultivator who wasn't interested in the 7 harmony nourishing god pills. Shen Zifeng couldn't help but sneer. Or perhaps you just don't dare. The other nascent soul cultivators looked on, eager to see what would happen next. They also doubted that Qi Yuan could be a match for Shen Wuxian. After all, Shen Wuxian had just displayed overwhelming power. Qi Yuan had only recently entered the nascent soul stage. His speed of advancement might be astonishing, but could his strength really compare to Shen Wuxian's? After all, Shen Wuxian's status and background were not necessarily inferior to Qi Yuan's. It's not my white moonlight, so I'm too lazy to fight, Qi Yuan said casually. He usually fought for 3 reasons. First, to eliminate his white moonlight and gain benefits. Second, based on his mood, he didn't even know when he would make a move. And third, simply out of a desire to show off. White moonlight, what's that? What are the requirements to become your white moonlight? Shen Wuxian asked. He had come to the Kanglin realm to seek worthy opponents. And as someone who always pursued fair fights and the honing of his unique path and original divine abilities, he was willing to make sacrifices. In a previous descent to another realm, he had agreed to a female nascent soul cultivator's request to live with her in seclusion for 50 years, accompanying her every day, playing music, and practicing swordsmanship like a divine couple. After 50 years, he was finally able to fight her. But she couldn't withstand even 3 of his moves, leaving him disappointed. At that time, he had shaken his head and said to the beautiful female cultivator, "Too weak." Then he had left, indifferent, as she chased after him, crying and begging for another battle. Shen Wuxian had no interest in fighting the weak, so he had called out, "Become 100 times stronger, and I'll fight you again." Faced with Qi Yuan, whose cultivation level he couldn't discern, Shen Wuxian was also willing to make sacrifices and live in seclusion with him for 50 years if necessary. "You're not an old man, so you can't be my white moonlight," Qi Yuan shook his head. "However, if you can provide a heaven-level technique, I might consider sparring with you." Heaven-level techniques were exceedingly rare. Typically, only a yin god would possess one, and even then, it would likely be of lower quality. Even after emptying out the climbing heaven pavilion, Qi Yuan had not found any top-tier heaven-level techniques. "That's easy," Shen Wuxian said, casually producing a jade slip. "I came across this by chance." He handed over the heaven-level technique as if it were nothing more than a common vegetable. "Let me take a look." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Due to the different world rules, Qi Yuan still couldn't perfect the Qi Yuan Sutra using other worlds' techniques. But this Shen Wuxian was clearly not from the Kanglin realm. Shen Wuxian handed the heaven-level technique to Qi Yuan without hesitation. The nascent soul cultivators present could only watch in envy. The techniques they cultivated were mostly jade level, with an occasional lower-tier profound level technique being enough to spark bloody conflict in the Great Shang. And here they were, witnessing a heaven-level technique. Unfortunately, the person possessing it was far too powerful. Even if they were filled with greed, they dared not act on it. This technique isn't bad," Qi Yuan said, surprised. The heaven-level technique Shen Wuxian had provided wasn't from the Kanglin realm, but it could still be used to modify the Qi Yuan Sutra. How could he not be impressed? Even though the technique couldn't be cultivated by Kanglin realm cultivators, Qi Yuan could still use it as a reference. It didn't matter if he couldn't practice it himself. "Do you have more techniques like this?" Qi Yuan began to consider other possibilities. If Shen Wuxian's world was filled with such techniques, why not conquer that world and borrow all their techniques? "Plenty," Shen Wuxian said, his gaze growing even more intense. "Do you want them?" Of course, Qi Yuan could sense something was off in Shen Wuxian's gaze, but he still nodded. "If you injure me, I'll give you 5 more," Shen Wuxian said generously. Qi Yuan was tempted. 5 heaven-level techniques, this guy was loaded. No wonder his left eye had been twitching all morning. This was a sign of good fortune. "What if I defeat you?" Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled. "If you defeat me, I'll give you all the techniques I have, even my primary cultivation technique, a divine law, it will all be yours." Shen Wuxian's battle spirit surged. A divine law. Qi Yuan was excited. This was a divine law. He hadn't even seen a top-tier heaven-level technique yet. "I won't take advantage of you. If I defeat you, I'll upgrade and refine your divine law for free," Qi Yuan said enthusiastically. He never liked taking advantage of others. If he won and got a bunch of rewards, Shen Wuxian should get a bunch of rewards if he won too. Not far away, Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but feel exasperated. She muttered, "Senior brother, you're not offering free upgrades, you're clearly just eyeing Shen Wuxian's divine law." But she quickly added, "Senior brother, good luck, and be careful." She had learned the phrase, "good luck," from Qi Yuan. "Thanks, junior sister," Qi Yuan said politely. Shen Zifeng was now brimming with pride. "Soon, you will understand what true power is." Most of the nascent soul cultivators shared Shen Zifeng's sentiment, feeling that Shen Wuxian's victory was a foregone conclusion. Zhang Lingsu couldn't take it anymore. She turned to Zhang Ran and said, "Let's cheer for senior brother together." After all, no one else was cheering for senior brother. Today was supposed to be his nascent soul ceremony, he shouldn't feel neglected. So, Zhang Ran and Zhang Lingsu became an impromptu cheerleading team, rooting for Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at Shen Wuxian with a calm expression. "I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, if I attack, you won't have a chance to." After all, Shen Wuxian was a wealthy opponent. Qi Yuan wouldn't mistreat a wealthy benefactor, his patron. He had to give him some face. Arrogant, Shen Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim. The other nascent soul cultivators felt the same way, but out of fear of offending Qi Yuan, they kept their opinions to themselves. When gods fought, it was best to keep silent if you were too close. "Come, show me how much of my power you can draw out." As Shen Wuxian spoke, an overwhelming aura filled the air. This time, the power he unleashed was even stronger than when he had faced the 30-plus nascent soul cultivators earlier. A powerful attack bore down on Qi Yuan, who stood motionless as if he hadn't even noticed. It's over. All the nascent soul cultivators thought the same thing. Qi Yuan hadn't even reacted, let alone defended himself. Elder Kumu of the Shen Guang sect grew anxious, flying up in an attempt to intervene. But there was no stopping it, he simply wasn't fast enough. Shen Wuxian's attack landed directly on Qi Yuan. To everyone's surprise, Qi Yuan remained unharmed. He hadn't been hurt at all. A lazy voice followed. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've personally faced such a weak nascent soul. The nascent soul cultivators were all stunned. Shen Wuxian's power had been clear for all to see. Such an attack could have killed any of the nascent soul cultivators present. Yet, it hadn't even scratched Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan is this strong. But he just reached the nascent soul stage, didn't he? He's strong, but not much stronger than Lord Shen. You're strong. Shen Wuxian didn't back down, instead, he grew even more excited, as if he had found a fated rival. Once I defeat you, I'll have reached the pinnacle of my nascent soul path and can then form my purple mansion. I didn't expect to gain so much this time. I suggest you go ahead and form your purple mansion early. Defeating me, you're still far from that, Qi Yuan said with a faint smile. Then he looked at Shen Wuxian and suddenly opened his mouth, blowing gently. Immediately, Shen Wuxian's face filled with astonishment. A powerful wind surged toward him. It seemed as if Qi Yuan had simply blown gently. Yet Shen Wuxian felt this wind was even stronger than his original divine ability. God-slashing extinction technique, Shen Wuxian roared, unleashing his most powerful attack. This strike was strong enough to kill even a purple mansion cultivator. But against the casual breath of Qi Yuan, it was like an ant roaring at a tornado. Shen Wuxian couldn't move. That breath was like the strongest divine ability, pinning him in place. All the nascent soul cultivators were stunned. This kind of technique. It's not a divine ability, how can it be so powerful? But, Qi Yuan's technique clearly, is still at the nascent soul level. The sky over the Great Shang is really going to change. Shen Zifeng was in complete shock, her face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Zhang Lingsu was initially stunned, then overjoyed, though tinged with slight disappointment. She waved her hand. Senior brother, you're amazing. The nascent soul cultivators looked at Qi Yuan with changed expressions. At that moment, Shen Wuxian lowered his head, his face filled with confusion, murmuring, I lost. I lost. He couldn't understand why he had lost. Why couldn't he withstand a simple breath from Qi Yuan? Suddenly, he looked up and stared at Qi Yuan. We're both nascent souls. Why are you so much stronger? Qi Yuan smiled. Because your number of nascent souls is too few. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan's words left everyone present stunned, especially the nascent soul cultivators. The disciples and elders of the Shen Guang sect exchanged confused glances. Not far away, Zhang Lingsu covered her face with her sleeve and whispered helplessly to Zhang Ran, Senior brother is acting crazy again. Senior brother was great in every other way, except for his occasional bouts of craziness. What does he mean by saying that there aren't enough nascent souls? At this moment, True Lord Quangzhan stroked his beard and said, True Lord, your words are quite astonishing, to say the least. We cultivators condense one nascent soul from our shattered golden core. How could there be two? True Lord Chiu also questioned, confused. Shen Zifeng's expression was grim, but she couldn't find the words to refute. Most of the nascent soul cultivators present were skeptical of Qi Yuan's claim. After all, the concept of condensing a single nascent soul from a golden core was widely accepted, like the idea that 1 + 1 = 2. Could there really be someone capable of condensing two nascent souls? Only Shen Wuxian seemed deep in thought after hearing Qi Yuan's words, muttering to himself, not enough nascent souls. In his understanding, it was only possible to condense one nascent soul. The nascent soul was formed from the shattered golden core. One golden core could only give rise to one nascent soul. Even if someone forcibly tried to form two, wouldn't it just divide the power of the golden core into two weaker halves? Wouldn't that make them weaker instead of stronger? Shen Wuxian looked at Qi Yuan, puzzled. The nascent soul comes from the golden core. Even if one could form two, it wouldn't make any real difference. Shen Wuxian sincerely sought answers, genuinely curious. This caused the other nascent soul cultivators to feel puzzled. Was there really any point in discussing this? Shen Zifeng's expression shifted multiple times, and she wanted to remind Shen Wuxian. But in the end, she held back her thoughts. You're right, that's how most people think. But only true geniuses can find another path. The solution is simple. Don't shatter your golden core to form a nascent soul. Let the golden core follow its path, and the nascent soul follow its own. Two different paths, both leading to Rome. Qi Yuan's words were astonishing, and the reference to Rome added an air of mystery, making them sound profound. The other nascent soul cultivators frowned, trying to grasp the deeper meaning of Qi Yuan's words. Could the golden core really follow its own path? Could the nascent soul walk its own road? Shen Wuxian also frowned deeply, seriously contemplating this idea. At this moment, Shen Zifeng interjected, "Nonsense. How could such a path exist in this world? My lord, don't be deceived." She was certain Qi Yuan was spouting nonsense, deliberately trying to mess with the other cultivators. Many nascent souls shared her skepticism. What Qi Yuan said was too outlandish, too incomprehensible. After all, it's difficult to change people's deeply ingrained beliefs. It's like someone telling a person on Earth that the Earth is flat. Most people wouldn't believe it. Unless you show us two nascent souls, Shen Zifeng challenged. Qi Yuan shrugged, "Why should I show you my nascent souls?" Even though he was hosting a nascent soul ceremony to show off, there was a difference between showing off voluntarily and being forced to. Shen Zifeng was momentarily stunned, then offered 10 jade-level techniques. Qi Yuan remained indifferent. "That's more like it." But then he remembered his bet with Shen Wuxian and added, "What if I really have two nascent souls?" Then what? He wanted to get more out of this. "If you do, I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones." Shen Zifeng declared. "If you don't, you'll have to serve as a sparring partner for my lord for 10 years. A die-hard fan would never stop rooting for Shen Wuxian. "No deal, I'm not interested in spirit stones." Qi Yuan really wasn't interested in spirit stones anymore. He had reached a level where, like Jack Ma, he could claim that money didn't interest him. Only techniques could catch his attention now. Shen Zifeng gritted her teeth. As the leader of a sect, she could certainly offer more. But she couldn't gamble away the sect's resources. She thought for a moment and then said through gritted teeth, "If you have two nascent souls, I'll eat Monk Wudian's boots." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Now, this was going to be fun. Usually, Qi Yuan's dealings with White Moonlights were all about benefiting himself while harming others. But if Shen Zifeng ate Monk Wudian's boots, it would harm others without benefiting herself. Qi Yuan found that quite appealing. "Deal." Qi Yuan agreed readily. The nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, some struggling to suppress their laughter. Even Monk Wudian didn't expect to be dragged into this. He blinked and looked at Qi Yuan, saying, "True lord, hurry up and show those two nascent souls." He was particularly eager for Qi Yuan to actually have two nascent souls. That way, his boots would finally find a purpose. Monk Wudian never wore shoes, and there was a reason for that. He had a pair of treasure boots, extremely valuable, which could significantly increase his flying speed. These boots were one of Monk Wudian's favorite treasures. He had once practiced a foot technique that was a powerful Taoist art. However, while practicing, something went wrong, and he ended up with horribly stinky, rotten feet. The stench wasn't ordinary, it was the stench of a cultivator. His treasure boots got contaminated with that smell, reeking like a dead rat in a drain or a decaying snake by the roadside. Because of that foot technique, Monk Wudian could no longer wear shoes, and the smell eventually dissipated. But he kept those treasure boots, always hoping to sell them. Unfortunately, even when priced at 20,000 spirit stones, no nascent soul cultivator was willing to buy them. After all, the boots still stank. Monk Wudian, excited, said, "Sect Master Shen, if you want to eat my boots, you'll have to pay me 20,000 spirit stones first." That was why Monk Wudian was hoping Qi Yuan would win. If Qi Yuan won, Monk Wudian could finally get rid of those boots. He said this while pulling out the two boots from a separate storage bag. Immediately, a foul stench filled the air. Monk Wudian, put those away. Even the nascent soul cultivators couldn't stand the smell. Not far away, Qi Yuan smiled. The cultivation world is great. When people bet on eating boots, they actually eat them. After all, on Earth, there were so many people who bluffed about eating and drinking as bets. If Qi Yuan ever encountered that, he'd make sure those people became honest and trustworthy. "Watch closely, here are my two nascent souls." Qi Yuan had many nascent souls, so showing two was no problem at all. And this time, it wasn't like when he had to partially awaken them to cure his junior sister, Zhongling Su. Instantly, two streams of light flashed. Around Qi Yuan floated two crystal-clear nascent souls, resembling infantile beings. Each nascent soul emitted an ancient, restrained aura, as if hiding immense power. Every nascent soul cultivator present felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Their bodies seemed to tremble slightly. But they still gasped in astonishment. Nascent souls, two of them. Really, two, haha, I finally get to sell my boots. Even Elder Witheredwood's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected there could really be two nascent souls. How could there be someone with two nascent souls in this world? This was even more unbelievable than reaching the nascent soul stage at 20. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shen Zifeng's pupils constricted, and her eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as she used her eye technique to try and pierce through what she assumed was Qi Yuan's illusion. But even with her eye technique, there were still two nascent souls. Shen Wuxian stared at the nascent souls, his gaze flickering with countless streams of light. What he saw far surpassed what the other nascent soul cultivators could perceive. These are nascent souls. No, how can these nascent souls be so terrifying? He couldn't understand it. Facing these nascent souls felt like facing not just nascent souls but terrifying yin gods. His master was an yin god who could walk across the heavens, revered as a myth. But even so, the feeling his master gave him wasn't as intense as what Qi Yuan's nascent souls did. It was utterly inconceivable. Alright, you've seen my two nascent souls. Isn't it time you ate Monk Wudian's boots? Qi Yuan asked with a smile. He took great pleasure in causing trouble that didn't benefit himself. Shen Zifeng's expression changed multiple times. At that moment, Shen Wuxian spoke, a promise made is as good as gold. If you can't keep your word, then never make a promise in this life. Shen Zifeng lowered her head, my lord, you are right. She then turned to Monk Wudian. 20,000 spirit stones to use your boots. Monk Wudian beamed with joy as he handed the two stinky boots to Shen Zifeng. Sect Master Shen, my boots may have a strong smell, but they have a great texture, made from golden water sacred wood and Samara silk, with a slightly sweet and spicy flavor. Shen Zifeng took the boots and immediately felt nauseated by the stench. But she gritted her teeth and forced herself to eat the boots. The nascent soul cultivators present watched with amusement, but none dared to mock her openly. After all, Shen Zifeng was the sect master of the Demon Lust sect. At that moment, Qi Yuan clapped his hands, not bad. Keeping promises and acting decisively, much better than the people on Earth. Qi Yuan had already decided that if he ever got the chance to return to Earth, he would ensure the culture there was rectified, making sure all those who bluffed about eating and drinking actually kept their promises, just like Shen Zifeng. Shen Zifeng furrowed her brows and turned away, not wanting to look at Qi Yuan. Her expression was incredibly complex, and she was holding her breath. If Shen Wuxian hadn't been present, she would have run off to dissect her stomach and remove the pieces of the boot to throw away. Right now, every breath she took was filled with the stench, so she didn't dare speak. Shen Wuxian, where are the techniques? Qi Yuan asked, turning to Shen Wuxian. He had won the bet, so Shen Wuxian owed him all the techniques he had. Shen Wuxian was straightforward, showing no hesitation. These are all the techniques I have. The divine technique, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he pulled out a blank jade slip and recorded the technique he practiced onto it. The divine technique is called Supreme Chaos Disruption Art. I hope you don't share it with others. The storage bag was handed over to Qi Yuan. Inside, Qi Yuan found 1 divine technique, 14 heaven tier techniques, and 3 mystic tier techniques. As for jade tier techniques, Shen Wuxian had none. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was overjoyed. Don't worry, I won't let anyone else see the techniques you gave me. After all, these techniques were destined to be incorporated into the Qi Yuan canon. He wasn't lacking in spirit stones, what he needed were techniques. Friend, do you really lack techniques? Shen Wuxian asked as he looked at Qi Yuan. Shen Wuxian naturally held great admiration for Qi Yuan. Even the saint son of Futu Mountain wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Qi Yuan at the nascent soul stage. And that saint son was the personal disciple of a young god, trained by the young god himself. Yet he was still inferior to this cultivator from the lower realm. In Shen Wuxian's eyes, even if Qi Yuan were in the upper realm, he would still be one of the most outstanding geniuses. Lack, I really do. Why, do you have a way to get more? Qi Yuan asked expectantly, looking at Shen Wuxian. I can, but it's not easy. Shen Wuxian replied after some thought. How about this, if you can get me another divine technique, I'll modify your divine technique for free, boosting its power by at least twice. How does that sound? Qi Yuan quickly proposed. If you can get me more heaven-tier techniques, I can even guide you, helping you reach greater heights on the path of the nascent soul. Of course, my nascent souls are one of a kind, but yours still have plenty of room for improvement. As Qi Yuan's power grew, his vision became more refined. During his time in the mortal heart realm, he had even taken on the form of an yin god, and guiding a nascent soul cultivator was a trivial matter for him. Shen Wuxian listened and observed Qi Yuan carefully, finally nodding, deal. He chose to trust Qi Yuan. After all, a genius of Qi Yuan's caliber had no reason to deceive him. As for modifying his divine technique, Shen Wuxian wasn't entirely convinced. After all, a divine technique was created by a young god, how could a nascent soul cultivator improve it? Even if Qi Yuan tried, he would probably make it worse, not better. But Shen Wuxian trusted Qi Yuan's guidance. It's a deal, Qi Yuan agreed enthusiastically. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Father is having a meal here without inviting Jianjun. A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, floated into view, her eyes sparkling with joy. The nascent soul cultivators present were surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl, unable to discern her cultivation level. Shen Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew that this girl was an yin god. An yin god calling Qi Yuan, father. What was going on? Shen Wuxian was also momentarily stunned. He seemed to understand now. No wonder Qi Yuan was so powerful. He was the husband of a moon maiden. The moon maiden was one of the heirs to the moon god palace. Her status was even higher than that of the saint son of Futu Mountain. Could it be that the moon maiden had visited the Kanglan realm and had a child with Qi Yuan? Then she returned to the upper realm. But Qi Yuan, due to the limitations of the Kanglan realm, couldn't ascend to the upper realm. If that were the case, everything made sense. After all, only a true genius like Qi Yuan could capture the heart of a moon maiden. The moon maidens of the moon god palace rarely fell in love, but once they did, they were devoted to one person for life. This is my daughter, Qi Jianjun, Qi Yuan introduced to the nascent soul cultivators. The nascent souls were even more bewildered. Wasn't Qi Yuan only 20 years old? How could he have a daughter this old? At that moment, Qi Jianjun transmitted a message to Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with a bright smile. Father, this person in front of you, he's from the upper realm. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard his daughter, Qi Jianjun, speak. The upper realm, yes, the upper realm where mother is. Qi Jianjun replied seriously. At this moment, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Shen Wuxian changed again. Let's go to the 7-color peak. As for the nascent soul ceremony, forget it. After all, Shen Wuxian is from the upper realm. Jinli is still in the upper realm. And Master is also in the upper realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave the Kanglan realm, so he naturally couldn't go to the upper realm. The great calamity hadn't passed, so even if he stepped into the yin god realm, he couldn't use the teleportation array to reach the upper realm. Since Shen Wuxian came from the upper realm, he could go back and deliver a message. Shen Wuxian didn't hesitate and immediately said, if Brother Qi invites me, how could I refuse? With that, Qi Yuan and Shen Wuxian turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared. Standing in front of the newly built cement house, Qi Yuan asked nonchalantly, Brother Shen, what do you think of my new residence? Since Shen Wuxian called him Brother Qi, it wouldn't be too much to call Shen Wuxian Brother Shen, right? Shen Wuxian was slightly taken aback. Looking at the house in front of him, he, who was not good with words, said, the great Tao is simple. You speak with insight, Qi Yuan smiled. Come, let's go inside and talk in detail. All right, the two entered the house and sat down in chairs. Qi Yuan looked at Shen Wuxian with anticipation. I heard you came from the upper realm. Yes, Shen Wuxian nodded. These details must have been told to him by Qi Jianjun. Can you travel between the upper and lower realms? Qi Yuan asked seriously. It's difficult, very difficult. It requires a great price, Shen Wuxian replied. He had only managed to come to the Kanglan realm by relying on the treasures left behind by his ancestors, along with activating the sect's supreme treasure. Now, he could only descend to the lower realm one more time. So, he planned to exchange divine techniques for Qi Yuan's guidance. As long as it's possible. Qi Yuan said, a bit delighted. A great price. With his intelligence, he could devise a detailed plan to help Shen Wuxian solve this problem. He quickly asked, do you know the Moon God Palace? Can you see the Moon Maiden? Jinli. He had never really met Jinli. Or rather, the person he had met was the Moon Maiden, Jinli's past self. I know the Moon God Palace. Your daughter entrusted me with. Shen Wuxian recounted what had happened with Qi Jianjun the previous day, including the task she had asked him to undertake. However, Futu Mountain is too far from the Moon God Palace. I've only heard of the Moon Maiden, but I don't know this Jinli. Futu Mountain is too far, and delivering a message might take as long as 3 years. Shen Wuxian spoke truthfully. 3 years, Qi Yuan murmured. He thought of the Moon Maiden by the July Lake and remembered Jinli, who had waited for him in a future timeline for millennia. For Qi Yuan, the time that passed was very short. But for Jinli, it was very long. Could I write a letter for you to deliver to her? Qi Yuan asked. Shen Wuxian quickly shook his head. Items from the Kanglin realm can't be taken to the upper realm. The Kanglin realm is extremely special. Really? Brother Qi can send a verbal message. After I return to the upper realm, I can transcribe it into a letter and deliver it to the Moon God Palace, Shen Wuxian suggested. That's not very private, Qi Yuan shook his head. In that case, how about I compose a cultivation technique, and you, deliver that technique to the Moon Maiden Jinli? Qi Yuan's idea was simple, to create a powerful Dao technique that would incorporate what he wanted to say. This way, when Jinli received the technique, she would understand Qi Yuan's message. To say a few words to Jinli, Qi Yuan decided to create a powerful cultivation technique. No problem, Shen Wuxian agreed. I'll give you the technique in 5 days, Qi Yuan said. He needed time to create this technique. After all, he couldn't just create a useless technique. Oh, by the way, do you know someone named Ruan Yishi from the Moon God Palace? Qi Yuan thought of his master. Shen Wuxian shook his head. I don't, Qi Yuan frowned. Ruan Yishi was indeed connected to the Moon God Palace. But whether she was part of the Moon God Palace was still uncertain. Thinking of something, Qi Yuan chuckled. Does the upper realm have newspapers? What is that? Shen Wuxian was confused. Do you know Lingtian Pavilion? They have a service where you can pay spirit stones to publish information, Qi Yuan explained. After destroying the Black Mountain sect, Qi Yuan had spent a lot of money to publish the news about it. I know. There's something similar in the upper realm, but, to ensure that people in the Moon God Palace see the information, the price is steep, Shen Wuxian said in a lowered voice. How much would it cost to publish a message confessing to Ruan Yishi of the Moon God Palace? Qi Yuan's intentions were clear. He was just thinking about Jinli, and now he was already planning to confess to his master, Ruan Yishi. A divine technique, one that hasn't been recorded yet, Shen Wuxian said with a blank expression. The divine techniques Shen Wuxian had given to Qi Yuan were mostly already recorded, so their value wasn't that high. Qi Yuan frowned. This is troublesome. He didn't have any divine techniques. Moreover, there probably weren't any divine techniques in the Kanglin realm. He thought for a moment and asked Shen Wuxian, how do you usually make money? Just now, Shen Wuxian mentioned that descending to the lower realm required great expense. That meant Shen Wuxian surely had a way to make money, but he might still struggle to gather enough resources to descend. By completing sect missions, Shen Wuxian answered. Are there missions involving modifying techniques, perfecting alchemical recipes, or repairing incomplete techniques? Qi Yuan asked. Yes, there are, Shen Wuxian replied, still puzzled. How about this? You take all those missions, bring them to me, and I'll help you complete them. Then, you exchange the rewards for divine techniques and celestial techniques for me, Qi Yuan said excitedly. Indeed, he was young, and young people have sharp minds. He had quickly come up with a way to exploit the upper realm. This way, he would surely have a continuous supply of upper realm techniques. He had already realized that he could use upper realm techniques to create his own Qi Yuan Sutra. This, Shen Wuxian hesitated. Qi Yuan's suggestion was too far-fetched. The easily completed missions had already been done long ago. The remaining ones were extremely difficult. For example, one mission involved completing the true words of a divine technique called the Primal Sutra, which had 72 characters but 3 were missing. How could someone who hadn't seen the Primal Sutra complete it? Even a Yin God cultivator couldn't fill in the gaps. Moreover, a Yang God wouldn't spend so much effort on such a task. You don't believe me? Qi Yuan asked, continuing, have you ever taken on a similar mission? Show it to me, and I'll demonstrate how to solve it. Seeing Qi Yuan's confident demeanor, Shen Wuxian was silent for a moment. But then he remembered Qi Yuan's power and chose to believe him. When I return, I'll take on the missions and hand them over to you, Shen Wuxian said. Qi Yuan smiled. Since you're being so cooperative, I'll give you some pointers in advance. Their original deal was that Shen Wuxian would offer new divine techniques, and Qi Yuan would provide guidance to enhance Shen Wuxian's strength. Thank you, Brother Qi. Shen Wuxian felt deeply grateful. He hadn't even given the new divine techniques yet, and Qi Yuan was already willing to guide him. This was a sign of trust. Tell me, what's the biggest problem you've encountered in your cultivation? Qi Yuan asked casually. Guidance was the simplest thing. Modifying divine techniques and increasing their power took much more time. That's why he opted for guidance. To give Shen Wuxian a taste of what's to come. Shen Wuxian's expression grew serious. When I was forming my golden core, I rushed the process, which caused some issues. As a result, I have less spiritual energy in my body compared to other cultivators. I saw that during our battle, Brother Qi barely used any spiritual energy to defeat me. Could you teach me how to use spiritual energy like that? At this, Qi Yuan probed Shen Wuxian's spiritual energy with his senses. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Your spiritual energy is 80 to 90 times that of Sect Master Kumu, and you still think it's too little. Of course, compared to him, it was indeed less. After all, Qi Yuan's spiritual energy could power a star-like golden core. Solving this problem is simple. I have 1728 solutions, Qi Yuan said casually. Shen Wuxian was stunned. He had consulted his master about this issue. Even his master didn't have a good solution. But now, 1728 solutions. Was he joking? The simplest way is to transform your nascent soul into a golden core, thereby repairing the original damage. This would solve the problem entirely. Moreover, by doing this, it would be like condensing a second nascent soul, and your spiritual energy would at least double, Qi Yuan said seriously. Shen Wuxian was dumbfounded. If anyone else had said this to him, he would have thought it was nonsense. But this was Qi Yuan, who easily crushed him with nascent soul power and was superior to the prodigies of Futu Mountain. He was half convinced, but then he remembered that Qi Yuan had more than one nascent soul, so the idea of transforming a nascent soul into a golden core seemed more plausible. Do you have a technique for transforming nascent souls into golden cores? Shen Wuxian asked eagerly. He figured that Qi Yuan must have obtained some ancient inheritance to be able to form multiple nascent souls and have a technique for this transformation. I will in a moment. Give me a minute, and I'll create one for you. Shen Wuxian, create one on the spot. In front of him, create one. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent and watched Qi Yuan carefully. Qi Yuan closed his eyes. In his mind, countless pieces of information swirled. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Qi Yuan opened his eyes again. This technique is simple, not very high level, so it was easy to create. It's done. Seeing this, Shen Wuxian looked at Qi Yuan. Maybe, you should work on it a bit longer. A technique created in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. He was a little afraid to use it. After all, this was a technique for transforming nascent souls into golden cores. He had never heard of such a technique before. If you give me more divine techniques, I'll work on it a bit longer. Who knows, in the future, you might be able to use your nascent soul to slay yin gods. Qi Yuan said with a smile, his expression deep and mysterious. This technique still had a lot of room for improvement. For example, endlessly cycling between shattering the golden core and transforming the nascent soul. However, each additional cycle would require more time and effort from Qi Yuan. As he spoke, Qi Yuan recorded the technique into a jade slip. This technique, called the Golden Soul Method, is now yours. Shen Wuxian took the jade slip, and his divine sense quickly entered it, his eyes filled with curiosity as he browsed the Golden Soul Method. The moment he read it, he became deeply engrossed, his eyes shining with fervor. This technique actually exists, why didn't I think of this before? Shen Wuxian was ecstatic, like a starving tiger that had just found its prey. He was now fully convinced that the Golden Soul Method was real, not a fake. This technique could indeed solve his problem. Once he mastered it, not only would the issue of his lacking spiritual energy be resolved, but his overall strength would also double. Stop losing your mind here. Go back. I have other things to do, Qi Yuan said, issuing a polite but firm dismissal to the excited Shen Wuxian. He still needed to seriously create a technique for Jinli, embedding the message he wanted to convey within it. That technique, of course, couldn't be as casually created as the one he had just given to Shen Wuxian. Thank you for imparting this knowledge, Taoist Qi. Shen Wuxian snapped back to reality, bowed respectfully to Qi Yuan, and then, with a flick of light, hurried away. He was so eager that he even forgot to call for Shen Zifeng. In the cement house, Qi Yuan was left alone. He looked up at the sun and moon in the sky. He murmured, with the great calamity, I still can't ascend to the upper realm for now. Ordinarily, reaching the Yin God realm would allow one to ascend to the upper realm. In some worlds, those at the Purple Mansion level could reach the upper realm through special means. But due to the great calamity in the Kanglin realm, Yin gods couldn't ascend to the upper realm, nor could their primordial spirits leave their bodies to wander the void or travel to other worlds. Qi Yuan couldn't ascend to the upper realm, so naturally, he couldn't see Jinli. The one from the past. Qi Yuan murmured. He already had an idea for the technique. Last time, he had the Yi Guan demon deliver his second message, as if seeing you. This time, the technique he was creating would be called, seeing you. Back when he was a mere Qi refinement cultivator, the barriers of time and space left him powerless and confused. He even thought that to meet Jinli, he might have to wait for thousands or tens of thousands of years, with no guarantee of success. But now, he wasn't the same Qi refinement cultivator living in a thatched hut, he was a nascent soul true monarch living in a cement house. The barriers of time and space were no longer out of reach but within his grasp. He looked at the stars in the sky and murmured, not far now. Upper realm, Futu Mountain. Shen Wuxian appeared in his cave. His eyes gleamed with sharp light. His aura had more than doubled in strength since before. Now, he dared to challenge the saint son of the same realm. He might even win. This was the power that the Golden Soul method had given him. But then he remembered something and frowned. Even so, I'm still too weak compared to Qi Yuan. Originally, his increase in strength made him confident, eager to challenge Qi Yuan again. But this time, he lost badly. Moreover, the more his strength grew, the more he realized the gap between him and Qi Yuan seemed to widen. This feeling was terrifying. He left the cave. Immediately, a young girl approached him, her face full of respect. Young master, you've come out of seclusion. Yes, Shen Wuxian nodded. Leaving the cave, he transformed into a stream of light and headed outside the sect. He needed to send a message to Qi Yuan. Or rather, send a cultivation technique. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the upper realm, within the city, immortal light filled the air. Occasionally, streams of light streaked across the sky and descended into dream-returning city. Shen Wuxian, dressed in black robes with fluctuating spiritual energy, flew through the air. All the cultivators he encountered, whether they were at the Golden Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, or even those in the Purple Mansion realm, instinctively made way for Shen Wuxian. This was because Shen Wuxian was flying atop a small mountain. This small mountain was the symbol of a true disciple of Futu Mountain. Futu Mountain was the strongest sect in the area, a legendary holy land said to be overseen by a Yang god. The status of a true disciple was even higher than that of an ordinary Yin god. Shen Wuxian landed in Dream Returning City, where a towering building stood before him, known as the Eight Treasures Pavilion. This pavilion was a branch of the Celestial Pavilion. Its primary business was transmitting messages. The advertisements Qi Yuan had mentioned, those were also handled by the Celestial Pavilion. Honored guest, I apologize for not greeting you sooner, came a hearty voice as the pavilion master of the Eight Treasures Pavilion's first floor stepped out. He was an elderly man with white hair, wearing a neatly tailored Taoist robe embroidered with a crane ready to take flight among the clouds. The pavilion master's cultivation was at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, just one step away from becoming an Yin god. Yet, he showed great respect toward Shen Wuxian. I need to use your Eight Treasures Pavilion to send a message, Shen Wuxian got straight to the point. He was not skilled in socializing, nor did he need to be, as the people he met generally treated him well. The pavilion master's eyes softened with a kind smile. May I ask where the message needs to be sent? To the Moon God Palace, to the Moon Maiden, Jinli, Shen Wuxian replied. The message included not only Qi Jianjun's verbal message but also the cultivation technique that Qi Yuan had composed, titled Seeing You. These items were placed in a storage pouch and simply processed. Of course, the Celestial Pavilion, which stood behind the 8 Treasures Pavilion, would never allow these items to be leaked. After all, the Celestial Pavilion had been in business for millions of years, even dealing with the young gods. If there were any problems, the Celestial Pavilion would have been destroyed long ago. Even in a world where strength is paramount, trustworthiness is of utmost importance. Once trust is shattered, it could lead to complete chaos. The Moon God Palace. The pavilion master hesitated for a moment, then took out a jade slip resembling a map and consulted it. It was clear that while he had heard of this holy land, he was not familiar with the specific location of the Moon God Palace. It's quite far. After determining the general location of the Moon God Palace, the pavilion master sighed, it will likely take 3 years to deliver the message. The upper realm is incredibly vast, or rather, it is the collective name for many worlds. The upper realm is so immense that even an ordinary young god cannot traverse all its regions in their lifetime. How many individual worlds are there in the upper realm? Even the young gods do not know. However, the worlds of the upper realm are divided into 9 heavens. Futu Mountain is located in the 2nd heaven of the lower 3 heavens. The Moon God Palace is situated in the 6th heaven of the middle 3 heavens. Understood, thank you, Shen Wuxian said, handing over 2 storage pouches, one containing the items to be delivered and the other holding the payment. The pavilion master quickly accepted them, then took out an ancient oil paper and signed an agreement with Shen Wuxian. The deal was thus sealed. Shen Wuxian breathed a sigh of relief. He had completed one of the tasks Qi Yuan had given him. But there was still another. Thinking of this, he hesitated. The remaining task was far more troublesome than delivering a message. The Moon God Palace was vast, but there were only a few moon maidens, so sending a message to one of them was feasible. However, confessing to Ruan Yishi was obviously more complicated. The Moon God Palace was too large, and to send a message to someone named Ruan Yishi would require broadcasting it widely, as Qi Yuan had suggested. The cost would be even higher. He also needed to spend a significant amount of money to exchange some cultivation techniques for Qi Yuan. The lower realm required money too, which was another huge expense. So now, he was essentially broke. The only way to make money was by completing the tasks Qi Yuan had mentioned. Shen Wuxian didn't hold out much hope. Perhaps out of dozens of tasks he took on, Qi Yuan could complete 2 or 3, which would already be a huge profit. At least he wouldn't be at a total loss. With this in mind, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with an incredibly striking figure, and he couldn't take another step. The woman moved gracefully, her jade-green dress fluttering, revealing a hint of her ample bosom and the delicate curve of her cleavage, a sight that captivated all eyes. She had a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and an alluring face with eyes like autumn water, exuding endless charm. Lian Mei Fairy. I can't believe I have the fortune to see Lian Mei Fairy up close. The fairy is even more enchanting than the legends say. A fairy like this, I wonder who could be her Tao companion. I heard that even the saint child of Futu Mountain desires Lian Mei Fairy as his Tao companion, but to no avail. Lian Mei Fairy was a true disciple of Futu Mountain, with strength at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Among the true disciples of Futu Mountain, Lian Mei Fairy was ranked in the top 10. At this moment, Lian Mei Fairy's gaze fell on Shen Wuxian. She noticed his intense, unabashed gaze, as if he were stripping her with his eyes. She had seen many such looks, but most people would sneak a glance, very few were as direct as Shen Wuxian. Lian Mei senior sister, would you do me the honor of a duel? Shen Wuxian suddenly spoke, his body radiating strong battle intent. His eyes burned with excitement as if he had found an extraordinary opponent. Regardless of whether in the upper or lower realm, whenever he saw a worthy opponent, he sought a duel, seeking defeat to temper his Tao and his innate divine abilities. Lian Mei Fairy smiled sweetly. Why not? Shen Wuxian's reputation as a battle maniac was well known in Futu Mountain. Last time, Shen Wuxian had challenged her and was easily defeated. This time, he was challenging her again, and Lian Mei Fairy naturally accepted. The surrounding cultivators looked on with envy. I also want to fight Lian Mei Fairy head-on. You fool, you're not trying to duel her, you're just lusting after her. That guy doesn't get it at all. Instead of a duel, why not ask Lian Mei Fairy for something else? Shen Wuxian is strong, but he's still far from Lian Mei Fairy's level. Even so, the cultivators watched with great interest. 100 breaths passed. Lian Mei Fairy looked at Shen Wuxian, her eyes smiling. Junior brother Shen, it seems your journey through the worlds has yielded great rewards. Yes, I met an outstanding genius who gave me some guidance, greatly increasing my strength, Shen Wuxian replied honestly. Lian Mei Fairy's smile deepened. I can tell, you're confident enough to challenge me now. Among the true disciples, Lian Mei was in the first tier, while Shen Wuxian was in the second tier. Compared to that genius, I may not measure up, but compared to senior sister, I'm confident I can win. Shen Wuxian declared. Lian Mei Fairy smiled softly. Junior brother, you're as direct as ever. In other words, you don't think before you speak. The battle began in that instant. All the spectators widened their eyes, holding their breath as they watched the duel. However, to their surprise, the duel started quickly and ended even quicker. In less than 10 breaths, Lian Mei Fairy's body plummeted from the sky. A bright red footprint marred her snow-white chest, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and her expression was complicated. A flash of white silk quickly covered her chest. She clutched her chest and looked at Shen Wuxian with a complex expression. I lost. If it weren't for all the onlookers, she would have checked to see if Shen Wuxian's kick had damaged her. Thank you for the match. Shen Wuxian was delighted, as he had defeated Lian Mei, whom he had previously been unable to overcome. Now, among the true disciples of Futu Mountain, he was in the first tier. Seeing Shen Wuxian so happy, Lian Mei felt a ripple in her heart. This man really has no sense of romance. Shouldn't he apologize and say something like, sorry for being so abrupt? But knowing Shen Wuxian's usual behavior, she said nothing. However, she thought of something and asked, it seems that the genius junior brother met in the other world is a truly peerless talent. After all, Shen Wuxian's previous strength was far inferior to hers. But now, he had easily defeated her, and his power was not far off from the saint child of the same realm. He's the strongest nascent soul cultivator I've ever seen, Shen Wuxian said, thinking of Qi Yuan with great respect. Oh, with such a powerful nascent soul cultivator, why didn't junior brother introduce him to join our Futu Mountain? Lian Mei Fairy was also curious about Qi Yuan. Just a bit of guidance from him had completely transformed Shen Wuxian. And from what Shen Wuxian had said, the gap between him and Qi Yuan was considerable. He can't come to the upper realm, Shen Wuxian said, not wanting to elaborate on the topic. Seeing this, Lian Mei Fairy wisely chose not to press further. At this moment, Shen Wuxian suddenly had an idea. Senior sister, I wonder if you could lend me a divine technique, one that hasn't been recorded. Shen Wuxian remembered that Lian Mei had obtained a divine technique before. Now that he had defeated Lian Mei, she should be willing to do him a favor, right? Lian Mei's smile froze. If it were someone else who had just fought her, kicked her hard in the chest, and then asked to borrow a divine technique, she would have ignored them. But this was Shen Wuxian. Now, Shen Wuxian's foundation was as solid as that of the saint child. Maybe it was worth investing in him a little. This divine technique can be lent to junior brother. When can you return it? Lian Mei Fairy asked with a smile. Before I return it, if I'm around and senior sister wants to spar, I'll always be available. Shen Wuxian said matter-of-factly. Lian Mei was taken aback. If someone else said that, I would think they had other intentions. Without further pretense, Lian Mei handed the divine technique to Shen Wuxian. The original of this divine technique is yours. I won't use it again. Thank you, senior sister. Shen Wuxian breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally obtained a divine technique, and it was an unrecorded one that could be sold to the 8 Treasures Pavilion. Farewell, senior sister. With that, Shen Wuxian left. Lian Mei, ? What a jerk, taking my technique and just leaving. On the other side, Shen Wuxian returned to the 8 Treasures Pavilion. The pavilion master came out to greet him again, this time with an even brighter smile. He had just received word that Shen Wuxian had easily defeated Lian Mei Fairy in a duel. Pavilion master, I have another matter to trouble you with, Shen Wuxian said directly, explaining Qi Yuan's request in full. He handed over the original divine technique to the pavilion master. This is the payment. He had already memorized the technique and could transcribe it for Qi Yuan. The pavilion master was momentarily stunned. This kind of business involving the Moon God Palace. I need to report this to my superiors. It might take a few days to get an answer, the pavilion master said, his expression troubled. After all, this business involved advertising to the entire Moon God Palace. The Moon God Palace was not just any holy land, it was an extraordinary one. Such a transaction had to be handled with caution. If this, Ruan Yishi, turned out to be a significant figure in the Moon God Palace. A public confession could provoke Ruan Yishi's ire and the displeasure of the entire Moon God Palace. So, in the Pavilion Master's opinion, his superiors would likely reject the request. After all, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right, Shen Wuxian replied, taking back the divine technique and leaving immediately. He needed to return to Futu Mountain and take on some tasks for Qi Yuan to complete. In Futu Mountain, Grand Sovereign Wadu sat with his eyes closed. Within the resplendent cave, a football-sized pearl projected the image of an elderly man. The old man was prostrate on the ground, his face showing deep reverence. Unworthy disciple and grandson, Crane Cloud, the 31st sect master of Xuantian sect, humbly requests the patriarch's blessing. Grand Sovereign Wadu opened his eyes and sighed softly. I didn't expect it to be the 31st generation already. He had once been a member of the lower realm, the 3rd sect master of Xuantian sect. Later, he ascended to the upper realm. He had almost no connection with Xuantian sect anymore. Now, Xuantian sect had fallen into decline, with only the sect master being at the Purple Mansion stage. According to the 31st sect master's prayer, the sect had discovered a new world and wanted to enter it to spread their teachings and gain resources. But Xuantian sect was too weak, lacking the qualifications or ability to spread their teachings. Thus, the sect master performed a ritual, beseeching for a blessing. The incense of the past. Grand Sovereign Wadu sighed. With a flick of his finger, a talisman seemed to cross space, passing through the pearl to descend to the lower realm. My ties to the past are severed. I wonder when I will reach the mythical realm. Grand Sovereign Wadu's face was filled with melancholy. He had been stuck at the 6th step of the heavenly path for nearly 10,000 years. He had been unable to advance to the mythical realm. If he could step into the mythical realm, he would truly become a core figure in Futu Mountain. If his contributions were sufficient, he could request the privilege of reflecting the heavens, his own star, from the Mountain Lord. With these thoughts in mind, his consciousness delved into a jade slip, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The task was taken. Shen Wuxian, a true disciple. Grand Sovereign Wadu was astonished. The task he had issued was related to cultivation techniques and was crucial to his advancement to the mythical realm. He had posted this task for 7,000 years, but no one had ever taken it. The task was extremely difficult, requiring a mythical cultivator on the same path as him to have even a slight chance of solving it. Even then, it would take that mythical cultivator over 1,000 years to complete. There were no mythical cultivators in Futu Mountain who followed the same path as Grand Sovereign Wadu. Shen Wuxian's master is Grand Sovereign Wang Chang. He is mythical, but on a different path from mine. How strange, why would a mere nascent soul take on my task? Grand Sovereign Wadu was baffled. He had issued the task without expecting anyone to solve it. After all, in Futu Mountain, perhaps only the Mountain Lord, a young god, could solve it. Grand Sovereign Wadu didn't dwell on it, instead, he closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, Shen Wuxian spent the entire day tirelessly combing through the sect's task records, taking on a large number of them. A few days later, he received a message from the Pavilion Master of the 8 Treasures Pavilion and went there again. The Pavilion Master greeted him with a look of delight. Young Master Shen, our superiors have approved the previous request. In truth, the Pavilion Master himself was also quite curious. Generally, such a request would be denied, but for some reason, it was approved this time. Although puzzled, he didn't show it. Hearing this, Shen Wuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Pavilion Master. He had completed Qi Yuan's task, and he had done so ahead of schedule. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. On the flying boat, Qi Yuan lounged lazily on a deck chair, basking in the sunlight. After leaving the Shenguang sect, Qi Yuan hurriedly made his way to the Fengtian domain. The time to meet the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower Group was approaching. Upon arriving in the Fengtian domain, Qi Yuan boarded this flying boat headed for Qinghong City. At this moment, the flying boat was filled with a mixed crowd. There were thousands of cultivators on board, the weakest among them being at the foundation establishment stage. However, nascent soul and Purple Mansion cultivators were few and far between. A beautiful woman sat next to Qi Yuan, dressed in a green robe, her eyes sparkling with charm. Fellow Taoist, you're not from Fengtian domain, are you? This beautiful woman had boarded the flying boat with Qi Yuan. On the boat, there was a small trading event. After participating, Qi Yuan bought a fair number of cultivation techniques and got to know this woman. Her name was Li Ruoxian, and she had many techniques to offer. Qi Yuan bought 7 profound level techniques from her. That's right, I'm not, Qi Yuan answered truthfully. Qi Yuan didn't despise poverty, but he certainly admired wealth. Especially a wealthy woman who could become his beloved. Fellow Taoist, you have an extraordinary aura. Where are you from? Could it be the Eastern lands? Li Ruoxian was quite talkative. The Eastern lands are somewhat inferior to Fengtian domain, but they still produce many outstanding talents. Recently, a certain blood-robed sword god has become quite famous in our Fengtian domain as well. The blood-robed sword god has slain many, particularly those who spoke out of turn at the Divine Blossom Assembly. His actions have greatly pleased the public, inspiring many younger cultivators in the Fengtian domain to emulate him. When she mentioned the blood-robed sword god, there was a hint of respect in Li Ruoxian's eyes, but also some helplessness. Qi Yuan felt a sense of pride when he heard this. It seemed that his efforts to purify the cultivation world had some effect. I also greatly admire the blood-robed sword god. If all cultivators were like him, where would there be any of this moral decay? Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Inside his body were more than 4,000 nascent souls, like a small society, yet these nascent souls never fought with each other. Because he was of noble character. Li Ruoxian was momentarily stunned by his words, then smiled. Fellow Taoist is quite right. She changed the subject. Are you going to Qinghong City to meet friends? Yes, I have a few friends there. At that moment, the flying boat stopped for a temporary landing. Qi Yuan stood up, a smile on his face. I have a friend boarding here, I'm going to greet them. Sure, Li Ruoxian said, giving him a curious look. Qi Yuan thought of something and turned to Li Ruoxian. Could I trouble you to hold my chair for me? I'd be unhappy if someone took my warm seat while I'm gone. Li Ruoxian couldn't help but laugh. Sure, she watched Qi Yuan walk away. A clear voice suddenly whispered in Li Ruoxian's ear, what do you think of this Qi Yuan? Li Ruoxian looked at the young girl who had just arrived and smiled helplessly. Silly girl, what are you thinking? This fellow Taoist is really handsome, has an extraordinary temperament, and spends generously on buying techniques. He must be wealthy. And most importantly, he likes the same blood-robed sword god that I do. I fully support this match. You, Li Ruoxian said, both amused and exasperated. You've only just met him, and you're already getting ahead of yourself. Grandmother, it's been so long since grandfather passed. You've been alone for so many years, it's time you thought about your future, the young girl said, seemingly quite satisfied with Qi Yuan. See how considerate I am. I made sure not to show up while you were talking to Qi Yuan. Li Ruoxian's expression became calm as she thought of something. Let's not talk about this again. We're going to Qinghong City to retrieve Yang Lang's belongings from the Seeking Dao Palace. Yang Lang was Li Ruoxian's Dao companion and the young girl's grandfather. He had passed away early, leaving many of his belongings at the Seeking Dao Palace. The young girl didn't say anything further upon hearing this. At that moment, 2 figures approached. It was none other than Qi Yuan and Rogue Immortal. This is Li Ruoxian. I met her on the flying boat. Qi Yuan introduced her to Rogue Immortal. He then said, this is Gao Xiaoyu, a good brother of mine. Gao Xiaoyu was Rogue Immortal's real name. Rogue Immortal felt a bit odd hearing his real name used. Li Ruoxian greeted them with a bright smile. Greetings, fellow Taoists. She couldn't help but look at Rogue Immortal again, a trace of surprise in her eyes. She had been unable to discern Qi Yuan's cultivation level before and, seeing his generous spending, had naturally assumed he was a purple mansion cultivator like herself. But now, Qi Yuan's good friend seemed to be at the golden core stage. How could she not be surprised? The young girl also looked stunned. As a golden core cultivator herself, she could easily see Rogue Immortal's level. Greetings, fellow Taoists, Rogue Immortal responded politely to Li Ruoxian and the young girl. After all, although his strength wasn't great, he was still one of the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Yuan and Rogue Immortal began chatting. Li Ruoxian noticed that Qi Yuan's attitude toward Rogue Immortal hadn't changed at all, but her granddaughter's attitude toward Qi Yuan had grown much colder. I'm really excited to finally meet the Great Sun Flame Emperor and the Ice Mountain Queen, Rogue Immortal said, unable to hide his excitement. He already understood that he was the only one in the group who wasn't a true expert. I'm excited too. After all, it's a rare meeting. Qi Yuan sighed. The thought of meeting reminded him of Jinli. By now, Shen Wuxian should have sent the letter. According to Shen Wuxian, it would take 3 years for the letter to reach the upper realm, which meant about 10 years in the lower realm. By then, he wondered if he would have completely resolved the great calamity. Are you planning to visit the Seeking Tao Palace? Rogue Immortal asked, as if he had thought of something. Yes, although I've recently acquired quite a few techniques, they're still not enough. I need to visit the Seeking Tao Palace. Qi Yuan still hadn't figured out the path from nascent soul to Purple Mansion. This would require many techniques. Moreover, the Golden Core Tao continuously consumed techniques, so Qi Yuan needed to keep collecting more. Oh, are you going to the Seeking Tao Palace too? Li Ruoxian couldn't help but ask. The young girl beside her added, the Seeking Tao Palace isn't so easy to enter. Oh, Qi Yuan was surprised. The Seeking Tao Palace in Fengtian Domain is filled with Purple Mansion cultivators from 3 different regions. Without an Yin god, the Seeking Tao Palace is the most powerful force across the 3 regions. Even an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator can't enter, let alone a Golden Core cultivator. As she spoke, the young girl glanced at Rogue Immortal. Li Ruoxian frowned and gave her a reproachful look. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Gao Xiaoyu, did you hear that? Your Golden Core level is being mocked. Rogue Immortal remained silent. Qi Yuan continued, I'm different. I'm already a nascent soul true monarch and the #1 nascent soul in the Great Shang Kingdom. The Seeking Tao Palace will surely give me some respect. He then looked at Li Ruoxian. Isn't that right? The young girl seemed about to say something, but her grandmother's sharp look made her hold her tongue. Li Ruoxian smiled. A nascent soul genius certainly has the qualifications to enter the Seeking Tao Palace. If you want to go, why not join me? I'm planning to visit the Seeking Tao Palace as well. Oh, really? Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy. Although the Great Sun Flame Emperor was the host in Fengtian Domain, according to him, his grandfather Feng Jun had a tense, even conflicting relationship with the Seeking Tao Palace. Qi Yuan was going there to purchase techniques, not to cause trouble, so it was better to have someone introduce him rather than force his way in. Thank you for the favor, Qi Yuan said, surprised by this unexpected delight. It's a small matter, Li Ruoxian replied with a carefree attitude. Here's my communication jade slip. Let's exchange contact information. If you ever run into trouble, just reach out to me, and I'll help you out, Qi Yuan said, not one to take advantage of others. He was always straightforward and spontaneous in his actions. In other words, he did whatever came to mind. All right, Li Ruoxian agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the young girl, feeling a bit guilty and realizing her earlier rudeness, tried to mend the relationship. You're all from the Eastern lands. Have you ever met the blood-robed sword god? Is he really as awe-inspiring as the legends say? She was an admirer of the blood-robed sword god, often imitating his actions by traveling miles away to confront those who had wronged her, guided by her communication jade slip. This was why Li Ruoxian had reacted so oddly when mentioning the blood-robed sword god earlier. Rogue Immortal glanced at Qi Yuan but said nothing. Qi Yuan, however, proudly replied, you have good taste. I've met the blood-robed sword god, and his presence and looks are on par with mine. The young girl was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide. You're that confident? To her, Qi Yuan was already an extraordinarily handsome man, which is why she had tried to match him with her grandmother. But after learning that Qi Yuan was merely at the nascent soul level, she had abandoned the idea. Such a level wasn't enough to be her grandmother's Tao companion, but as a boy toy, it was sufficient. One should always be confident. What's wrong with being an average confident guy? Besides, I'm a handsomely confident guy. Qi Yuan said matter-of-factly. Rogue Immortal quickly chimed in, I'll vouch for that. Qi Yuan is just as handsome as the blood-robed sword god. They could be twins. You're in trouble now. I've recorded everything you just said. The young girl said with a mischievous smile. If you don't bribe me with some spirit stones, I'll make this public at the Divine Flower Society. Are you also part of the Divine Flower Society? As they continued their journey, the group engaged in pleasant conversation, and no unpleasant incidents occurred. Time passed quickly, and after about a day and a half, the flying boat landed in an open area. A group of cultivators stood waiting in the distance, seemingly expecting someone. Qi Yuan, Rogue Immortal, Li Ruoxian, and the others disembarked together. The young girl smiled and said, the next time you see the blood-robed sword god, make sure to get a recording stone. Qi Yuan stroked his chin. Is the blood-robed sword god that popular in Fengtian Domain? Yes, many of my friends admire him. If you give me a recording stone of the blood-robed sword god, I could sell it for a lot of money, the young girl said excitedly. The blood-robed sword god's reputation was currently very strong in Fengtian domain. This was partly due to his conduct and also because of a recent amusing incident in Fengtian domain. Sigh, you're making me tempted. I almost want to record myself and sell it, Qi Yuan sighed. It wasn't a bad way to make money. But Qi Yuan had his principles, he wasn't selling his dignity. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Who knew what some crazy cultivators, male or female, might do with his image? After all, there were many questionable games circulating in this world. Like the one East Leisure had sent him featuring a sword Dao fairy. Are you thinking of impersonating the blood-robed sword god? Don't even try it. If he finds out, you're done for, the young girl whispered. She then added, by the way, if you go to the Seeking Dao Palace, don't mention the blood-robed sword god. Oh, why is that? Qi Yuan was puzzled. What had the blood-robed sword god done to the Seeking Dao Palace? Haven't you heard about the recent big scandal in Fengtian domain? What scandal? The young girl leaned in to whisper to Qi Yuan. Not long ago, Grand Sovereign Wu Jun went to Cloud Mountain to ask Grand Sovereign Jasmine to be his Dao companion. But Jasmine Grand Sovereign said she already had someone in her heart, the blood-robed sword god. Grand Sovereign Wu Jun was furious and left Cloud Mountain in anger. Grand Sovereign Wu Jun is the one in charge behind the Seeking Dao Palace in Fengtian domain. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Who is this Jasmine Grand Sovereign? How did I suddenly gain an enemy without even knowing it? Jasmine Grand Sovereign is the most beautiful woman in Fengtian domain. The fact that she is in love with the blood-robed sword god speaks volumes about his extraordinary presence, the young girl continued. Qi Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Am I really that handsome? She fell in love with me without even meeting me. Of course, there might be more to the story. Not knowing the full truth, he decided not to speculate further. The group continued to chat as they walked. Li Ruoxian then said, the person who's picking me up is here. I'll see you next time, fellow Taoist. An elderly man in a tattered Taoist robe approached, his face showing signs of fatigue as if he had just woken up. All right, next time, you can take me to the Seeking Dao Palace, Qi Yuan said, also bidding farewell to Li Ruoxian. He thought he spotted the Great Sun Flame Emperor and the Ice Mountain Overlord in the distance. The 4 emperors of the Divine Flower had finally gathered. Meanwhile, the young girl followed Li Ruoxian and the disheveled Taoist. She seemed quite afraid of the Taoist, not daring to make a sound. The group sat in a rabbit-drawn carriage. The tattered Taoist lifted the curtain and looked thoughtful. Interesting, the people you were with earlier are with Feng Jun's grandson. Li Ruoxian looked out the window and saw the scene too. Surprised, she said, Feng Jun's grandson. Feng Jun had a significant conflict with the Seeking Dao Palace. More importantly, she had initially thought Qi Yuan was just an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, possibly with some Purple Mansion relatives but nothing noteworthy. Now, seeing him with Feng Jun's grandson, it seemed Qi Yuan's background was more complex than she had imagined. The young girl was also surprised to hear this. She instantly felt relieved that she hadn't really mocked Rogue Immortal for being at the Golden Core stage. If Qi Yuan had an Yin God cultivator backing him, didn't that mean he could be a match for her grandmother after all? If you take him to the Seeking Dao Palace next time, try to avoid Yuan Chen if he's on duty, the Taoist casually mentioned. He had overheard Qi Yuan asking Li Ruoxian to take him to the Seeking Dao Palace earlier. Thank you for the warning, fellow Taoist, Li Ruoxian replied sincerely. There's one more thing you should know. You can only take away 60% of Yang Kui's belongings, the Taoist added, as if he had just remembered something. Li Ruoxian wasn't surprised. Understood. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. At the flying boat dock in Qinghong City. For the first time, the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower were formally gathering. The Great Sun Flame Emperor stood in a golden robe, exuding a refined and distinguished aura. He looked at Qi Yuan with a smile in his eyes. The Origin Heavenly Emperor is indeed as handsome and extraordinary as the legends say. Rogue Immortal looks a bit shabby, but there's plenty of room for improvement, said the Ice Mountain Queen, standing beside him. She was a tall woman with delicate features, but her gaze conveyed a sense of ruggedness. The 4 emperors of the Divine Flower have finally gathered here. Today is a day worth commemorating, an important day for the Kanglin realm. Qi Yuan couldn't help but say. Origin Heavenly Emperor, do you have some kind of plan? Rogue Immortal, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask excitedly when he heard Qi Yuan's words. He thought Qi Yuan might have some idea, like establishing some sort of force. If that were the case, Rogue Immortal hoped to follow along and possibly make a big profit. No, Qi Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. I just felt that this scene was appropriate for such words. As for the content of his words and their meaning, did it really matter? Just like in the mortal heart realm, every time before a feast, Qi Yuan would give a lengthy speech. The great Sun Flame Emperor wasn't surprised by this at all. The Ice Mountain Queen spoke up, if there's business to be done, I can invest 3 million spirit stones. Hey, these spirit stones were all earned from the Bright Palace. Back then, Qi Yuan had devised a plan to destroy the Bright Palace within 100 days. He had informed the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower, inviting them to take out high-interest loans from the Bright Palace. In the end, the Bright Palace was destroyed. Naturally, those loans didn't need to be repaid. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was full of envy, jealousy, envy, and hatred. Unfortunately, those Bright Palace white moons were too fragile. My stellar golden core turned them all to dust, leaving me with no spirit stones, no techniques. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, the other 3 members of the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower fell silent for a moment. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. There, they saw 2 dazzling suns surrounding the central sun, all shining brightly. Even from an unknown distance, one could still feel the terrifying power of those suns. Such a terrifying celestial body seemed to be Qi Yuan's golden core. To be honest, when they first had this suspicion, they were shocked and found it unbelievable. After all, who in the world could condense the sun into a golden core? Origin Heavenly Emperor, there's a new sun in the sky recently. Is that also your golden core? The Ice Mountain Queen asked. Yes, my 3rd golden core is also being condensed. It shouldn't be long before it's complete, Qi Yuan replied, his voice full of confidence. Just give me time, and the entire sky above, with all its stars, will be my golden cores, illuminating the 4 directions. Qi Yuan was telling the truth. Given enough time, his stellar golden core would devour more stars and other celestial bodies. The heavens would be filled with endless projections of his golden cores. Who knows, he might even end up devouring black holes and other celestial bodies. That would certainly be interesting. I don't need a sun, if I had a star of my own, that would be enough, Rogue Immortal couldn't help but sigh. The Ice Mountain Queen laughed, that's simple. Just cling tightly to the Origin Heavenly Emperor's leg, and one day, when you reach the 7th step of the heavenly path, the Origin Heavenly Emperor might reward you with a star, illuminating the heavens. The great Sun Flame Emperor also chuckled, his expression intriguing. Because what the Ice Mountain Queen said was true. With the Origin Heavenly Emperor's terrifying talent, it was only a matter of time before he became the legendary Young God. As long as the Origin Heavenly Emperor could resolve the great calamity, then, anything was possible. All they had to do was cling tightly to Qi Yuan's leg, and they might really have a chance to illuminate the heavens. Was it shameful to cling to someone's leg? Not at all. The Origin Heavenly Emperor had said many times in their group chat that he always wanted to cling to a wealthy woman's leg. If that's the case, we wouldn't just be the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower, we'd be the 4 emperors of the Kanglan realm. Rogue Immortal said excitedly. The great Sun Flame Emperor nodded. Some cultivators passing by seemed to overhear their conversation and looked at them with bewildered expressions. These 4 look good, but they're acting so crazy. They even dare to dream of illuminating the heavens. Qi Yuan and the others paid no attention to these people's reactions. The great Sun Flame Emperor glanced at them indifferently. In the past, if he had heard such talk, he might have thought the same way as those people, completely disbelieving and even secretly mocking them. But times had changed. He remembered when he first saw Qi Yuan's post, was amazed, and invited him to join their group chat to talk and joke together. Little did he know that something so ordinary would turn out to be the greatest opportunity of his life. I've reserved a private room at the top of the Wangxian Tower to welcome you 3. Let's eat and chat, the great Sun Flame Emperor suggested. Good idea. The group boarded a Cloud Rabbit carriage and slowly made their way to Wangxian Tower. Wangxian Tower was the most famous restaurant in Qinghong City. It was known for its various spiritual delicacies and immortal brews. Dining at Wangxian Tower would cost at least 1,000 spirit stones. Many second-generation cultivators chose Wangxian Tower as a place to host guests and hold gatherings. The tower had 9 floors, symbolizing the 9 heavens. As the great Sun Flame Emperor and the others stepped down from the Cloud Rabbit carriage, a plain-looking but smiling waiter approached them. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Following the waiter, the four of them entered the first floor of Wangxian Tower. Immediately, the scene before them changed dramatically, with glazed tiles and fine silk drapery everywhere, and the air filled with a pleasant fragrance. Sigh, the wealth gap in the Kanglan realm is too great. We don't have anything like Wangxian Tower in the Great Shang Kingdom, Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Big places truly were different. The Ice Mountain Queen laughed. "How about I invest some money to build a Wangxian Tower in the Great Shang Kingdom and give it to you?" The waiter in front heard this and couldn't help but scoff inwardly, though he didn't show it. He continued to greet them with a smile. "No, building a Wangxian Tower is too boring. Why not build a Seeking Dao Palace instead?" Qi Yuan said seriously. He was eager to get his hands on the cultivation techniques from the Seeking Dao Palace. The waiter couldn't help but laugh. "Esteemed guests, you really do say the most interesting things." The Seeking Dao Palace was known far and wide. It could be said that the reason Qinghong City was so prosperous was largely due to the presence of the Seeking Dao Palace, which served the three regions. Building a Seeking Dao Palace? That was a bold thought. The Ice Mountain Queen frowned, seriously considering it. Building a Seeking Dao Palace would be feasible, but I probably don't have enough spirit stones. Even if the Origin Heavenly Emperor's words sounded like nonsense, to the four emperors of the Divine Flower, they carried deep meaning. After all, would such a great figure say something meaningless? The waiter fell silent, unable to keep up with the thought processes of these four people. Qi Yuan and the others entered a private room. Qi Yuan stretched lazily. "How much do you think the Seeking Dao Palace is worth? How about I buy it?" The Seeking Dao Palace was home to nearly all the peak Purple Mansion cultivators from the three regions, with many other Purple Mansion cultivators joining as ordinary members. These Purple Mansion cultivators gathered there to break through to the Yin God stage. Naturally, the Seeking Dao Palace had many cultivation techniques. "That would be an astronomical figure," Rogue Immortal said, swallowing nervously. Following a great figure was certainly different. He casually talked about building a Wangxian Tower and buying the Seeking Dao Palace. Rogue Immortal felt like a complete novice, unable to participate in such high-level discussions. "We can't afford it," the Ice Mountain Queen said. "Even if we had enough spirit stones, they wouldn't sell it. An organization like that would never sell itself to anyone." The great Sun Flame Emperor thought for a moment and then said, "The Heavenly Emperor is in great need of cultivation techniques. The Seeking Dao Palace is a good place to get them, but there's another path you could consider." "Oh, what path?" Qi Yuan asked. "You should know that the Seeking Dao Palace here is controlled by the Grand Sovereign Wu Jun. However, before this, the palace was overseen by a mythical figure. That mythical figure fell during the Great Calamity." At the mention of the Great Calamity, a flash of pain crossed the great Sun Flame Emperor's eyes. The Ice Mountain Queen narrowed her eyes, clearly dreading the Great Calamity. After all, a mythical figure had fallen in that calamity. Before that mythical figure fell, they left behind many secret treasures. Nearly half of the resources and techniques of the Seeking Dao Palace are stored in those secret treasures. Even Grand Sovereign Wu Jun doesn't have control over them. They are all in the hands of that mythical figure's daughter, Grand Sovereign Jasmine. At this point, the great Sun Flame Emperor gave Qi Yuan a pointed look. Recently, Grand Sovereign Wu Jun proposed to Grand Sovereign Jasmine, asking her to be his Dao companion, but she refused, saying that her heart already belonged to the Blood-Robed Sword God. The Blood-Robed Sword God was one of Qi Yuan's aliases. The great Sun Flame Emperor wasn't sure if Grand Sovereign Jasmine was familiar with Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan stroked his chin and murmured, "Am I really that attractive? Could Grand Sovereign Jasmine be one of my die-hard fans?" According to the great Sun Flame Emperor, this Grand Sovereign Jasmine was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. She controlled half of the resources of the Seeking Dao Palace and many cultivation techniques. "I have a plan. I'd like you all to give me your thoughts," Qi Yuan said to the three. They were all intrigued. Qi Yuan's plans were always particularly interesting. "Please go ahead, Heavenly Emperor." Qi Yuan looked at the three of them and said seriously, "What do you think about a marriage scam? I pretend to marry Grand Sovereign Jasmine, have her give me the mythical secret treasures as a dowry, and then immediately divorce her. According to the law, if we divorce quickly, the dowry isn't refundable, and I can even take half of her assets. Wouldn't that be an easy way to get my hands on the mythical secret treasures?" Qi Yuan thought this plan was flawless. And the law was on his side. Even though it was the law of his home planet, who said it couldn't be used in the cultivation world? This, Rogue Immortal was speechless. You can make money that way. Origin Heavenly Emperor, if you do this, you'll completely offend Grand Sovereign Jasmine, the Great Sun Flame Emperor said sternly, worried that Qi Yuan might actually go through with it. You're a real talent, the Ice Mountain Queen laughed, covering her mouth. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and then shook his head. Never mind, let's scrap that plan. I don't want to be labeled as a divorced man at such a young age and be ridiculed. More importantly, he was already cultivating immortality, so marrying for profit, what kind of cultivation would that be? That would be too pointless. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, the Great Sun Flame Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, Grand Sovereign Jasmine is incredibly powerful. Moreover, because of her father, she holds great influence across the 3 regions. Many senior figures have to show her respect, so you mustn't offend her lightly. As the Great Sun Flame Emperor mentioned Grand Sovereign Jasmine, his expression became complicated. He was telling the truth. In the 3 regions, Grand Sovereign Jasmine might not be the strongest, but she was certainly the most untouchable. Due to the mythical secret treasures left by her father, Grand Sovereign Jasmine had many sycophants. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, when did you start flirting with Grand Sovereign Jasmine? Rogue Immortal couldn't help but ask, intrigued by gossip about a Yin god's personal life. I don't know her, Qi Yuan replied honestly. He really didn't know Grand Sovereign Jasmine. He wasn't particularly interested in her mythical secret treasures, what he wanted were the techniques within them. The Great Sun Flame Emperor frowned upon hearing this. Then why would she say something like that? Maybe the Origin Heavenly Sovereign is just too good looking. If I were a woman, I'd fall for him too. Rogue Immortal said. Get away from me. Qi Yuan glared at Rogue Immortal, displeased by the sudden male affection. Everyone chuckled. Qi Yuan continued, regarding Grand Sovereign Jasmine, I can ask my junior sister for advice. She's also a wealthy woman, and she might have some ideas on how to handle this. After saying this, Qi Yuan took out a jade slip and sent a message to his junior sister, Zhongling Su. Junior sister, I've recently encountered a wealthy woman. I've never met her, and she's never met me. But she publicly declared that she likes me. She has some things I want. How do you think I can get those things from her? His junior sister, being a wealthy woman, had already given him a lot of resources. She had even secretly given him Zhang Ya's techniques. Qi Yuan's early success was largely due to the financial support from his wealthy junior sister. Since his junior sister was so good at getting people to cough up money, he figured he'd ask her how to make another wealthy woman do the same. Meanwhile, at 7-Colored Peak, Zhongling Su widened her eyes in surprise, looking particularly cute. She frowned, muttering angrily, wasn't he supposed to meet up with some friends from the Divine Flower Assembly? How is there now a wealthy woman involved? What nonsense. She hasn't even met my senior brother and already says she likes him. She's definitely up to no good. She thought carefully about how to reply to her senior brother. Senior brother, she says she likes you, right? Why don't you just go and ask her directly? If she really likes you, she should give you the things you want. If she gives them to you, then you've got what you wanted. If she doesn't, it means she's just toying with you. On the other side, Qi Yuan read Zhongling Su's reply and couldn't help but smile. My junior sister has both brains and beauty, her wisdom rivals that of a great sage. Qi Yuan genuinely thought her advice made sense. He could find a time to meet Grand Sovereign Jasmine directly. If she claims to love him, would she not be willing to part with her secret treasures? What kind of love would that be? As long as Grand Sovereign Jasmine marked the treasures as a gift, even if they ended up in court, Qi Yuan wouldn't have to return them. This was indeed a great idea, much simpler and more straightforward than getting married. The other 3 emperors exchanged puzzled looks, having no idea what Zhongling Su had suggested to Qi Yuan. I've already come up with a complete solution for dealing with Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Now let's discuss how we can get our hands on the techniques from the Seeking Dao Palace. Qi Yuan suggested. 2 heads are better than 1, he thought. With 4 of them here, they were bound to come up with a great plan. Meanwhile, in Wangxian Tower, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his eyes brimming with suppressed anger. Is Feng Xie in this building? The white-haired elder was none other than Elder Shang Yun. His relationship with the Great Sun Flame Emperor had always been bad, to the point of being mortal enemies. If it weren't for his fear of Feng Jun and uncertainty about Grand Sovereign Jasmine's attitude, he would have dismembered the great Sun Flame Emperor long ago. The last time he came out of seclusion, he received numerous messages from friends. These friends asked him how he had managed to father an 18-year-old son after being in seclusion for 300 years. At the time, he was furious, thinking one of his concubines had cuckolded him. But he later discovered that it was all just a rumor. And the source of that rumor was Feng Xie, also known as the Great Sun Flame Emperor, who had posted on the Divine Flower Assembly's forum. Shocking! After 300 years of seclusion, Elder Shang-yun has an 18-year-old son. Even though it was a rumor, many cultivators believed it, thinking he had killed this son to save face. This had kindled a deep hatred in Elder Shang-yun for the Great Sun Flame Emperor. Unfortunately, after that incident, the Great Sun Flame Emperor went into seclusion, protected by Feng Jun. Elder Shang-yun never got a chance to retaliate. But now that the Great Sun Flame Emperor had come out of seclusion and invited friends to gather, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. "He's in the 12th room on the 9th floor, the assistant manager replied reluctantly. From Elder Shang-yun's tone, he knew nothing good would come of this. "HMPH, go up there and kick him out. I want his room. Isn't he hosting guests? Let him lose face in front of his friends," Elder Shang-yun said venomously. Although he didn't dare to kill Feng Xie due to the uncertainty of the higher-ups' stance, humiliating him was well within his reach. This might not be a good idea. Besides, one of them seems to be a Purple Mansion cultivator with an unknown background. Offending them could be, the assistant manager hesitated. This was a task he didn't want to carry out. Is there anyone in Feng Tian domain that Feng Palace can't afford to offend? Elder Shang-yun said arrogantly. Feng Palace was the #1 force in Feng Tian domain. Its master was none other than Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Feng Palace had been founded by Grand Sovereign Jasmine's father, a mythical figure, and had a history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Feng Palace was the undisputed overlord of Feng Tian domain. Even mythical figures would give face to the old master of Feng Palace and, by extension, to Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Elder Shang-yun's father was a yin god in Feng Palace, which made him arrogant and overbearing. Moreover, suppressing the Great Sun Flame Emperor was politically correct within Feng Palace. There were rumors that Feng Jun, the Great Sun Flame Emperor's father, was the illegitimate son of Feng Palace's old master, making him Grand Sovereign Jasmine's half-brother. However, it was also rumored that Grand Sovereign Jasmine didn't like this brother. So, while Elder Shang-yun outwardly appeared to be acting out of personal vengeance against the Great Sun Flame Emperor, in reality, he was carrying out the higher-ups' wishes to make the Great Sun Flame Emperor's life difficult. The assistant manager could only sigh and say, "As you wish." With Feng Palace involved, how could he refuse? By the way, who are the others? Elder Shang-yun asked. None of them are from Feng Tian domain. One of them is a Purple Mansion cultivator, probably from a prominent background judging by their attire. Another seems to be someone from the Eastern Land's Young Talents list, named Gao Xiaoyu, from a Purple Mansion sect. The third one is unknown, but their robe is even less impressive than Gao Xiaoyu's. At most, they're also from a Purple Mansion sect. The assistant manager was well informed. He recognized Rogue Immortal as someone from the Eastern Land's Young Talents list. Eastern Land's Young Talents list? Elder Shang-yun was stunned. So trashy. He paid attention only to the top 20 of the Eastern Land's Talents list, dismissing the rest as irrelevant. As for the Young Talents list, that was just trash among trash. If those two are so worthless, then I'll make an example out of them. A cold glint appeared in Elder Shang-yun's eyes. He couldn't kill the Great Sun Flame Emperor, but dealing with two nobodies was no problem. Even if Feng Palace found out, the higher-ups would only praise him. After all, making life difficult for Feng Jun and the Great Sun Flame Emperor was a shared goal within Feng Palace. The assistant manager hesitated. He understood what Elder Shang-yun intended. The Ice Mountain Queen's background likely involved a yin god, so they couldn't afford to offend her. They couldn't kill the Great Sun Flame Emperor either. But humiliating the Great Sun Flame Emperor by kicking him out of Wangxian Tower wouldn't be enough. The best targets were the two without power or background, Qi Yuan and Gao Xiaoyu. They could be accused of something, then thrown out of Wangxian Tower and beaten to death by the guards. This would humiliate the Great Sun Flame Emperor effectively. If you do this for me, you'll be rewarded. Didn't you have your eye on Yang Li's granddaughter? Do this well, and I'll arrange for her to end up in your bed tonight. Hearing this, the assistant manager's eyes gleamed with greed, and he couldn't help but swallow. Consider it done. Elder Shang Yun laughed heartily. Feng Xie, making an enemy of me was the stupidest decision of your life. After all, he was carrying out the will of Feng Palace's higher-ups to suppress the Great Sun Flame Emperor. Who would have thought that the Great Sun Flame Emperor would dare to fight back, even injuring him several times? How could he not be furious? Meanwhile, inside Wangxian Tower, Qi Yuan waved his hand. We're all brothers here. Your problems are my problems. Back then, when the Bright Palace oppressed me, didn't you all support me, cheering me on? The Great Sun Flame Emperor looked grateful. On the flying boat earlier, he had mentioned his predicament to Qi Yuan. He feared that coming out of seclusion might provoke retaliation from Elder Shang Yun of Feng Palace. At the time, Qi Yuan had dismissed his concerns, saying, if he dares come after you, then when the grass on his grave grows 10 meters tall, there will definitely be an extra illegitimate son. Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign, the Great Sun Flame Emperor sighed in relief. He had been worried that Elder Shang Yun might cause trouble and that his three friends would misunderstand, thinking he had deliberately provoked Elder Shang Yun to use Qi Yuan's strength against his enemies. Just be straightforward about it, like how I told you about my stellar golden core and the over 4,000 nascent souls of condensed. I didn't hide anything from you, did I? Qi Yuan said with a smile. Over 4,000 nascent souls. Rogue Immortal swallowed nervously. If you have so many nascent souls, could you give me one? Origin Heavenly Sovereign, are you planning to have children or what? At that moment, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The door to the private room was violently thrown open. 5 cultivators filed in, their faces full of hostility. Leading them was the assistant manager who had been conversing with Elder Shang Yun. His expression was calm, as if everything was under control. He was just about to speak when one of the men from the Divine Flower Four Sovereigns spoke up. These people are terrible at doing business. They should have at least waited until we finished spending money, boosting the GDP, before causing trouble. The speaker was Qi Yuan. Being too eager like this is no way to accomplish anything big. They had just been discussing the possibility of someone causing trouble, and here they were. The assistant manager paused, not understanding Qi Yuan's words. He spoke slowly, the Wangxian Tower has lost a precious artifact, the exquisite teapot. A staff member saw that it was you who took it. We ask that you come with us. Qi Yuan rubbed his nose. You should stop talking. Every time you do, my nose seems to grow longer. The assistant manager frowned, feeling frustrated by this disconnected conversation. He waved his hand, and a nervous-looking staff member stepped in. As soon as the staff member entered, he immediately pointed at Qi Yuan and Rogue Immortal, speaking anxiously, Manager, it was them. I saw it with my own eyes, they stole the exquisite teapot. At this moment, the door to the private room was open, and the cultivators outside could hear the conversation. No matter where you are, people love to watch drama and gossip. Quite a few cultivators began to pay close attention to what was happening in the room. They actually stole the exquisite teapot, the treasure of Wangxian Tower. How bold. Wait, isn't that Feng Xie? He's come out of seclusion. This seems suspicious. People were gathered nearby to watch the commotion. Among them, a man in a green robe frowned, looking worried. Wangxian Tower is owned by Feng Palace. This is not a simple matter. Yi, are you saying these people are targeting Feng Xie? Another man asked, his voice filled with anger. Yes, Feng Palace has become more and more overbearing. Feng Jun is also a descendant of the old master, and yet, Yi replied, his voice full of dissatisfaction. In Feng Tian domain, the undercurrents ran deep. The people of Feng Palace often subtly suppressed the disciples of Wenfeng Mountain. Yi's sect had a good relationship with Wenfeng Mountain. He and Feng Xie were acquaintances. Now, seeing Feng Xie being targeted, he realized the situation was very serious. On the other side, the Great Sun Flame Emperor's eyes blazed with anger. You just randomly bring in someone to say that my 2 brothers stole the exquisite teapot, and that's supposed to be evidence. The assistant manager remained calm. These 2 cultivators are acting suspiciously. To clear themselves, they need to hand over their storage bags for inspection. His tone was arrogant and left no room for argument. It was clear he was here to stir up trouble. There's no logic in asking someone to prove their innocence, the Great Sun Flame Emperor said coldly. Although he had anticipated someone might cause trouble, encountering it still filled him with resentment. This was why he had spent so much time in seclusion at Wenfeng Mountain, rarely going out and seldom making friends, for fear of implicating them. As for Qi Yuan, the Ice Mountain Queen, and the others, he had already mentioned this concern before they met in person. If you don't prove your innocence, how will you clear your name? A sneering voice came from the doorway as Elder Shang Yun entered, his face full of arrogance as he looked at the great Sun Flame Emperor. I came to Wangxian Tower today to meet with some friends, but the 9th floor private rooms were all taken. Luckily, Feng Xie, your friend here, has done something interesting, stealing the exquisite teapot. Now there's a room available for me, so I should really thank you. As Elder Shang Yun spoke, he pulled out a spirit stone. Take this spirit stone as a reward for vacating the private room for me. Elder Shang Yun was an expert in humiliation. If this had been anyone else, they might have had no choice but to swallow their pride. I suggest you confess sooner rather than later, to avoid unnecessary suffering. Otherwise, your sect might get involved, and things won't be so simple anymore, Elder Shang Yun continued with an air of superiority. In the world of cultivation, strength ruled. If this had been in Qian continent, the Bright Palace might still have feared some Yin god sects. But in Feng Tian domain, Feng Palace feared nothing. Before true power, Elder Shang Yun would be as humble as a servant. But when dealing with the weak, he was the epitome of arrogance. He was skilled at flattering those above him and bullying those below. The assistant manager spoke up at the right moment, his tone indifferent. If you two confess and commit suicide to atone, your sects won't be implicated. Otherwise. The other cultivators with him wore hostile expressions, exuding strong auras. Not far away, Yi He frowned and quickly stepped forward. I can testify that after they entered the room, they didn't leave. This must be a misunderstanding. Yi He's intervention caught everyone by surprise. The assistant manager hesitated. Elder Shang Yun raised an eyebrow. Yi He, do you know what you're saying? Yi He's status was somewhat special. When that mythical figure fell, he left behind his daughter, Grand Sovereign Jasmine, as well as a disciple, Yi He's sect's founder. This disciple didn't treat Grand Sovereign Jasmine well and was closer to Feng Jun. Feng Palace's attitude toward Yi He's sect was ambiguous. I'm just stating the facts, Yi He said firmly, intending to help the Great Sun Flame Emperor. The Great Sun Flame Emperor looked at Yi He with a hint of gratitude. At a time like this, anyone who spoke up for him was truly a friend worth trusting. The assistant manager glanced at Yi He and said slowly, Bilawazong has always been on good terms with Wenfeng Mountain. Yi He, your words can't be trusted. I'm more inclined to believe what my staff said. You're going too far, Yi He couldn't help but retort. This is how you ruin Feng Palace's reputation. If Grandmaster Taifeng were still alive and saw you abusing your power like this, he'd kill you on the spot. Grandmaster Taifeng was the only mythical figure in Feng Tian domain who had fallen during the Great Tribulation. Today, the few great sovereigns of Feng Tian domain all had ties to Grandmaster Taifeng. Bilawazong's founder was Taifeng's disciple. Feng Jun of Wenfeng Mountain was rumored to be Taifeng's illegitimate son. Grand Sovereign Jasmine of Feng Palace was Taifeng's daughter and heir. Grand Sovereign Jasmine is Grandmaster Taifeng's biological daughter, and Feng Palace was entrusted to her. If Grandmaster Taifeng were still alive and saw his disciple colluding with outsiders to seize the mythical treasures, he'd probably destroy Bilawazong with a single blow. Elder Shang Yun retorted. Feng Palace had never acknowledged Feng Jun as Taifeng's illegitimate son. Grand Sovereign Jasmine didn't recognize Feng Jun as her brother either. The cultivators present were embroiled in a heated argument. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. So, you're from Feng Palace? Elder Shang Yun was taken aback but quickly responded, since you know we're from Feng Palace, why haven't you committed suicide to atone? It's all a misunderstanding, Qi Yuan said with a radiant smile. Actually, you could say I'm sort of half a member of Feng Palace myself. Elder Shang Yun and the assistant manager exchanged puzzled looks. HMPH, someone like you, trying to claim ties with Feng Palace. Elder Shang Yun thought for a moment but couldn't recall any member of Feng Palace who matched Qi Yuan's appearance. Even if Qi Yuan were from Feng Palace, he must have been of low status. Someone like that would be easy to deal with. Ha, Qi Yuan sneered. It seems like you have some pull in Feng Palace. Why don't you tell me who your backing is in Feng Palace? Elder Shang Yun looked at Qi Yuan with disdain. My father is Elder Shang Shan of Feng Palace. So, tell me, do I have the authority to cleanse Feng Palace of traitors? Feng Palace had 5 Yin God elders besides Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Elder Shang Shan was one of them. Just the son of a mere elder, and you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you know who I am? Qi Yuan stared at Elder Shang Yun with a domineering air, like a spoiled second-generation heir. His imposing manner actually made Elder Shang Yun hesitate. Could this be some elder's illegitimate son? But even if that were the case, he wasn't afraid. I'd like to know who your backing is. Elder Shang Yun retorted with a sneer. Yi He, standing nearby, was equally taken aback, never expecting the situation to escalate like this. Rogue Immortal also looked confused. The onlookers, however, watched with great interest. Interesting, is this an internal struggle within Feng Palace? What a pity for that young man. Even if he's an elder's illegitimate son, he's dining with Feng Xie, which means he's doomed in Feng Palace. No one had high hopes for Qi Yuan. Suppressing Wenfeng Mountain was considered politically correct in Feng Palace. But an elder's illegitimate son socializing with Feng Xie, what could that mean? At best, he'd be expelled from Feng Palace. At worst, the elder might even kill him to save face. Qi Yuan smiled, his eyes glinting. I'm afraid if I tell you, it'll scare you. Having a powerful backing really made things easier. When someone causes trouble, just pull a, my father is Zhang or he, move, and it always works. The only problem was that Qi Yuan didn't actually have a father in this situation. Elder Shang Yun smirked, saying nothing. The assistant manager also looked like he was enjoying the show. In that case, I'll have to call someone, Qi Yuan said, feigning helplessness. Elder Shang Yun watched Qi Yuan as if he were watching a joke. The others in the room were equally excited. Fight, fight. I never expected to have some entertainment while dining. What a pity, this time Elder Shang Yun has an unbeatable position. Those who had come to gather here were either wealthy or noble. They were all well aware of the conflict between Feng Palace and Wenfeng Mountain. Even if Qi Yuan had strong backing, it couldn't compare to Elder Shang Yun's. Calling for backup would only result in more humiliation. At that moment, Qi Yuan suddenly looked up at the Great Sun Flame Emperor. Is Feng Palace located in Qinghong City? The Great Sun Flame Emperor nodded. Both Feng Palace and the Dao-Seeking Palace were located in Qinghong City. Qinghong City was also the #1 city in Feng Tian domain. The cultivators nearby chuckled at this. He didn't even know that Feng Palace was in Qinghong City, and he claimed to be from Feng Palace. Then, suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Qi Yuan. A strong scent of blood filled the air. His robes turned blood red, and a voice that seemed to pierce the heavens echoed through the ears of every cultivator. Grand Sovereign Jasmine, didn't you say you had a crush on me? Now, I, blood-robed sword god, have come to Wangxian Tower. Are you not going to come out and see me? Qi Yuan's voice was like thunder, filled with intense killing intent. In that moment, it swept across the entire Qinghong City. In every corner of Qinghong City, cultivators and even ordinary people heard the transmission. What? Blood-robed sword god? Blood-robed sword god is here. That killing god has arrived. The voice resonated, penetrating the Dao-Seeking Palace and even Feng Palace. In the Dao-Seeking Palace, a towering man frowned, his gaze deep, before closing his eyes again. In Feng Palace, several elders were caught off guard. Qi Yuan's declaration had taken them by surprise. They had expected blood-robed sword god to visit, but shouldn't he have been low-key when meeting Grand Sovereign Jasmine? Why make such a public scene? At that moment, deep within Feng Palace, a woman dressed in a multicolored gown lay languidly on her bed, her graceful figure exuding allure. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Interesting. Back in Wangxian Tower, all the cultivators were stunned. Especially Elder Shang Yun, whose face was full of shock. Your blood-robed sword god. How was that possible? How could this young man be the Eastland Overlord, blood-robed sword god? Blood-robed sword god was well known in Feng Tian domain. The main reason was that when Grand Sovereign Jasmine rejected the Dao-Seeking Grand Sovereign, she mentioned that her heart belonged to blood-robed sword god. People in Feng Tian domain started investigating who this blood-robed sword god was. What they found was terrifying. Blood-robed sword god was a killing machine. And not just any ordinary killing machine. Most Yin God cultivators could be called killing gods if they killed their peers or at most a few Purple Mansion cultivators. But blood-robed sword god was different. He killed Yin gods, Purple Mansions, and even nascent souls and foundation establishments alike. His reasons for killing were simple. If someone insulted him on the Divine Flower Forum, he would track them down, bring his funeral band, and start killing. He didn't even spare the Foundation establishments. Because of this, Blood-Robed Sword God became famous in Fengtian domain and even gained a following. Now, the faces of the cultivators in Wangxian Tower changed. He's Blood-Robed Sword God. He's actually Blood-Robed Sword God. I hope I didn't badmouth him earlier. Truly a handsome man. No wonder Grand Sovereign Jasmine fell for him. Elder Shang Yun's legs trembled uncontrollably. The assistant manager was drenched in cold sweat. A person's name carried weight, so did their reputation. Anyone who knew Blood-Robed Sword God knew that he was a monstrous killer, merciless beyond compare. He had slain countless yin gods. Rumor had it he had killed over 100 Purple Mansion cultivators, single-handedly setting the Eastland's cultivation world back by 10,000 years. The blood-robed figure before them, exuding a palpable killing intent, who else could he be but Blood-Robed Sword God? Elder Shang Yun had expected the opponent to have a strong backing, but not this strong. Now he was stuck, his face twisted in pain. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. He couldn't understand why the mighty Blood-Robed Sword God, and Yin God rivaling the Grand Sovereigns, would be fraternizing with someone like Feng Xie. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. There's no misunderstanding. Qi Yuan laughed, his eyes full of mirth. Though his smile was friendly, it appeared particularly terrifying to Elder Shang Yun, as if Blood-Robed Sword God could end his life in an instant. At that moment, a bright, almost heavenly voice rang out. Blood-Robed Sword God, why didn't you notify me before coming to Qinghong City? I would have prepared a grand welcome for you at Feng Palace. Everyone turned to see a woman wearing a veil, as ethereal as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Surrounded by radiant colors and graceful in her movements, she was as beautiful as a celestial being. The moment she appeared, she became the center of everyone's attention. Greetings, Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Greetings, Palace Master. All the cultivators bowed. After all, Grand Sovereign Jasmine was the most prestigious woman in Fengtian domain, and she was also the leader of Feng Palace, the foremost power in the domain. Cold sweat dripped from Elder Shang Yun's forehead. With Grand Sovereign Jasmine's arrival, it was undeniable that the man before him was indeed Blood-Robed Sword God. Qi Yuan glanced at Grand Sovereign Jasmine and lazily remarked, "These people accused me of stealing the exquisite teapot from Wangxian Tower and demanded I commit suicide to atone. Normally, with my temperament, I would have killed them with a single strike and been done with it. But considering the ambiguous relationship between us, I thought I'd give you some face." Elder Shang Yun, hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. Was he going to be spared? But Qi Yuan's next words dashed all his hopes. "So, I called you here to witness as I kill them." A flash of blood-red light cut through the air in an instant. The once arrogant Elder Shang Yun and the assistant manager of Wangxian Tower were split in half by Qi Yuan's blood-imbued sword. Qi Yuan clapped his hands and looked at Grand Sovereign Jasmine. "Since you love me so much, you shouldn't mind me cleaning house for you, right?" Qi Yuan's sudden move shocked all the cultivators present. Even with Grand Sovereign Jasmine on the scene, he had slain her subordinates right in front of her, showing no respect for her authority. However, Grand Sovereign Jasmine didn't show any anger. Instead, she smiled charmingly, full of allure. "They insulted you. If you hadn't killed them, I would have done it for you." The cultivators who heard Grand Sovereign Jasmine's words were all filled with envy for Blood-Robed Sword God. To kill her subordinates in front of her, yet she wasn't angry and spoke to him so tenderly, this was true love. Blood-Robed Sword God was the real winner in life. He had not only immense power but also the affection of a Grand Sovereign. "It seems I misunderstood you. The rumors were true, you really do love me that much," Qi Yuan said casually. Grand Sovereign Jasmine chuckled softly. "How could I not be infatuated with you, a man of unmatched beauty and extraordinary strength?" As she spoke, she reached out, attempting to touch Qi Yuan's arm. "Why don't you come back to Feng Palace with me?" "No," Qi Yuan flicked her hand away before it could touch his arm. "Men and women should keep their distance. I haven't agreed to date you, so, don't touch me." A look of surprise flashed across Grand Sovereign Jasmine's face before she smiled again. "Why have you come to Qinghong City, my lord? I heard that there's a beauty in Qinghong City who secretly admires me. She cries herself to sleep every night because she can't see me. I couldn't bear it, so I came to check on her, to see if she's sick from longing," Qi Yuan lied shamelessly. After all, since Grand Sovereign Jasmine had spread rumors of her affection for him, he might as well embellish the story a bit. My darling Jasmine, I didn't expect you to love me this much. I am truly touched, Qi Yuan added, deliberately deepening his voice on the word, darling. Surely, Grand Sovereign Jasmine would be charmed by him. The other cultivators struggled to contain their laughter upon hearing Qi Yuan's words. Unfortunately, Blood-Robed Sword God had a fearsome reputation as a killer, so they didn't dare laugh openly. Instead, Grand Sovereign Jasmine laughed with a sound like silver bells. No wonder I fell for you, you're indeed interesting. My darling Jasmine, since you love me so much and I'm already here in Qinghong City, when are you going to confess your love for me? Qi Yuan's words left everyone in shock. Confess? Is Grand Sovereign Jasmine going to confess to Blood-Robed Sword God? The cultivators struggled to process what they were hearing. How did this turn into Grand Sovereign Jasmine proposing to Blood-Robed Sword God? The smile on Grand Sovereign Jasmine's face froze. My lord, surely you're joking. I never joke. Since you love me so much, you wouldn't mind confessing your love, right? Qi Yuan continued to apply moral pressure. If you love me so much, wouldn't you confess your love? Grand Sovereign Jasmine smiled but said nothing. Qi Yuan continued, however, you're just a bit pretty, like the kind of girl who can't find a husband in our village. If you want to confess your love, you should show some sincerity. For instance, you could give me the mythical treasure as a gift. Who knows, I might just accept your confession. Qi Yuan's words were so audacious that the onlookers held their breath. They wanted to ask, Blood-Robed Sword God, are you blind? Grand Sovereign Jasmine is the most beautiful woman in Fengtian domain, and you say she can't find a husband. And suggesting she gives the mythical treasure as a gift, Blood-Robed Sword God, you really dare to think big. Grand Sovereign Jasmine's gaze grew deep. The mythical treasure was left to me by my father. Only my husband can share it with me. Hearing this, Qi Yuan sighed. It seems you don't love me enough. To think, I, Blood-Robed Sword God, can't even compare to some delinquent riding a ghost fire motorcycle. Those delinquents can make girls lose their minds, but you're not even willing to give me an old man's inheritance. My lord jests, Grand Sovereign Jasmine replied, her voice softening. Though I've long admired you, my marriage isn't entirely up to me. Before my father passed, he said that only someone willing to die for me could marry me and share the mythical treasure. Your father was a stubborn old man, you shouldn't listen to him, Qi Yuan shrugged. What era is this? The Qing dynasty is long gone. Why should love involve life and death? I can't disobey my father's wishes. It seems we are fated to be apart, Grand Sovereign Jasmine said pitifully, like a girl next door. It just means you don't love me enough. Qi Yuan continued his moral assault, speaking coldly. In that case, you can go. Grand Sovereign Jasmine smiled. My lord, if you ever have the time, do visit me at Feng Palace. Though I can't give you the mythical treasure, there are other things I can give you. With that, Grand Sovereign Jasmine disappeared. The cultivators who witnessed the event were deeply shocked. They were also incredibly excited to have been there to witness it. Qi Yuan glanced at the corpses on the floor and lightly kicked them out of the room. He then looked at Yi He and said softly, "Thank you, brother, for speaking up." Yi He was taken aback, feeling deeply honored that the legendary Blood-Robed Sword God was addressing him. The great Sun Flame Emperor also spoke up. Brother Yi, thank you. He understood the courage it took for Yi He to speak up at that moment. Yi He glanced at the others and finally sent a low-voiced transmission. Be careful with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, she's not as simple as she seems. Oh, really? Thank you for the warning. After a brief exchange, Yi He left. The door was closed, leaving only the Divine Flower Four Sovereigns in the room. At this point, the Ice Mountain Queen couldn't help but laugh. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, I've never admired anyone in my life, but now I admire you. The conversation between Qi Yuan and Grand Sovereign Jasmine was something the Ice Mountain Queen couldn't imagine herself saying. She wouldn't even dare to breathe in front of Grand Sovereign Jasmine. But Qi Yuan had outright asked Grand Sovereign Jasmine to confess. Rogue Immortal praised, Heavenly Sovereign is mighty, I surrender. The great Sun Flame Emperor, however, looked serious as he repeated Yi He's warning. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you need to be careful. Grand Sovereign Jasmine is not simple. For even a purple mansion to know she's not simple, it means, she really isn't simple, Qi Yuan mused, his eyes deep. After all, which Grand Sovereign is simple? If a Grand Sovereign secretly told Qi Yuan that Grand Sovereign Jasmine wasn't simple, that would be normal. But for a purple mansion to say it, that was intriguing. Proceed with caution, the great Sun Flame Emperor repeated. He knew that Origin Heavenly Sovereign had the power of a yin god. From his grandfather, Feng Jun, he knew that Origin Heavenly Sovereign had devoured the heavenly Tao of Moon-watching continent and could wield the power of a grand sovereign. But this was Kanglin realm, and the heavenly Tao that Origin Heavenly Sovereign had devoured didn't match Kanglin realm, so he could only exert the power of someone at the fourth step of the heavenly path, making him one of the weaker grand sovereigns. Although Qi Yuan had his stellar golden core, Kanglin realm was unique, and the stellar golden core couldn't fully unleash its power here. So, in the great Sun Flame Emperor's view, the current blood-robed sword god was still inferior to Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Of course, it would be a different story on Moon-watching continent. Don't worry, Grand Sovereign Jasmine really loves me. How could she bear to harm me? If she does, I'd have to cut open her chest and ask her heart why she's treating me this way, Qi Yuan said. She really loves you? The Ice Mountain Queen was stunned. Yes, Qi Yuan replied casually. Although his nose had been growing while talking with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, suggesting that beautiful women are the best liars, her affection seemed genuine. However, it might be a different kind of affection from what ordinary people understand. Grand Sovereign Jasmine likely had feelings for many people. She's just after my body, Qi Yuan said angrily. She sexually harassed me. Huh, what? The other three were puzzled. It didn't seem like Grand Sovereign Jasmine had done anything inappropriate to Qi Yuan. How was this sexual harassment? Did you two do something in front of us just now, so fast we didn't even notice? Rogue Immortal speculated. Hey, don't slander me. I'm not that fast. Besides, who said sexual harassment requires physical contact? She was eyeing me lustfully. While interacting with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, Qi Yuan occasionally heard her inner thoughts. And they were quite inappropriate. If Qi Yuan had a system, it would probably be constantly alerting him. Lust +1, lust +1. Yes, the lust was all coming from Grand Sovereign Jasmine. That's why Qi Yuan had been so fearless. She was sexually harassing you with her mind. The Ice Mountain Queen couldn't hold back her laughter. Is that even possible? Why wouldn't mental sexual harassment count as harassment? I've been wronged. I should have caught her red-handed. Then the mythical treasure would have been mine, Qi Yuan lamented, feeling he had missed the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, there was no short video platform in this world. Otherwise, he would have exposed Grand Sovereign Jasmine for the perverted woman she was. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, many strong figures in Fengtian domain are eyeing the mythical treasure, the great Sun Flame Emperor reminded him. After all, it's the inheritance of a myth. A myth is someone who has taken the seventh step on the heavenly path, standing at the peak of the yin gods. One more step, and they would become a yang god. The inheritance of a mythical figure not only attracted the attention of yin gods from Fengtian domain but also tempted those from the demon and monster domains. The reason Grand Sovereign Jasmine was so pursued wasn't just because of her beauty but because of the mythical treasure. Everyone wanted the mythical treasure to reach the seventh step. Didn't the Tao-seeking Grand Sovereign pursue Grand Sovereign Jasmine? Origin Heavenly Sovereign, after what you did today, the Tao-seeking Grand Sovereign might challenge you, the Ice Mountain Queen laughed. Are these old men, these Grand Sovereigns, really going to fight over a woman like street thugs? Qi Yuan wondered aloud. The Tao-seeking Grand Sovereign isn't fighting for a woman, he's fighting for the mythical treasure and the opportunity to step into legend. The Ice Mountain Queen explained. The great Sun Flame Emperor nodded. Because of the mythical treasure, 5 yin gods have died in the past few thousand years, 3 of whom were from East Land. These yin gods were rumored to have perished due to Grand Sovereign Jasmine. Other yin gods were aware of this. But what could they do? The mythical treasure was in Grand Sovereign Jasmine's hands. To obtain it, they had to pay a price. It wasn't about jealousy, it was about the mythical treasure. East Land has so many pure-hearted warriors that they traveled to Fengtian domain just to die. Qi Yuan was surprised. No wonder East Land had so few yin gods compared to the other 3 domains. It turned out they had all died in Fengtian domain. No, wait, some had also died at Qi Yuan's hands. Now, there were only a few yin gods left in East Land. Should I team up with these people to seize Grand Sovereign Jasmine's mythical treasure? Qi Yuan pondered, then shook his head. But she only harassed me, she doesn't deserve to die. It's tough standing on the moral high ground. Compared to the Bright Palace, Grand Sovereign Jasmine was clearly on a higher level. When dealing with the Bright Palace, Qi Yuan could easily take the moral high ground, listing its 7 deadly sins. But with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, that approach wouldn't work. The most important thing was that Qi Yuan considered himself a law-abiding person who wouldn't kill the innocent. If Grand Sovereign Jasmine dies, the mythical treasure can't be opened, so, the Great Sun Flame Emperor added. Grand Sovereign Jasmine, my beloved white moonlight, since you love me so much and our feelings are somewhat mutual, what's wrong with giving me the mythical treasure? Qi Yuan sighed. The mythical treasure was said to contain many techniques. At that moment, the Great Sun Flame Emperor said, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, I have an idea. We could establish a faction specifically to help you collect techniques. Oh, Qi Yuan was intrigued. But, I'm very poor and can't afford to buy techniques. Collecting techniques required a huge investment of manpower, resources, and finances. For example, Ascending Heaven Pavilion had amassed so many techniques because Ling Tian Pavilion supported it financially. That's simple, we don't need to pay for them, we can share, the Great Sun Flame Emperor proposed, clearly having thought this through. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Sharing. Qi Yuan was surprised. This was a term he had taught the Great Sun Flame Emperor. Now, the Great Sun Flame Emperor brought it up, clearly having come prepared. Your proposal is interesting, but how do we get people to share? Qi Yuan raised the key point. As the platform for resource sharing, he could openly take advantage of others' resources, but there needed to be a reason for others to share. Many sects might be unwilling to reveal their core techniques, the Ice Mountain Queen added. For some ancient sects, their techniques were their foundation. These inherited techniques couldn't be easily shown to outsiders. If they were leaked and enemies discovered their weaknesses, it could spell disaster, possibly even annihilation. That's why major sects had strict rules prohibiting the spread of their secret techniques. The techniques Qi Yuan had given to Zhongling Su at 7 Color Peak weren't secret to the Shenguang sect, so there were no such concerns. Getting a sect to hand over their techniques will be extremely difficult unless there's a significant benefit, or they're forced to, Rogue Immortal also suggested. With Qi Yuan's power, he could indeed use force to make some sects hand over their techniques. But he couldn't possibly force every sect in Kanglan realm to comply, he'd exhaust himself, and it would be very inefficient, wasting time. So, we need a reason that would make those sects willing to hand over their techniques. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you have many techniques, don't you? You could upload those you have acquired and establish a point system based on the rarity of each technique. Anyone who wants to view your techniques would first need to upload new ones to earn points to exchange. If you have high-level techniques, you could attract many sects to upload their non-secret techniques. For you, this would result in a massive influx of techniques, the Great Sun Flame Emperor explained his plan in full. Qi Yuan nodded. This approach could indeed yield many techniques, but, my appetite is too large. It wasn't that Qi Yuan was overly greedy, but the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan Sutra was a bottomless pit. A star might be powerful in the Kanglan realm, but on the scale of the universe, a star was less than a drop in the ocean. To devour the entire universe, the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan Sutra had a long way to go, and more techniques were always better. Unfortunately, I can't go to the upper realm right now, or else. Qi Yuan looked expectant. The techniques he had obtained from Shen Wuxian had made him quite rich. He was also eagerly awaiting what new techniques Shen Wuxian might bring from the upper realm this time. Last time, he had received a divine technique from Shen Wuxian, which couldn't be passed on to others. Otherwise, if he uploaded that divine technique, it would certainly cause a sensation in the Kanglan realm. After all, there were no divine techniques in the Kanglan realm, the highest level was only heavenly techniques. If he and the Great Sun Flame Emperor established a sharing organization and promoted it with a divine technique, it would surely attract many people. Shen Wuxian, I'm counting on you, Qi Yuan thought. Just sharing will make it difficult to obtain a large number of techniques, we need a guiding principle, the Ice Mountain Queen said. I know, we need a catchy slogan. How about, make Kanglan great again? What do you think? Qi Yuan asked. This time, Qi Yuan borrowed an idea from someone else. That's a bit vague, Rogue Immortal said with an awkward smile. What did it matter to them if Kanglan realm was great or not? Indeed, Qi Yuan was disappointed and started thinking more seriously. The Great Tribulation is approaching, and all the hidden sovereigns and major powers are focused on their own survival. No one cares whether Kanglan realm is great, the Great Sun Flame Emperor said solemnly. As Qi Yuan rubbed the teacup in his hand, his eyes lit up. I've got it, I've thought of a great slogan. What slogan? The Great Sun Flame Emperor, Ice Mountain Queen, and Rogue Immortal all looked at Qi Yuan expectantly. Qi Yuan looked serious and declared, "Techniques are poisonous." What? The three of them were stunned. Especially the Ice Mountain Queen. What techniques are poisonous? All techniques in the Kanglan realm are poisonous. The techniques you practice, even your Dao techniques, are poisonous. Once you practice them, you'll be trapped in the Kanglan realm and become food. Qi Yuan revealed what he had seen to the Divine Flower Four Sovereigns. This time, he didn't hide anything because he was strong enough now. Unless directly faced with the Great Tribulation, he could pretty much do as he pleased in the Kanglan realm. What? The three of them were shocked. This was the first time they had heard such a thing. Perhaps it's due to the Great Tribulation that techniques became poisonous. Long ago, a peerless prodigy challenged the Great Tribulation and perished. I speculate that there were two reasons for his demise. First, the Great Tribulation summoned too many powerful beings. Second, his technique had a flaw and was naturally restrained. Even though he was unparalleled, he still died tragically, Qi Yuan explained, combining what the Ascending Heaven Pavilion Master had told him with his own reasoning. By practicing the poisonous techniques of the Kanglan realm, Yin gods can't travel the void, explore other realms, or ascend to the upper realm. They can only become food. The Great Sun Flame Emperor turned pale. Qi Yuan's words struck them like a thunderbolt. The Ice Mountain Queen was also stunned, struggling to accept this reality. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, is what you said true? Rogue Immortal asked weakly. Yes, it's true. I have no reason to lie to you. My technique is self-created, so there's no problem with it, and I won't become food. But I've tried it. Not everyone is as talented as I am. When they create their own techniques, they also become poisonous, Qi Yuan said seriously. If that's the case, then if I cultivate a Yin god, I might just become food for someone else. If so, it's better not to cultivate. The Ice Mountain Queen said angrily, now accepting the reality. There's no need to be so angry. Even if you didn't know techniques were poisonous, would the Great Tribulation not still exist? Qi Yuan reassured them. The Divine Flower Four Sovereigns showed wry smiles. Qi Yuan had a point. So what if they knew techniques were poisonous? Would that change the fact that they couldn't deal with the Great Tribulation? When the Great Tribulation began, Kanglan realm would be devastated. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, do you think I should change techniques now while I still can? Rogue Immortal asked weakly. Being the weakest among them, still at the Yuan Dan stage, he thought he might have a chance to switch techniques. The Ice Mountain Queen and Great Sun Flame Emperor also looked to Qi Yuan, hoping for a solution. But Qi Yuan shook his head. There's no need. You're not going to fight the Great Tribulation, so why bother? Qi Yuan was telling the truth. The Kanglan realm had the potential to produce young gods. The poisonous nature of the techniques might be intended to make it easier to harvest resources and to prevent peerless prodigies from disrupting the balance of the Kanglan realm. Qi Yuan could confidently say that Rogue Immortal didn't even qualify to become food. Soon, I'll be able to easily destroy the Great Tribulation by myself. Once the Great Tribulation is dead, the problem with the techniques will be resolved, Qi Yuan said confidently. Back when he was only at the Yuan Dan stage, he was quite fearful of the Great Tribulation. But now, he was confident, though not completely certain. After all, if the Great Tribulation summoned a powerful young god, his nascent souls might not be fully awakened to handle it. So, just act as if nothing happened and keep cultivating. All you have to do is wait until I'm strong enough to deal with the Great Tribulation. Qi Yuan declared boldly. Rogue Immortal felt a deep sense of security and said excitedly, I'm great at watching and waiting. When you destroy the Great Tribulation, I'll play the Suona for you. The Great Sun Flame Emperor added. The Ice Mountain Queen looked at Qi Yuan with admiration. Bold and powerful. Do you think if I spread the word that techniques are poisonous and then offer some non-poisonous techniques, it would cause an uproar and attract many sects to share their techniques? Qi Yuan asked enthusiastically. The non-poisonous techniques would first include the Qi Yuan Sutra, though he wouldn't easily share that. However, the techniques Shen Wuxian had brought were almost all non-poisonous. The Great Sun Flame Emperor nodded. I'd be interested in such techniques. I might not switch, but I'd want my descendants to have access to them. So if such techniques appeared, they would definitely be highly sought after. If it were me, I'd make sure to get my hands on such techniques, even if I couldn't practice them myself, the Ice Mountain Queen agreed. Qi Yuan was thrilled. We have the slogan, the plan, and the market, everything we need. Now we just need to implement it. We still need a name. Rogue Immortal said excitedly. We need to name the organization we're creating. How about the Coexistence Society? Qi Yuan suggested. That's too plain. The Ice Mountain Queen was the first to reject it. How about the Origin God Society? Rogue Immortal proposed eagerly. I like it. The Great Sun Flame Emperor agreed. No, Qi Yuan quickly vetoed the idea. If he named the organization the Origin God Society, wouldn't that make him look like a poser? This name is perfect, the Ice Mountain Queen said with a mischievous smile. Though she didn't know why Qi Yuan resisted, she felt that if he did, it must be a good name. Rogue Immortal rarely has a good idea, let's go with it, the Ice Mountain Queen pushed. The Great Sun Flame Emperor grinned. The word, Origin represents you, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, and, God, represents your power and status. If you don't like Origin God Society, how about God Origin Society? God Origin, God Ape, no, let's call it the Origin God Sharing Society, Qi Yuan relented, adding 2 more words as his final stand. After all, it was just a name for an organization. It didn't matter too much. Rogue Immortal looked pleased, feeling a sense of accomplishment. If one day the Origin God Society becomes the most powerful organization in Kanglan Realm, I can tell my descendants that I named it. Qi Yuan rolled his eyes at Rogue Immortal. The group discussed for another half an hour at the Wangxian Pavilion before finalizing the development plan for the Origin God Sharing Society. The Great Sun Flame Emperor's grandfather, Feng Jun, would be in charge of managing it. After all, without the strength of a yin god, managing such an organization could lead to many problems. The Great Sun Flame Emperor and Rogue Immortal would also contribute to the Origin God Sharing Society. The usually lazy Ice Mountain Queen would take on a consultant role, overseeing recruitment from the sects near her homeland. The development of the Origin God Sharing Society would follow 2 paths. The first was through the Divine Flower Society's forum, where they would announce the slogan that techniques were poisonous and that everyone should unite against the Great Tribulation. The second path involved leveraging the Tao-seeking palace to build the society's reputation. Even the best services need exposure. No matter how competitive the Origin God Sharing Society was, it would be useless if no one knew about it. I'll post the announcement first, and then we'll visit your grandfather, Qi Yuan said to the Great Sun Flame Emperor. With the Origin God Sharing Society's foundation laid, Qi Yuan was ready to announce that techniques were poisonous at the Divine Flower Society and then visit the Great Sun Flame Emperor's grandfather, Feng Jun, to have him manage the society. At this point, Qi Yuan switched to another account, using the Blood-Robed Sword God alias. After some thought, he began drafting a post. A shocking discovery in Kanglan Realm, the techniques we practice are full of traps. I, Blood-Robed Sword God, leader of the Blood-Robed Alliance, am risking my life to reveal a terrifying truth that concerns the safety of all cultivators in Kanglan Realm. Techniques are poisonous. The techniques we've been practicing are toxic, and as our strength grows, we will gradually become food for certain beings. What kind of conspiracy is this? I can't even begin to imagine. To address this issue, I've joined forces with like-minded individuals to establish the Origin God Sharing Society. In the Origin God Sharing Society, there are non-poisonous techniques. Crafting such a post was no challenge for Qi Yuan. First, grab attention with a shocking headline, create a sense of fear, present the problem, then offer a solution with concrete actions. The solution was the establishment of the Origin God Sharing Society, attracting people to upload their techniques in exchange for non-poisonous ones. Finally, Qi Yuan mentioned the approximate launch time of the Origin God Sharing Society, inviting everyone to join. In closing, Qi Yuan wrote, "Don't panic, I, Blood-Robed Sword God, will lead the way and pledge my life to defend Kanglan Realm." This post stirred up a storm as soon as it was published. Is this real? Techniques are poisonous. Why haven't I noticed anything? Becoming food, that's terrifying. If this is true, isn't Kanglan Realm just a pig farm? That's nonsense, right? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Oh, it's Blood-Robed Sword God speaking. He's right, techniques are poisonous. Blood-Robed Sword God is an Yin God sovereign. If he's saying this, could it be true? How can techniques be poisonous? Hundreds and thousands of Divine Flower Society members saw the post and were shocked, questioning its authenticity. If anyone else had said it, they wouldn't have believed it. But this was the Blood-Robed Sword God, and Yin God sovereign, would he lie to them? And for what reason? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the Demon Yao domain. The head of the Divine Flower Society's branch was looking at the post with a smile in his eyes. A yin god standing beside him chuckled, "Old Shen, do you think what this blood-robed sword god says is true?" The branch head of the Divine Flower Society shook his head. How could it be true? If the techniques we practice had issues, wouldn't we have noticed? He's just fearmongering. Indeed, the idea that techniques are poisonous is utterly absurd. He's fabricating a connection between the idea of poisonous techniques and the Great Tribulation just to promote the Origin God-sharing society and gather techniques from around the world. The branch head clearly didn't believe what Qi Yuan had said. However, Qi Yuan's post had indeed sparked much discussion and caught the attention of many. Yet, most yin gods who saw it were skeptical and chose not to believe it. Only some low-level cultivators believed it, thinking that a powerhouse like the blood-robed sword god wouldn't need to lie to them. The next day, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. Without gaming to keep him up all night, he felt well rested and even allowed himself the rare luxury of sleeping in. Something's wrong. Rogue Immortal rushed in, flustered. Qi Yuan frowned. What happened? Had something serious occurred? Had the great sovereign of martial laws come to confront him? Origin Heavenly Sovereign, the post you made last night on the Divine Flower Society's forum got deleted. What? Qi Yuan quickly connected to the Divine Flower Society's jade slip. Indeed, the post he had made the previous day had disappeared. Despite the thousands of comments it had garnered the day before, it was now gone as if it had never existed. At that moment, the Great Sun Flame Emperor and the Ice Mountain Queen hurried in, clearly also aware of what had happened. Qi Yuan's frown deepened. Something strange was going on. He thought for a moment and sent a message to the head of the Eastern Lands branch of the Divine Flower Society. Did you see the post I made yesterday? Why was it deleted? Who deleted it? Not long after, he received a response from the branch head. Senior, I'm not sure. But one thing is certain. It was probably deleted by the head of the Central Society. The head of the Central Society? Did I offend him? Why would he delete my post? Does this tiny Divine Flower Society not even allow freedom of speech? Give me his number. I'll add him and confront him directly. Qi Yuan was angry. He could tolerate having a post deleted on Earth, but to have one deleted while cultivating, this was too much. He wanted to have a good talk with the head of the Central Society. I'm afraid I can't help, Senior. I can't contact the head of the Central Society either, the branch head responded. Can my post be restored? Qi Yuan asked. No, damn it, I'll just post it again. Frustrated, Qi Yuan tried to make another post using the blood-robed sword god account, planning to complain about the censorship. But then he realized he couldn't post anything. I've been banned. Qi Yuan was furious. He had been banned. What kind of nonsense was this? The Eastern Lands branch head quickly added, Senior, this has nothing to do with me. Where is the head of the Central Society? Qi Yuan asked. The head of the Central Society is elusive, no one knows where he is. Qi Yuan exited the Divine Flower Society's jade slip and relayed what had happened to the Great Sun Flame Emperor, the Ice Mountain Queen, and the others. Their expressions turned serious upon hearing this. It seems there's something deeper going on. Qi Yuan's gaze darkened. No matter how deep the water is, I'll chop off the head of this petty authoritarian with my sword. Origin Heavenly Sovereign, be careful. Something might be coming your way, the Ice Mountain Queen cautioned. Qi Yuan's banishment from the forum had an ominous feel to it, suggesting that danger might be imminent. HMPH, let's see who needs to be careful, Qi Yuan said dismissively. In a way, this is good. Before, I didn't know who the enemy was, now at least I know who the enemy is. His gaze turned cold. Forget about this for now. We plan to visit Fengjun today. Let's head to Wenfeng Mountain. Qi Yuan remained unperturbed. He was confident in his strength. In an unknown location, a sea of thunder raged, and clouds of immortal energy roiled. Ahead was a misty area, the scene within barely visible, though shadows moved through it. Suddenly, a stream of light flew in, landing in the unknown land. A decree unfurled, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This decree seemed capable of easily suppressing or even annihilating a yin god. Golden light scattered, and hundreds of golden characters danced in the air as a solemn, mighty voice echoed. The 4 generals of the Lei family, hear my command. From within the sea of thunder, 4 men with bare chests stepped forward. Their torsos were covered in scars from swords and knives, evidence of severe injuries in the past. Each of these men exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Any one of them would be a peerless powerhouse in any domain. Together, they formed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Their eyes were dull, like those of death itself. Standing together, they seemed invincible. The blood-robed sword god in Qinghong City of the Fengtian domain has violated the forbidden order. He is to be executed without mercy. The voice was filled with authority and a bloodthirsty intent. The 4 generals of the Lei family knelt on one knee, their voices raspy, as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. We obey. Meanwhile, in the Feng Palace, Grand Sovereign Jasmine lay sprawled on her bed, her clothes in disarray. Her bare shoulders and jade-like feet bore scattered kiss marks, and her eyes glistened with a watery light, filled with longing. The large palace was suffused with a faintly lewd atmosphere, mingled with the scent of blood. She lay on her bed, staring blankly at an ancient mirror, lost in thought. Weak men are really no fun. Grand Sovereign Jasmine licked her lips, suddenly thinking of the blood-robed sword god she had met the previous day. What a pity, such a man is destined not to be toyed with at my whim. How unfortunate. If he really loved and respected me, I might even consider settling down as his wife. Grand Sovereign Jasmine's eyes glimmered with greed and a hint of murderous intent. She loved to control powerful men. Yesterday, when Qi Yuan killed Elder Shang in front of her, she had been displeased. However, she held back because of his looks. If you don't take him for a night of passion, you might never get the chance again. A sharp, raspy voice suddenly emanated from the ancient mirror. In the mirror, the reflection of a man in white appeared, though there was no such person in the palace. Oh, Grand Sovereign Jasmine was intrigued. So, someone else has their eyes on him too. Grand Sovereign Jasmine's intentions toward the blood-robed sword god had never been pure. She was both fickle and deeply affectionate. She was fickle enough to fall for any handsome man she saw. But she was also deeply affectionate, to the point that after a night of passion, she couldn't bear to see the man leave. Overcome with longing, she would kill him, drink his blood, and turn his skull into a wine cup. To her, a night of passion with the blood-robed sword god would be the most exhilarating night of her life, and his skull would become her most treasured possession. But unfortunately, the blood-robed sword god's behavior yesterday had displeased her. Otherwise, she might have considered becoming a devoted wife. The dark sun has its sights on him, the raspy voice from the mirror replied, this time tinged with fear. The dark sun. The mention of this name sent chills down Grand Sovereign Jasmine's spine. Within 10 days, the Dark Sun's forces will arrive in Qinghong City, the voice from the mirror warned. So, I won't be showing myself in the coming days. Grand Sovereign Jasmine's expression turned sorrowful. Beautiful men are so short-lived. What a pity. She seemed genuinely saddened by the impending demise of the blood-robed sword god. A man as handsome as that. Why couldn't he die by my hand, instead of someone else's? Grand Sovereign Jasmine sighed. Perhaps this was just life, always full of regrets. Wenfeng Mountain was only 3,000 miles from Qinghong City. This time, Qi Yuan didn't use a flying boat. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought the Great Sun Flame Emperor and the Ice Mountain Queen to Wenfeng Mountain. Wenfeng Mountain was built on a large spiritual vein, and upon arrival, Qi Yuan could immediately feel the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In such a place, ordinary people would be free of illness and live to be 120 years old. The Great Sun Flame Emperor led Qi Yuan and the others toward the highest peak of Wenfeng Mountain. Along the way, every cultivator they encountered greeted the Great Sun Flame Emperor with respect. Greetings, young sect master. Greetings, young sect master. Feng Xie was the grandson of Feng Jun and his only descendant. Feng Xia's father, Feng Jun's son, had mysteriously perished 700 years ago. It didn't take long for them to reach the highest peak of Wenfeng Mountain, where Feng Jun was in seclusion. A tall man walked out, his expression kindly. Junior brother Feng Xie, the master is currently meeting an esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. Grandfather has a guest. The Great Sun Flame Emperor was surprised. Who is it? It's a yin god, shrouded in a black robe. He seemed unwilling to reveal his identity, so I don't know who he is, the tall man replied honestly. The Great Sun Flame Emperor, seeing this, turned to Qi Yuan and said, apologies, we'll need to wait a while. The tall man also glanced at the Ice Mountain Queen and Qi Yuan with a peculiar expression, completely ignoring Rogue Immortal. The group waited at the base of the mountain for about a quarter of an hour before a shout rang out from the peak, get out. The clouds atop the mountain swirled and scattered. A black-robed man descended from the peak, appearing somewhat resigned. The black-robed man saw the Great Sun Flame Emperor and said softly, Feng Xie, try to persuade your grandfather. The mythic inheritance belongs to him as well, it shouldn't be controlled by that woman. With that, the black-robed man turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. The great Sun Flame Emperor's face darkened, but he said nothing. At that moment, a graceful old man in white appeared. His hair was half white and half black, giving him a peculiar appearance. Honored guests have come from afar. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. I am Feng Jun. I am the blood-robed sword god, or you may call me the Origin Heavenly Sovereign, Qi Yuan introduced himself. Please, come with me, Feng Jun said, waving his hand. Instantly, the scene around them changed, and they found themselves in a modest but elegant cave dwelling. Qi Yuan got straight to the point. The four of us plan to establish the Origin God-sharing society and need someone to manage it. Feng Xie recommended you, senior. Would you be willing? Feng Jun nodded, having already been informed by Feng Xie the previous night. There's no problem with that. Thank you, senior. If the Origin God-sharing society encounters any issues, please feel free to contact me, Qi Yuan said respectfully, addressing Feng Jun as senior, out of respect. Here are some techniques I've collected that can be made public as resources for the Origin God-sharing society. Among them are 14 heaven-grade techniques and 3 profound-grade techniques. These are non-toxic, so their exchange rates should be set higher, Qi Yuan added. Non-toxic techniques would undoubtedly be in high demand among the sects, attracting the most people for exchanges. Naturally, the price should reflect that. Feng Jun nodded but hesitated. Are the techniques really toxic? It's true, Qi Yuan shrugged. At this, the great Sun Flame Emperor spoke up. Grandfather, yesterday the blood-robed sword god made a post, but it was deleted. He explained the situation to Feng Jun in full. Feng Jun was silent for a long time, frowning. After a while, he said, it seems this matter is even more complex than we thought. He pondered, his thoughts swirling as he tried to activate his techniques. However, even he couldn't detect any issues with his techniques. This meant that other yin gods who heard Qi Yuan's claims would likely dismiss them as well. The matter is tied to the Great Tribulation, so it's naturally complicated, Qi Yuan replied. This will be difficult to convince people of. The Origin God-sharing society might have a slow start, Feng Jun said honestly. How can we make people believe? Qi Yuan pondered, but he couldn't find a solution. The other 3 members of the Divine Flower 4 Emperors were also at a loss. Finally, Qi Yuan said, we'll do what we can for now, gathering as many techniques as possible. Right, the blood-robed sword god is right. With the techniques he's already provided, some sects will surely be tempted to exchange their techniques, Feng Jun said. While the slogan of the Origin God-sharing society might spread slowly, the allure of benefits would still attract many techniques. Perhaps if I release a divine technique later, we could really hit the jackpot, Qi Yuan mused, waiting for Shen Wuxian to bring him a divine technique. Qi Yuan's casual comment left Feng Jun stunned. You have divine techniques? Yes, I do, but I can't reveal the one I currently possess. If I get a new one later, it should be fine to share. I'll put it into the Origin God-sharing society, and you, senior, can look at it anytime, Qi Yuan said generously. He didn't want to manage the Origin God-sharing society himself, he preferred to be a hands-off leader. If Feng Jun was willing to manage it, what harm was there in letting him see the techniques? Feng Jun was silent, filled with a mix of emotions. People. He suddenly thought of the black-robed man who had visited him earlier. The man had tried to entice him with the mythic inheritance, hoping he would join the plot against Feng Palace. The mythic inheritance had caused endless bloodshed in the Feng Tian domain, with yin gods vying for it due to a high-grade heaven technique and some rare herbs it contained. But now, hearing Qi Yuan speak of having divine techniques left Feng Jun feeling conflicted. Compared to the legendary divine techniques, heaven techniques were insignificant. If Qi Yuan really had divine techniques, the Origin God-sharing society would quickly become famous across the Kanglan realm. After all, divine techniques were unprecedented in the Kanglan realm. Even if they existed, there might be only one. And Qi Yuan had one. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Feng Jun's thoughts did not concern Qi Yuan much. Thank you for your help, senior. Qi Yuan spoke respectfully. Even though he had traveled to another world, he still maintained the good qualities of respecting the elderly and caring for the young that he had learned on Earth. Of course, if he ended up as a beggar, well, then he wasn't from Earth, he was from Trisolaris. These techniques, I will donate to the Origin God-sharing society to contribute to its cause, Feng Jun said as he pulled out a storage bag filled with techniques he had prepared. The bag was packed with techniques. But Qi Yuan didn't seem too pleased. Please don't call me Origin God. Just call me Blood-Robed Sword God or Qi Yuan. Feng Jun was slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. At that moment, Feng Xie, who had been quiet, asked, "Grandfather, what was that man here for today?" Feng Xie looked serious, recalling how the Yin God had mentioned the mythic inheritance before he left. He had a vague idea of what it was about. Just as you suspect, he wanted to use my name to plot against Grand Sovereign Jasmine and seize the mythic inheritance, Feng Jun said without hiding anything. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Rumors suggested that Feng Jun was the illegitimate son of the mythic Tai Feng, and since the mythic inheritance was in Grand Sovereign Jasmine's hands, many hidden Yin gods coveted it and wanted to use Feng Jun to get their hands on it. HMPH, a bunch of sneaky scoundrels. Feng Xie couldn't help but vent his anger. Qi Yuan, watching from the side, asked calmly, "Are you also interested in the mythic inheritance?" Feng Jun shook his head. "If I gain it, it's a blessing, if I lose it, it's fate." Qi Yuan was a bit surprised, he had expected a different answer. "Sigh, if Grand Sovereign Jasmine were to confess her love to me and offer the mythic inheritance as a gift, I might consider being her boyfriend for a day," Qi Yuan mused. Feng Jun remained silent at this remark. Then Qi Yuan said something even more surprising, "Great Sun Flame Emperor, if I get together with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, wouldn't that make me your grandfather?" According to the rumors, Moli Dazun was Feng Jun's sister. If Qi Yuan were with Grand Sovereign Jasmine, his status would be far above that of the Great Sun Flame Emperor. The Great Sun Flame Emperor coughed, too flustered to respond. "No worries, if that day comes, we'll each call our own titles," Qi Yuan said cleverly. At the Seeking Dao Palace, Li Yaxian looked tired, and her granddaughter beside her seemed both weary and relieved. "Grandfather's inheritance is finally back. Although there were some obstacles, we got through it in the end," Li Yaxian said with a smile. This trip to the Seeking Dao Palace had its challenges, even with the guidance of the scruffy Taoist. However, by using money and donating 40% of the inheritance to the Seeking Dao Palace, they managed to resolve everything. But there was one steward, named Yang Kong, who persistently made things difficult for her. He had a deep grudge against her late husband. Li Yaxian had heard from her husband that Yang Kong was a lecherous man who once tried to abuse his power to assault a man, only to be stopped by her husband. Ever since then, Yang Kong held a grudge against her husband. When she came to retrieve her husband's inheritance, Yang Kong made no secret of his disdain, even hinting that she would need to offer something in return, namely, her body. Fortunately, the scruffy Taoist intervened, dealing with Yang Kong and allowing Li Yaxian to claim the inheritance. "This trip to Qinghong City, while fruitful, is only disappointing because I didn't get to see the blood-robed sword god," the young woman said wistfully. When they first arrived in Qinghong City, they heard a loud voice that seemed to shake the sky. The blood-robed sword god had come to Qinghong City and shouted at Moli Dazun from the Wangxian Tower. It was an unforgettable moment, but the young woman had been too busy to witness it herself. Later, she heard about the events at Wangxian Tower and the sword god's gallant demeanor, which left her feeling a deep sense of regret. Perhaps it was the influence of the blood-robed sword god or Moli Dazun, but no one had managed to capture an image of the sword god during that time, leaving her without the chance to see her idol. She admired him greatly, and missing the chance to meet him was a huge disappointment. "Doesn't it scare you that the blood-robed sword god, who has killed so many, might accidentally kill you?" Li Yaxian teased her granddaughter after reclaiming her husband's inheritance, clearly in a good mood. "The blood-robed sword god doesn't kill indiscriminately. He only kills those who deserve it." The young woman defended him like a true fan. "You," Li Yaxian chuckled affectionately. "Qi Yuan's looks might even rival those of the blood-robed sword god." "My admiration for the blood-robed sword god has nothing to do with looks. Of course, if he were as handsome as Qi Yuan, or even half as handsome, he'd be my dream partner," the young woman said, daydreaming. "Stop daydreaming. Let's go meet Qi Yuan and take him to the Seeking Dao Palace," Li Yaxian said. She had promised to help introduce Qi Yuan to the Seeking Dao Palace. Now that he was almost here, it was time to go meet him. "Sigh, if only Qi Yuan were a bit stronger. I wouldn't mind him being my grandfather," the young woman joked. "Having such a handsome grandfather wouldn't be so bad." Li Yaxian gave her granddaughter a sideways glance. The two left the Seeking Dao Palace and headed toward the meeting place they had arranged with Qi Yuan. The streets were bustling, filled with cultivators who moved through the city like ordinary people. In Qinghong City, there were almost no ordinary people, mostly cultivators at the qi refining stage. Occasionally, you could even see nascent soul-true cultivators. Qi Yuan stood amidst the crowd, absorbing newly acquired techniques. He was constantly collecting techniques to use in creating his Qi Yuan Sutra. While he might not think highly of every technique, each one offered some insights. To put it simply, the world's rules might be 100, scattered across all techniques. Qi Yuan was collecting those 100 rules to use in his ongoing creation of the Qi Yuan Sutra. Whenever he had free time, he would absorb these techniques, aiming to fully understand the world's rules in the Kanglin realm. Qi Yuan, you're here, the young woman in the yellow dress called out, waving as she spotted him from afar. Li Yaxian stood beside her, exuding a kindly demeanor, looking at Qi Yuan as if he were a favored junior. Qi Yuan hurried over, reaching into his robe to pull out a delicate, intricately carved wine jug. He tossed the wine jug to the young woman in the yellow dress. You like to drink, right? I picked this up and thought it looked nice, so I'm giving it to you. Qi Yuan was a man of courtesy. Since the two women had helped him get an introduction to the Seeking Tao Palace, he felt it was only right to give them a gift in return. The wine jug had been taken from Wangxian Tower and was called the Linglong jug. Originally, the second steward and elder Shang had accused Qi Yuan of stealing the Linglong jug. Since they had accused him, Qi Yuan figured he might as well take it, otherwise, he'd be wrongly accused for nothing. The young woman took a deep breath, savoring the scent. This is a good jug. Must have cost you a pretty penny. She winked at Qi Yuan, as if to say she'd help him woo her grandmother if that was his aim. Didn't cost a thing. Li Yaxian glanced at the jug, sensing that it was no ordinary item. At that moment, a voice came from behind Qi Yuan. Senior, someone asked me to deliver this letter to you. A beggar appeared behind Qi Yuan, dirty and ragged, holding a letter in his hand. His eyes held a smile. After all, delivering this simple letter would earn him a reward of 100 spirit stones. With that, his daughter could have better cultivation resources. A letter for me? Qi Yuan was curious. Li Yaxian shook her head, sending a message through voice transmission. Be careful, it might be a trap. Qi Yuan didn't seem concerned. He took the letter and opened it, revealing a piece of plain white paper. On it were a few neatly written words. Dark sun is coming, run. Qi Yuan squinted, finding the message vague and cryptic. It seemed to be a warning from someone who wished him well, telling him that a dangerous entity known as Dark Sun was coming after him and advising him to flee. Flee, that was out of the question. Although Qi Yuan was still relatively modest in strength, comparable to a high school student with excellent grades, he was extremely confident in his ability to protect himself. Who had sent this warning? Who was Dark Sun? He asked the beggar. Who asked you to deliver this letter? The beggar started to speak, but suddenly his eyes froze. Boom! His body abruptly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Li Yaxian's face paled as she immediately became alert, unable to understand how the beggar had died. What happened? Are we under attack? The young woman in the yellow dress was equally shocked. The surrounding cultivators seemed oblivious, going about their business as usual. Qi Yuan remained calm, glancing at his hand, where a drop of blood lingered. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, murdering someone in the street, have they no respect for the law? Qi Yuan was furious. Murdering someone in broad daylight, especially in front of him, was an act of defiance. Such behavior could only lead to the corruption of the moral fabric of the cultivation world, causing it to crumble. For Qi Yuan, this was tantamount to violating the sacred oaths of Luo Shui. After all, who was he? He was the enforcer of moral standards in the Kanglin realm, a man who had slaughtered countless immoral individuals. Now, someone had the audacity to commit murder in front of him. This was an insult. Qi Yuan was livid. The young woman in the yellow dress sighed softly. What an innocent man. Li Yaxian, however, remained vigilant. Qi Yuan, be careful. Qi Yuan stared at the blood on his hand and the letter. Unfortunately, his eyes couldn't detect any useful information. He squinted and finally pocketed the letter. When I return from the Seeking Tao Palace, I will make sure to bring that lawless criminal to justice. Murdering someone right in front of him, he couldn't tolerate such behavior. Li Yaxian said nothing more and led Qi Yuan toward the Seeking Tao Palace. With that, the matter was put to rest. The beggar was a small, insignificant figure, whose death seemed to go unnoticed by anyone other than Qi Yuan. It was as if his life had no impact, and no one cared about his death. The Seeking Tao Palace was located in the northeast of Qinghong City, nestled in a series of continuous mountain ranges. From afar, you could see a cluster of buildings. Pavilions and palaces were hidden among the clouds and mist, seeming almost otherworldly. Having frequently visited the Seeking Tao Palace in recent days, Li Yaxian was familiar with the place, and she was considered half a member of the palace herself. So, with Li Yaxian leading the way, no one stopped Qi Yuan from entering. Soon, Qi Yuan found himself standing in front of a palace after crossing corridors, suspension bridges, and solitary peaks. This time, we're meeting an elder named Fu Lv, a great cultivator of the perfected purple mansion stage. He has the authority to make decisions about external affairs for the Seeking Tao Palace, Li Yaxian explained. Qi Yuan nodded. Thank you. The young woman in the yellow dress stuck out her tongue and whispered, the people of the Seeking Tao Palace tend to be arrogant. We might have to wait a while. That's fine, I'm not in a rush, Qi Yuan replied as he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he asked, do you think I'm too by the book? Today, seeing the beggar die in front of him had made Qi Yuan reflect on many things. There were too many people in this world who didn't play by the rules. Someone had sent him a letter and then killed the messenger. This infuriated Qi Yuan. To deal with rule breakers, Qi Yuan believed he should abandon his adherence to rules. Otherwise, he would be hampered by them. Following the rules is good for surviving longer when you're not yet powerful enough, Li Yaxian replied, not understanding why Qi Yuan was asking this but still sharing her thoughts. Qi Yuan considered her words. You make a good point. Rules are set by the strong to control the weak. And now, am I not strong? Then, Qi Yuan suddenly realized he had been too kind, too bound by rules. If he didn't follow the rules, would anyone dare to commit murder in front of him so brazenly, showing no respect for the law? Certainly not. If he made the rules, everyone would follow them. It seems I haven't killed enough people yet, Qi Yuan muttered. No one seems to fear me, and that's not a good thing. Qi Yuan realized he had the potential to be a villainous overlord. Since that was the case, why follow the rules? Why go through the proper channels when he could just go straight to Wuzhen Dazun? Qi Yuan's thoughts cleared up at that moment. Then, a mocking voice interrupted. Fu Lv Elder is busy today, so you won't be seeing him. A chubby middle-aged man appeared, his body disproportionately large compared to his small head. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Li Yaxian's figure before shifting to Qi Yuan with even more intensity. Li Yaxian's expression changed when she saw the man. She had been worried about encountering him today and had taken a detour to avoid him. But it seemed her efforts had been in vain. This chubby cultivator was none other than Yang Kong, who had been causing her trouble. Now, hearing him speak, Li Yaxian immediately realized he was deliberately causing problems, preventing them from seeing Fu Lv. She was furious but didn't dare to show it. The young woman in the yellow dress was boiling with anger, glaring fiercely at Yang Kong. Qi Yuan's gaze deepened as he looked at Yang Kong and asked, did you intentionally interfere so that we couldn't see Fu Lv today? Yang Kong was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. You're too blunt. I didn't interfere with anything, don't accuse an innocent man. However, if you're willing to pay a certain price, I could arrange for Elder Fu Lv to see you today. As he spoke, his eyes glowed with greed. Yes, I'm not falsely accusing you. I'm just going to cut off your head. Qi Yuan's voice was calm. The statement was so abrupt that everyone was momentarily stunned. What? Yang Kong froze, sensing a heavy threat. A flash of sword light, and before he could react, Yang Kang's head was severed from his body. It happened so fast, so shockingly, that Li Yaxian didn't even have time to react. She could only stare blankly at Qi Yuan as he spoke to the corpse. Your head was too big for your shoulders, so I helped lighten your load. Is this price enough? But Yang Kong was already dead, unable to answer Qi Yuan's question. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Li Yaxian was deeply shaken. Qi Yuan's instant killing of Yang Kong had taken her completely by surprise. She had never expected that Qi Yuan's strength could be this formidable. Wasn't he supposed to be a nascent soul cultivator? Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength? But at this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Qi Yuan had killed someone. In the Seeking Tao Palace, he had killed one of their stewards. This was a monumental event. Even a yin god wouldn't dare to kill so casually in the Seeking Tao Palace. Li Yaxian's mind was in turmoil, filled with worry and fear. The young woman in the yellow dress was equally stunned. The scene before her had far exceeded her expectations. Let's run. Li Yaxian's mind was filled with only one thought: escape. Even though she knew that escaping might be impossible. But just as she had this thought, powerful auras began to emanate from all around them. Who dares to cause trouble in the Seeking Dao Palace? Bold fiend, to kill someone in our Seeking Dao Palace is to court death. In an instant, more than 10 powerful auras surged toward them, surrounding Qi Yuan, Li Yaxian, and the others. Each of these individuals was a Purple Mansion cultivator, their auras overwhelmingly terrifying. Surrounded by more than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, Li Yaxian's face turned deathly pale. She had never been this close to death before. The young woman in the yellow dress clenched her teeth, her face as white as a sheet. But Qi Yuan remained calm, speaking nonchalantly, I am a seeker of the Tao, having come here with devotion to challenge the Taoists of the Seeking Dao Palace. If I win, I ask that each of you grants me your cultivation techniques. If I lose, I will grant you all the opportunity to become gods. ? The Purple Mansion cultivators were taken aback, struggling to process his words. Li Yaxian and the young woman in the yellow dress were also stunned. Qi Yuan's thought process was moving so quickly that they couldn't keep up. Don't change the subject. How do you explain killing Taoist Yang Kong? An elderly cultivator demanded, glaring at Qi Yuan. As time passed, more and more Purple Mansion cultivators gathered around, some watching from a distance. I came to see Elder Fu Lu, but this man asked me to sleep with him, so I killed him on the spot, Qi Yuan said calmly. He remained utterly unflustered, even when faced with so many powerful cultivators. This left Li Yaxian feeling both admiration and helplessness toward him. Those are just your words. Even if he insulted you, you should have let us judge him. What right did you have to kill him? When you come to the Seeking Dao Palace, you must follow our rules. The Purple Mansion cultivators were furious. After all, killing a steward within the Seeking Dao Palace was a direct affront to them. I'm not part of the Seeking Dao Palace. Why should I follow your rules? Qi Yuan replied with a natural, matter-of-fact tone. His words immediately sparked even greater anger among the Purple Mansion cultivators. How could this man be so arrogant? Did he not realize where he was? This was the Seeking Dao Palace. How could he be so brazenly fearless? But at that moment, a distant, ethereal voice echoed in everyone's mind. Blood-robed sword god, as a great sovereign, why bother toying with these juniors? A figure clad in blood-red armor, tall and imposing, stepped forward. His entire body was shrouded in this blood armor, exuding an aura of immense power. Though he stood close, he seemed at once both near and far. Seeing this figure, all the Purple Mansion cultivators present were visibly shaken. The newcomer was none other than the true power behind the Seeking Dao Palace. Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was a reclusive figure, rarely seen even by the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Dao Palace, with only a fraction of them having ever met him. Today, he had appeared in person. And what he said? Blood-robed sword god. Could it be? All the Purple Mansion cultivators were astounded. The person they had surrounded and intended to subdue was none other than the blood-robed sword god. They had nearly attacked a great sovereign. Li Yaxian was stunned, looking at Qi Yuan in disbelief. The young woman in the yellow dress covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at Qi Yuan. She could hardly believe it. The man standing before her was actually her idol, the blood-robed sword god. Qi Yuan met Great Sovereign Wu Jun's gaze, his expression calm. I wasn't toying with them. They are all Purple Mansion cultivators, much older than me. They are my seniors. I came to the Seeking Dao Palace to challenge these senior Taoists. I meant what I said earlier. If they lose, they will give me their cultivation techniques. If they win, I will grant them the chance to become gods. Qi Yuan's words left the gathered Purple Mansion cultivators staring at each other in shock. Who were they to be challenged by a great sovereign who had traveled all this way? A great sovereign. Even if all the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Dao Palace were to band together, they wouldn't stand a chance against an Yin God sovereign. And in the entire Kanglan realm, no combination of Yin God sovereigns could stand against a great sovereign. A great sovereign challenging them. Should they feel honored, or was this just too absurd? As for Yang Kang's death, no one was concerned about that anymore. If someone had died at the hands of an Yin God sovereign, that sovereign might have to offer an apology, given the power of Great Sovereign Wu Jun. But a great sovereign, that was an entirely different matter. Offending a great sovereign, that was a death sentence. Great Sovereign Wu Jun looked at Qi Yuan, his expression complicated. You really mean it? He had heard rumors that the blood-robed sword god was a madman. The recent meeting between the blood-robed sword god and Great Sovereign Moli had also led Great Sovereign Wu Jun to believe that the blood-robed sword god was no ordinary person. I never lie, I'm serious. I'm a young man challenging a group of old monsters from your Seeking Dao Palace. It's only fair, respecting the elderly and all that, don't you think? Qi Yuan said, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The Purple Mansion cultivators were speechless. They wanted to say that the blood-robed sword god had some nerve. Since when had a great sovereign challenged Purple Mansion cultivators? Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Kanglan realm. And now he was saying he was doing them a favor. This was beyond shameless. Sigh, facing so many renowned old monsters, I'm actually a bit scared. But I'm still gathering my courage to challenge them. Even if this battle leaves me battered and bruised, I won't regret it, even if it costs me my life. This battle will shake the heavens and the earth, a battle to echo through time. Qi Yuan declared, full of heroic fervor. As if he were a weakling challenging the strong, making an impassioned speech. What is your true purpose? Great Sovereign Wu Jun squinted, trying to see through Qi Yuan. I want all of the Seeking Dao Palace's techniques. And I want the Seeking Dao Palace to help me with something. Qi Yuan quickly shifted from his earlier impassioned state and explained his plan for the Origin God-sharing society to Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Great Sovereign Wu Jun frowned as he listened. Your demands are quite excessive. Cultivation techniques are the foundation of a cultivator's power. The Seeking Dao Palace had accumulated over 100,000 years of knowledge. How could they easily hand it over to someone, even if that person was a great sovereign? Great Sovereign Wu Jun was a peak-level cultivator in the fourth step of Heaven Ascension, so he did not fear Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan was a great sovereign from the waning moon continent and could only exert the power of a weak fourth-step cultivator in the Kanglan realm. If I challenge you and then challenge all the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Dao Palace, and I defeat all of you, will I be able to take all the techniques? Qi Yuan asked quietly. His words shocked everyone present. A battle between great sovereigns. This was a divine battle. The blood-robed sword god was challenging Great Sovereign Wu Jun. This was beyond anyone's expectations. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was equally surprised. Where did Qi Yuan get the courage to challenge him? Your courage is impressive, but where does your confidence come from? Great Sovereign Wu Jun, clad in his blood-red armor, radiated a terrifying aura. He understood now. The blood-robed sword god had come to the Seeking Dao Palace to stir up trouble, intending to subdue the palace through force. Everything else was just a pretext. If I didn't have courage, how could I challenge so many old monsters by myself? As Qi Yuan spoke, he surveyed the group of Purple Mansion cultivators, his expression serious. The Purple Mansion cultivators flushed with embarrassment under Qi Yuan's gaze, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Great Sovereign Wu Jun looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes gleaming with divine light. Even if you didn't come to challenge me, I would have sought you out for a fight. Blood-robed sword god, if you win, you can take a copy of the Seeking Dao Palace's techniques. But if you lose, you must promise to stay away from Great Sovereign Jasmine and never touch the mythical treasure. Great Sovereign Wu Jun's voice echoed powerfully, heard by everyone present, but the part about the mythical treasure was conveyed only to Qi Yuan through a private transmission. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. That was a condition he couldn't easily accept. Not getting involved with Great Sovereign Jasmine. What about the mythical treasure? But then he thought of something. He wasn't going to lose, so he smiled. Agreed, he said. The Purple Mansion cultivators were astonished. A battle between great sovereigns. It was really happening. How many years had it been since Feng Tianyu witnessed a battle between yin gods? And now, two great sovereigns were about to clash. If that's the case, then let's fight in 7 days. Great Sovereign Wu Jun's eyes shone with divine light. If he wanted to obtain the mythical treasure, he had to defeat Qi Yuan. Even though he knew that Great Sovereign Jasmine was laying a trap, he had no choice but to step into it. That was the only way he could have a chance at the mythical treasure. And for an yin god, the value of the mythical treasure was beyond measure. As for Great Sovereign Jasmine, Wu Jun wasn't truly infatuated with her, despite her being the most beautiful woman in Feng Tianyu. Why wait 7 days? Let's do it now. I want to defeat you quickly so I can challenge all the Purple Mansion cultivators here. Let's not waste time, Qi Yuan said. The Purple Mansion cultivators were overwhelmed. They wanted to tell the blood-robed sword god to stop including them in his plans and just forget about them. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qi Yuan to be so eager. Are you sure you want to fight now? Absolutely, Qi Yuan replied lazily. If that's what you want, then let's fight. Great Sovereign Wu Jun didn't hesitate. He figured that the blood-robed sword god didn't want an audience for their battle, which was why he was so eager. His fighting spirit surged. With a wave of his hand, a divine force enveloped Qi Yuan. In an instant, both Qi Yuan and Great Sovereign Wu Jun vanished, entering a virtual realm. In the Kanglan realm, any battle involving yin gods would automatically be transferred to the virtual realm. Back at the Seeking Dao Palace, the Purple Mansion cultivators breathed a sigh of relief as Qi Yuan left. The blood-robed sword god is audacious to challenge Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Where does he get his confidence? In the moon-watching continent, the blood-robed sword god may be powerful, but in the Kanglan realm, he's nothing. Creatures that devour a world's heavenly Dao gain power within that world, but when they travel to other worlds, they are suppressed by that world's heavenly Dao, unable to exert their full strength. They can only exert the strength of a weak great sovereign, this is common knowledge. Information about the blood-robed sword god and his connection to the moon-watching continent had initially been kept secret, but eventually the truth had leaked out. The Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Dao Palace were generally aware of the blood-robed sword god's background. Not far away, the young woman in the yellow dress blinked. Grandmother, is he really the blood-robed sword god? Li Yaxian took a deep breath at her granddaughter's question. He must be. She couldn't believe that the lazy man who had sunbathed with her on the flying ship, complaining about being poor, was actually a great sovereign. The young woman in the yellow dress felt even more conflicted. She had actually tried to play matchmaker between the blood-robed sword god and her grandmother. And she had even thought that the blood-robed sword god wasn't good enough for her grandmother. Luckily, she hadn't said anything about it, otherwise, if the blood-robed sword god found out. Do you think the blood-robed sword god will win? The young woman in the yellow dress asked Li Yaxian. The blood-robed sword god was her idol, and she even knew him personally. On their journey, she had often joked around with him and occasionally made fun of him. Now that she thought about it, it felt like a dream. So, she hoped that the blood-robed sword god would win. It's going to be difficult, Li Yaxian replied. At this moment, in the virtual realm, there was nothing but empty space. Qi Yuan and Great Sovereign Wu Jun hovered in the air, facing each other. The battle had been arranged hastily, so there were no spectators. Even if other yin gods knew about the battle, they wouldn't know where it was taking place. Great Sovereign Wu Jun looked at Qi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Upon entering the virtual realm, he no longer restrained his power. A terrifying aura swept through the space, as if it could tear it apart. He looked at Qi Yuan, his fighting spirit soaring. Let me see where your confidence comes from. He couldn't understand why the blood-robed sword god dared to challenge him. The gap between yin gods and great sovereigns is vast. Clearly, the blood-robed sword god's battle record involved killing a few yin god sovereigns. In the Kanglan realm, where he was suppressed by the heaven's way, his strength was more than enough to overwhelm an yin god sovereign, but against a great sovereign, he was just asking for death. When I became a golden core cultivator, I dared to challenge yin gods. Now, having formed my nascent soul, why shouldn't I dare to challenge a great sovereign? Madness. Playing tricks. Great Sovereign Wu Jun shouted. With his shout, a powerful divine domain was unleashed. Battles between great sovereigns are simple, it's all about the collision of divine domains. Great Sovereign Wu Jun unleashed his divine domain, clearly intending to end the fight quickly. My divine domain is called Breaking Gold. In Great Sovereign Wu Jun's divine domain, the strongest power was that of metal, representing the ultimate offense. As the divine domain unfolded, Qi Yuan saw endless metal energy forming countless swords, spears, and artifacts, all attacking him. Faced with this assault, Qi Yuan chuckled softly, your divine domain is still too small. The divine domain before him seemed tiny to Qi Yuan, with not much metal energy present. HMPH. Great Sovereign Wu Jun snorted coldly. His divine domain was not small, and its energy level was high, ranking him among the stronger great sovereigns. Great Sovereign Wu Jun said coldly, let me see how large your divine domain is. The metal energy surged forward like a storm of blades. Qi Yuan remained calm, his voice solemn. Radiant and mighty, the nascent soul emerges from the divine treasury, heed my command, brilliance of metal virtue. Qi Yuan chanted softly. With his voice, a nascent soul appeared, radiating an ancient, vast aura. The space seemed to freeze at that moment. An old, ethereal voice echoed as if it had traversed the river of time. Grand Duke of Metal Virtue, Tai Bai Tai House Star Lord, at your command. As the voice resonated, Great Sovereign Wu Jun's expression turned to shock. What had he just seen? His lips trembled involuntarily, his body shook uncontrollably, and his once proud divine domain wavered, on the brink of collapse. It was clearly a nascent soul, yet he saw it as if a divine domain as vast as a star had unfolded before him. That star seemed even larger than the Kanglin realm. A divine domain, bigger than the Kanglin realm itself. Was this even a divine domain? How could there be such a divine domain? He trembled, his body quivering, utterly bewildered. The infinite metal energy, so pure and potent, seemed as though even a wisp could shatter his divine domain. How could he possibly fight against this? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the Phoenix Palace, Great Sovereign Jasmine lay lazily on her bed, a playful smile flickering across her brows. So soon, the two of them are already facing off. They are quite eager, she whispered, her breath fragrant. Great Sovereign Jasmine had anticipated this clash between the blood-robed sword god and Great Sovereign Wu Jun in her plan. What surprised her was how quickly it happened. In the ancient mirror before her, a man in a dark cyan robe stood with his back to Great Sovereign Jasmine, speaking in a low voice. Who do you think will win this battle? Is there even a need to think? Of course, it will be Great Sovereign Wu Jun, Great Sovereign Jasmine replied, gracefully brushing her hair aside. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was a peak-level 4th step cultivator. The blood-robed sword god, in the Kanglin realm, could at most reach the 4th step and was no match for Great Sovereign Wu Jun. I disagree with you, the voice from the ancient mirror said in a low tone. What, do you think the blood-robed sword god could actually win? Great Sovereign Jasmine laughed. If he does win, I might actually fall for him. What's the harm in spending a day as a pair of desperate lovers with him? The figure in the ancient mirror seemed not to hear her teasing words and continued, he's the one challenging Great Sovereign Wu Jun. I've always believed that whoever issues the challenge is confident of victory. In his view, the blood-robed sword god wouldn't challenge Great Sovereign Wu Jun unless he was confident in his success. After all, at their level, who would take on a challenge without certainty? This was the same reason why, despite many powerful figures secretly coveting the mythical treasure that Great Sovereign Jasmine had guarded for so many years, none dared to openly snatch it. If I hadn't met the blood-robed sword god, I might have believed you. But he is someone who defies common sense. Great Sovereign Jasmine recalled her encounter with the blood-robed sword god. When most great sovereigns meet, their conversations are polite and respectful, like the flow of water over a high mountain. But not with him. He would frequently say things like, if you love me so much, why not give me the mythical treasure? He spoke without leaving himself any room to retreat. Well, let's wait and see, the figure in the ancient mirror said before falling silent again. Great Sovereign Jasmine rose from her bed, her colorful robes draping perfectly over her curvaceous body. Her exposed calves were covered in stockings as thin as cicada wings, and underneath, there seemed to be tattoo-like kiss marks. I'm going to the Seeking Tao Palace to see the show. At this moment, across all of Feng Tianyu, any yin gods near the Seeking Tao Palace were rushing there. They regretted missing the initial showdown, but they needed to be on site to witness the result firsthand. A battle between great sovereigns could easily result in life or death with the slightest mistake. Naturally, they wanted to witness such a rare event, a life-and-death duel between great sovereigns, something not seen for millennia. It didn't take long for terrifying auras to arrive at the Seeking Tao Palace. A total of 6 yin gods descended. These yin gods were led by Great Sovereign Jasmine and the 7 Wounds Elder. The arrival of 6 yin gods caused the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Tao Palace to tremble with fear. They had never seen so many yin gods at once in their lives. It's a pity this divine battle happened so suddenly. We missed the chance to witness it, said the 7 Wounds Elder, a great sovereign from the demon beast domain. His true form was a demonic beast, though no one knew which kind. He now resided in Feng Tianyu. Standing beside Great Sovereign Jasmine, he chuckled amiably. Great Sovereign Jasmine's gaze was enchanting. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet that interesting man again. She was referring to the blood-robed sword god. When great sovereigns clash, there is a high chance that a yin god could perish. Li Yaxian and her granddaughter stood nearby, looking anxious. The events of today had been too outrageous and surreal. They still felt as if they were in a dream. Hearing Great Sovereign Jasmine's words, their faces turned pale. If the blood-robed sword god were to fall, what would they do? Their hearts were in turmoil, but none of the cultivators present paid any attention to them. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm, a vast divine domain, as large as a star, filled with pure and pristine metal energy, spread out. Qi Yuan's eyes remained calm as he looked at Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Now you see how small your divine domain is, don't you? Great Sovereign Wu Jun swallowed hard. After the terrifying figure unleashed his divine domain, his own divine domain had collapsed almost instantly. Although both were of the metal element, the gap between him and the terrifying figure before him was immense. How could there be such a divine domain in the world? What is this? Great Sovereign Wu Jun was no longer calm. His previous pride and fighting spirit were shattered with the appearance of the Grand Duke of Metal Virtue, Tai Bai Tai Hao Star Lord. Are you blind? Qi Yuan scoffed, glancing at Great Sovereign Wu Jun. This is my nascent soul. Can't you tell? Qi Yuan spoke truthfully, even with a hint of pride. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was speechless. At first, the blood-robed sword god did summon his nascent soul. But then the nascent soul said, "At your command," and transformed into a majestic, mythical figure. However, the mythical figure before him seemed quite unusual, and the divine domain was excessively vast. Blood-robed sword god, you must be joking. Great Sovereign Wu Jun bowed his head. He felt a mix of emotions. A legendary mythical figure, standing at the pinnacle of the Kanglan realm, had challenged him. Bullying a new great sovereign who had just reached the 4th step, where was the justice in that? I concede this battle. Great Sovereign Wu Jun bowed his head and straightforwardly admitted defeat. How could he continue to fight? The difference in power was too vast. Admitting defeat was the only choice. He felt deeply conflicted. He wanted to say to Qi Yuan, if you're a mythical figure, just say so. Why bother challenging me? Concede. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Hand over your cultivation techniques. Before the battle, they had made a wager. If Qi Yuan won, he would receive all the cultivation techniques that Great Sovereign Wu Jun practiced. If Qi Yuan lost, he would have to stay away from Great Sovereign Moli forever and never touch the mythical treasure. Great Sovereign Wu Jun did not hesitate and handed Qi Yuan a jade slip. He spoke respectfully, these are all the cultivation techniques I have practiced. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Today's events were so surreal that they felt like a dream. Since that's settled, let's return. I'm in a hurry and have other pressing matters to attend to, Qi Yuan said earnestly, not wanting to waste more time here. All right, Great Sovereign Wu Jun quickly agreed. In an instant, both figures disappeared from the virtual realm. About 10 breaths later, a rusty red mechanical bird appeared in the virtual realm. The entire body of this mechanical bird seemed to be forged from iron. Perhaps due to its age, it was covered in rust. It had only one intact eye, the other was shattered. A mechanical voice sounded at this moment. Target: blood-robed sword god. Trump card: unknown mythical figure. This mythical figure's state is peculiar, suspected to possess strength up to the peak of the 6th step of heaven ascension. The rusty red mechanical bird processed the information and transmitted it to the 4 generals of the Lei family. At the Seeking Tao Palace, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared. All the yin gods present looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. They wanted to see who would emerge and how many would come out. Before anyone emerged, a voice echoed in the minds of all the yin gods. So many yin gods here, what's the occasion today? Is it a festival? Are we having a feast? With this voice, Qi Yuan, wearing a blood-red robe, appeared. Behind him, Great Sovereign Wu Jun, still in his blood armor, stood like a subordinate. This scene stunned all the yin gods present. Great Sovereign Wu Jun's demeanor and reaction already revealed the outcome of the battle. He lost. The Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Tao Palace wore expressions of disbelief. Their Seeking Tao Palace's ruler of the 3 domains, Great Sovereign Wu Jun, had actually lost to the blood-robed sword god. They looked at Great Sovereign Wu Jun, seemingly unable to accept the result, yearning for a verbal confirmation from him. I lost, Great Sovereign Wu Jun admitted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the yin gods present changed, and their gazes toward Qi Yuan also shifted. Especially Great Sovereign Jasmine and the 7 Wounds Elder. If before they had regarded the blood-robed sword god as a junior with some power, now they treated him as a peer. The blood-robed sword god's skills are astounding. I am impressed, the 7 Wounds Elder said, showing respect to Qi Yuan. Great Sovereign Jasmine winked flirtatiously at Qi Yuan. When will you come to the Phoenix Palace to sit and discuss Tao with me? The other yin gods also introduced themselves, congratulating Qi Yuan on his victory. Great Sovereign Wu Jun stood silently behind Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan exchanged a few words with the Seven Wounds Elder before his gaze fell on Great Sovereign Jasmine. Don't you like me? Today, I defeated Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Don't you think I'm impressive, brimming with masculinity? Qi Yuan said as he raised his arm. Unfortunately, as a cultivator, he no longer sweated, so there was no scent. Great Sovereign Jasmine narrowed her eyes, sensing an ominous feeling. Sure enough, she heard Qi Yuan say next. You must love me even more now, right? Shouldn't you take this opportunity to confess to me? If you give me the mythical treasure as a gift, I might reluctantly agree to be your boyfriend for a day. Hearing this, the yin gods couldn't help but chuckle. The blood-robed sword god was indeed as rumored, a character. Great Sovereign Jasmine's smile froze. She forced an awkward smile. You're a bit too forward. You're making me blush. A quality man like me would be in high demand in the matchmaking market. If you don't act quickly, you won't have another chance to be this close to me, Qi Yuan said seriously. For now, he still found Great Sovereign Jasmine appealing. But who knows, after playing a few more games, he might become someone even Great Sovereign Jasmine couldn't reach. Great Sovereign Jasmine smiled charmingly but didn't give a direct answer. Qi Yuan shrugged, losing interest in pursuing the matter further. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the Purple Mansion cultivators who had surrounded him earlier. He addressed Great Sovereign Wu Jun with a commanding tone. I defeated you in our challenge, and now it's time for me to challenge these old monsters, right? He looked at the Purple Mansion cultivators, his fighting spirit blazing. A month ago, these old fellows would have been the precious moons in his heart. But times had changed. Now, these old fellows were past their prime and far less attractive. Qi Yuan's words left the yin gods puzzled. The Purple Mansion cultivators exchanged uneasy glances. Was he serious? After defeating a great sovereign, he was going to challenge the Purple Mansion cultivators. But unfortunately, the Purple Mansion cultivators trembled in fear. They didn't dare speak against Qi Yuan. This blood-robed sword god bullied them because they were old and weak. The blood-robed sword god had killed countless people. If they spoke and displeased him, and he killed them with a single sword strike, no one would avenge them. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was also frustrated, unable to understand Qi Yuan's line of thinking. He said solemnly, on behalf of the Seeking Tao Palace's Purple Mansion cultivators. I concede. Great Sovereign Wu Jun, how can you speak on behalf of the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Tao Palace? They haven't even expressed their opinions yet, and you're already speaking for them. What if they don't want to concede and wish to fight me honorably? Qi Yuan looked at the Purple Mansion cultivators with a puzzled expression. Is there anyone among you who dares to accept my challenge? Great Sovereign Wu Jun was left speechless. Among the Purple Mansion cultivators, the sloppy Taoist suddenly stepped forward, his voice trembling with respect. Blood-robed sword god, this junior concedes and is willing to present my techniques to the senior. Seeing this, the other Purple Mansion cultivators quickly followed suit. We all concede and are willing to present our techniques to the senior. Dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators conceded simultaneously, their expressions extremely respectful. Accepting the challenge was out of the question, they wouldn't dare, not even with 1,000 lives. At this point, conceding and offering their techniques was all they could do. Qi Yuan grinned widely, looking at Great Sovereign Wu Jun. See? This is the power of public opinion. They are captivated by my charismatic personality and willingly concede. Qi Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Those who gain the Tao have much support, those who lose the Tao have little support. So this is what that means. Great Sovereign Wu Jun didn't dare to respond. He feared saying, they were forced. I accept your concessions and your techniques. There's no need to be so enthusiastic, it's embarrassing, Qi Yuan said as he accepted the techniques, feeling quite pleased. If only the old folks at the Bright Palace were as sensible. If they had been sensible and handed over their techniques, they wouldn't have ended up without even their bones remaining. However, thinking of something, Qi Yuan continued, as for the remaining Purple Mansion cultivators, when will they return to the Seeking Tao Palace? I plan to challenge them one by one. Great Sovereign Wu Jun replied expressionlessly, all the Purple Mansion cultivators will return today. This time, he was smart enough not to suggest that they concede. All right, Qi Yuan nodded, Since I've now defeated everyone in the Seeking Tao Palace, as agreed, you should assist me with my other matters. According to their previous agreement, if Qi Yuan defeated Great Sovereign Wu Jun and all the Purple Mansion cultivators, the Seeking Tao Palace would give him all their techniques and assist his original God-sharing society. Great Sovereign Wu Jun hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, "A bet is a bet. From now on, the Seeking Tao Palace will follow the senior's commands." Hearing this, the Yin God's expressions changed slightly. Great Sovereign Jasmine and the Seven Moons Elder also looked intrigued. If Great Sovereign Wu Jun losing to the blood-robed sword god was unexpected but within their tolerance, his current attitude was akin to swearing allegiance. This indicated that Great Sovereign Wu Jun hadn't just lost, he had lost utterly and completely. Otherwise, why would he say, "Follow your commands"? In their minds, their assessment of the blood-robed sword god rose yet another level. At this moment, having just barely subdued the Seeking Tao Palace, Qi Yuan turned his gaze to the 6 Yin gods present. He said slowly, "It's convenient that most of the Yin gods from Feng Tianyu are here today. I have something important to tell you. Since you're all here, I'll inform you now. I've established an original God-sharing society, to prepare for the Great Calamity. I hope you will support it in some way. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Preparing for the Great Calamity." Upon hearing this, the Yin gods present all war-grave expressions. The Great Calamity was like a sharp sword hanging over the head of every Yin god. When that sword fell, not a single Yin god believed they could escape unscathed. Great Sovereign Wu Jun's face tightened as he looked at Qi Yuan. "Please, Senior, explain in detail." If it had been the blood-robed sword god speaking of this in the past, he would have dismissed it outright. But Qi Yuan's displayed strength was undoubtedly at the mythical level. And not just any mythical level, he stood at the pinnacle of the Kanglan realm, making him qualified to speak about the Great Calamity. "In fact, the cultivation techniques we practice are poisonous," Qi Yuan began, explaining to the Yin gods present about the toxicity of their cultivation techniques and the original intent behind establishing the original God-sharing society. After hearing Qi Yuan's words, the Yin gods looked at each other, their expressions varied, but none responded. Having witnessed the blood-robed sword god's strength, Great Sovereign Wu Jun believed Qi Yuan's words somewhat. His face changed slightly. "There's such a thing. Are none of you going to voice your opinions?" Qi Yuan asked the 6 Yin gods. "This is a serious matter, and I need to go back and verify it first," one Yin god replied. "Once verified, I will surely give you an answer, Senior." It was clear he didn't believe Qi Yuan's words and was unwilling to hand over any cultivation techniques. Going back to verify was just an excuse. How long would such a verification take? 10,000 years. The other Yin gods mostly expressed similar sentiments. Qi Yuan turned to Great Sovereign Jasmine, looking expectant, and said, "You love me so much, why not take out the mythical treasure to support my startup? When I succeed, I surely won't treat you unfairly." Qi Yuan was painting a rosy picture for Great Sovereign Jasmine. Great Sovereign Jasmine smiled tactfully. "This matter is of great importance, I can't decide alone. I'll consult with others and then give you an answer." Qi Yuan was quite disappointed. "It seems you don't love me enough after all." This Great Sovereign Jasmine, always claiming to love him, yet wouldn't even lift a finger. HMPH, a scheming and stingy woman. At this moment, the 7 Moons Elder squinted and spoke softly. "This old man is quite interested in the original God-sharing society and is willing to donate some cultivation techniques." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. "You've got a keen eye. Follow me, and you won't lose out." The 7 Moons Elder chuckled. "In a few days, I will have someone send the techniques to the Seeking Tao Palace." "No problem." Qi Yuan was in a good mood. Now, the original God-sharing society finally had a member. "In a while, I will create a jade slip for our original God-sharing society, which will contain some of the techniques I upload. The techniques you give me will be converted into points, which you can then use to exchange for useful techniques on the slip," Qi Yuan enthusiastically explained to his new member. The task of creating these jade slips was naturally given to the Seeking Tao Palace. The wealth of one great sovereign like Feng Jun would surely not compare to that of the entire Seeking Tao Palace. "Sounds good, sounds good," the 7 Moons Elder agreed amiably, seemingly not caring much about the techniques on the jade slip that Qi Yuan had mentioned. 7 Moons Elder, if you have friends, could you also spread the word? I'll reward you with points, Qi Yuan continued with his enthusiasm. It's always hard to get started. But then again, pyramid schemes on Blue Planet could expand greatly without any tangible products. The original God-sharing society, with the name of the original god behind it, should be able to flourish in the Kanglan realm. If it couldn't, then, it would mean the original god was incompetent. Afterward, Qi Yuan explained the point system to the Seven Wounds Elder. The techniques provided to Qi Yuan were divided into two types. One type could be made public and included in the society's jade slips for members to exchange, offering more points. The other type was for Qi Yuan's viewing only, also rewarded with more points. Everyone chatted happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. About 2/4 of an hour later, the Seven Wounds Elder and Great Sovereign Jasmine, along with the other yin gods, left the Seeking Tao Palace. The Seven Wounds Elder, wearing a hemp robe and hunched over, slowly transformed into a stream of light. At this moment, Great Sovereign Jasmine's figure appeared, causing the Seven Wounds Elder to stop. Seven Wounds Elder, do you believe the blood-robed sword god's words? Great Sovereign Jasmine asked curiously. The idea of poisonous cultivation techniques was too shocking. To be honest, Great Sovereign Jasmine had initially been skeptical. But recalling the person who mentioned the dark sun, she began to have her doubts. Could it really be true? However, even if it were true, Great Sovereign Jasmine wasn't willing to get involved in such a dangerous situation. If the dark sun had already made a move, Qi Yuan was surely doomed. Joining the original God-sharing society now might provoke retaliation from the dark sun. Of course, even knowing this, she wouldn't warn the other yin gods. She would rather see more of them die. Does it matter whether I believe it or not? The Seven Wounds Elder replied nonchalantly, this old man doesn't have many years left to live. I might not survive the next great calamity, so giving away my techniques doesn't matter much. Unexpectedly, you're so carefree. It's admirable. Great Sovereign Jasmine couldn't help but sigh. The Seven Wounds Elder seemed to think of something and blurted out, since you admire me so much, why not give me the mythical treasure? With the mythical treasure, maybe this old man could survive the great calamity. Great Sovereign Jasmine was stunned upon hearing this. She didn't expect to hear such a familiar phrase again. Goodbye, Great Sovereign Jasmine said coldly, feeling displeased, and chose to leave. The Seven Wounds Elder chuckled, his expression deepening, and his figure disappeared at that moment. 5 days later, within the Seeking Tao Palace, Qi Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the jade slip handed to him by Great Sovereign Wu Jun. The jade slip recorded the progress of the original God-sharing society. Our original God-sharing society finally has its home. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan felt excited. Over the past few days, the Seeking Tao Palace had been working tirelessly to create the jade slips Qi Yuan wanted. This is the main jade slip. All the techniques will be recorded here, Great Sovereign Wu Jun said seriously. The main jade slip was a yin god artifact, extremely precious, personally refined by Great Sovereign Wu Jun. Yes, very good. With this, I no longer have to worry about being silenced. Recalling how he was silenced in the Mythic Flower Association, Qi Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. The head of the Mythic Flower Association, he would remember this. The other jade slips have been sent to all the yin gods in Feng Tianyu, each receiving one. Any sector faction of medium size or above that wants a jade slip can receive one as well, Great Sovereign Wu Jun reported. He had accepted his fate now. Qi Yuan was unbeatable. So, it was best to just let Qi Yuan take over. Serving a mythical figure was no disgrace. Qi Yuan nodded and looked at Great Sovereign Wu Jun. You've done well. Now, how is the inauguration ceremony for the original god? Establishing the original God-sharing society naturally required guests to attend and celebrate. Now, the headquarters of the original God-sharing society was set up within the Seeking Tao Palace. 3 days ago, the invitations were sent out. The celebration the day after tomorrow will be attended by all the yin gods of Feng Tianyu, and even some from the demon beast domain. Additionally, some medium-sized sects have shown great enthusiasm to join the original God-sharing society as regular members. Great Sovereign Wu Jun stated. This was quite normal. These regular sects didn't have many profound techniques. Except for their secret techniques, they could upload a bunch of techniques to the original God-sharing society and exchange them for the society's techniques. After all, the techniques Qi Yuan uploaded to the jade slips included heavenly-grade techniques. For non-yin gods, where could they get their hands on a heavenly-grade technique? Therefore, many medium-sized sects focused their attention on the original God-sharing society, hoping to acquire heavenly-grade techniques. As for the ordinary yin gods, they didn't have much demand, most were just watching the show, apart from a few who were genuinely interested. It seems I've won the support of the grassroots, Qi Yuan mused. Unfortunately, 99.8% of the wealth is controlled by 0.2% of the people. Those yin gods are the real fat sheep. At this point, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled. Great Sovereign Wu Jun felt a chill, seeing the predatory gleam in Qi Yuan's eyes. It's hard to get yin gods to hand over their techniques, Great Sovereign Wu Jun hinted, unless you give them the mythical treasure. Great Sovereign Jasmine's possession of the mythical treasure had drawn many covetous gazes. Qi Yuan, however, possessed mythical-level combat power, alive and well, and far more valuable than any mythical treasure. The mythical treasure is with Great Sovereign Jasmine. Are you suggesting I sacrifice my looks? Qi Yuan hesitated. Seeing that his hint hadn't worked, Great Sovereign Wu Jun had nothing more to say. Then, Qi Yuan's gaze became determined again. Human hearts are full of genuine feelings. My charismatic personality moved the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Seeking Dao Palace, and it will certainly touch other forces. They will definitely join our original God-sharing society and hand over their techniques. Qi Yuan always believed he belonged to a lawful good alignment. With the deeds he did, on Blue Planet, they'd call him a saint. No, he was male, they'd call him a saint king. Great Sovereign Wu Jun was left speechless. Did you move the Purple Mansion cultivators? No, you scared them stiff. Has the news of the original God-sharing society reached the other domains of the Seeking Dao Palace? Qi Yuan inquired. Aside from obtaining techniques and utilizing their influence, one of his major reasons for coming to the Seeking Dao Palace was to use their reach to spread the original God-sharing society to other domains. The Seeking Dao Palace was spread across 20 domains in the Kanglan realm, covering more than half of its regions. Great Sovereign Wu Jun's expression was complicated. I've reported the matter to headquarters. They said they'll send someone to deliver the response during the celebration. The day after tomorrow, Qi Yuan muttered, I hope everything goes smoothly for the original God-sharing society. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the celebration day for the original God-sharing society arrived. Feng Jun, as the manager of the original God-sharing society, wore a broad smile, warmly greeting all the guests. Even when he encountered Great Sovereign Jasmine, he greeted her with a smile, not letting their past conflict affect his cordiality. The celebration was joyous, with 15 yin gods attending. Most of these yin gods were from Feng Tianyu, with a few from the Demon Beast domain. At this moment, the Seven Wounds Elder sat aside, looking like a lazy old tortoise. Seven Wounds Elder, this blood-robed sword god is indeed extraordinary. There are even several top-grade heavenly techniques in the Jade Slip, a young yin god spoke. This young yin god was named Long Can, of noble descent, with a father who was also a great sovereign. Heavenly grade top techniques. The Seven Wounds Elder was surprised. The techniques he practiced were middle-grade heavenly. He had seen top-grade heavenly techniques but never possessed one. Hearing that the blood-robed sword god had top-grade heavenly techniques and shared them, he was indeed surprised. Great Sovereign Jasmine, did you perhaps give the mythical treasure to the blood-robed sword god? The Seven Wounds Elder joked. Great Sovereign Jasmine smiled faintly, the mythical treasure is the foundation of my standing, why would I give it away? Who knows, maybe the blood-robed sword god has a mythical treasure of his own, otherwise, why would Great Sovereign Wu Jun be so submissive? The Seven Wounds Elder said nothing further and immersed his divine sense into the Jade Slip. He showed a complex expression. If only I had encountered these techniques when I was younger. It's a pity that these techniques are of no use to me now. The techniques were excellent, but he couldn't use them. Top-grade heavenly techniques were already the limit in the Kanglan realm. A yin god's path was set, and they couldn't easily switch techniques. That's why the original God-sharing society hadn't drawn much attention, except for some techniques to exchange for their subordinates. But for a yin god, their concern was the great calamity, who cared about subordinates? Perhaps only a legendary divine technique could truly shake these yin gods. But, divine techniques didn't exist in the Kanglan realm. Divine techniques were just myths. For the blood-robed sword god to offer top-grade heavenly techniques was already unexpected. He glanced at the techniques and simply sighed. Unlike the yin gods, the leaders of the medium-sized sects who received the Jade Slips were wide-eyed with excitement upon seeing the techniques inside. For those not yet at the yin god level, switching techniques was quite common. Within the Seeking Dao Palace, everyone seemed to be having a good time. Even the Purple Mansion cultivators managed to force smiles on their faces. Hosting someone else's opening ceremony on their turf and acting as waiters, they felt bitter but had no choice but to comply. Just then, Qi Yuan stepped out, smiling brightly. I didn't expect so many people to come this time. It seems you all have high hopes for the future of our original God-sharing society. With so many people here, if they all handed over their techniques, along with the ones Shen Wuxian had brought from the upper realm, Qi Yuan felt he could complete the nascent soul section of his Qi Yuan Sutra. Of course, the Foundation Establishment chapter would require as many techniques as possible. Greetings, Senior Blood-Robed Sword God. The original God-sharing society gathering techniques is a blessing for the Kanglan realm. The Yin gods offered their compliments. The atmosphere was harmonious and congenial. After some pleasantries, Qi Yuan finally got to the point. The purpose of the original God-sharing society is clear to everyone here, it is to prepare for the great calamity. So, I need an endless supply of techniques, and I also need you all to contribute some techniques. The techniques from our original God-sharing society are also available for you to exchange. Qi Yuan said seriously, his smile bright. I wish to contribute 100 Jade Grade techniques. 3 Profound Grade techniques. 7 Profound Grade. The Yin gods voiced their support one after another. However, the highest grade techniques they offered were Profound Grade, no one offered a Heavenly Grade. The 7 Wounds Elder's eyes flickered. This old man wishes to contribute 8 heavenly techniques, along with several other techniques. 8 heavenly techniques had already emptied him out. Upon hearing the 7 Wounds Elder's words, the Yin gods present had slight changes in their expressions. Still, they didn't change their stance, clearly not placing much hope in the original God-sharing society. Great Sovereign Jasmine smiled gently, the Feng Palace is lacking in techniques, so there are none to offer. Instead, I've specially created a Jade Grade technique to present to the original God-sharing society. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned and glanced at Great Sovereign Jasmine. For some reason, he recalled those on Blue Planet who criticized their boyfriends or girlfriends for giving cheap handmade gifts. At that moment, he also felt like criticizing Great Sovereign Jasmine. HMPH, a stingy woman. The other Yin gods couldn't help but want to laugh but held back. Great Sovereign Jasmine's action, what did it mean? Qi Yuan resisted looking at Great Sovereign Jasmine. He had high emotional intelligence, good emotional management, and never lost his temper in important situations. He looked towards the Yin god envoy from another domain of the Seeking Dao Palace, his face full of anticipation. In truth, he was most hopeful that the Yin gods from other domains of the Seeking Dao Palace would understand his sincere intentions, unite together, and fight against the great calamity. At this moment, the Yin god envoy stood up, a hint of regret on his face, and said, Blood-Robed Sword God, the 4 generals of the Lei clan under the Dark Sun are on their way. It's best to end this ceremony. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.